Hello and welcome to day 5 of LoR Masters Europe. My name is Pulse. I've got Panda with me today, and we're coming into our final week of group stage play before we head into our knockout stages next week on that Saturday and Sunday. With that said, how you doing, Panda? First time casting with you. I said this last week with Mogwai, but I think it's super cool that we get the chance to cast with different people and also have this kind of crossover between different communities. This is my first foray into card games, and now I get to cast with you guys.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure, as always. Like I mentioned with Max as well, was fantastic last week. Very different cast than with Mogwai. It's more analytical. And with you, I'm sure it'll be different as well. I think we each have our different strengths and maybe weaknesses in some cases as well. But definitely excited for casting with you and for the matches today. Finally, some deciding matches happening where sometimes, if some teams lose or some teams win, they might be through the playoffs or completely out of it. So some crucial matches and exciting matches coming up.
Yeah, I'm sure that chat will be right there with us to tell us all weaknesses throughout the day. So let's go ahead and take a look at last week's matches and the results that we had, so we can get through all of this housekeeping and start talking about today's matches. So last week we had Portugal, Russia, Bulgaria, Italy, both 2-0s, UK and Norway a 2-1, actually, with UK taking that win. So still in the race for second in Group D, and Belgium and Romania rounding out the day with another 2-0. So very fast day for that second day on week 2.
And off stream, we had a few pretty intense matches as well. A lot of the favorites, we mentioned it, with Max on that date 4 last weekend, where all the favorites won basically. All the first seeds coming into the tournament, they reclaimed those first seed spots in every single group. So Poland winning against Latvia 2-0, France winning against Austria 2-0 as well. Germany coming up with a clutch, very important win against Czechia 2-1, getting the rematch win off from that day 1. And Spain versus Croatia winning 2-1 as well, cementing all four of these teams as the top seed in their group. And now going into this weekend, they have a pretty good position to win one game and pretty much be through. Whereas if they lose both, then things can get a bit more interesting.
Yeah, I think that last week it was more expected, right? Like, you may be looking at week 1 and being like, oh, this is what our expectations were going into the tournament, but that's not what we saw. We saw teams like Czechia come out with a super good preparation, pick up a ton of early wins, and this is what I was talking to Max about, was that preparation can give you that buffer that you need to get those early wins off, that typically those teams may not get in the long run, right? And they built up such a good buffer now that they are in contention for at least first, if not second, in their respective groups. So yes, I think week 2 onwards, and maybe even week 3, will have this thing where these seed ones and these really strong teams will start getting their wins that they kind of were expected or maybe deserved to get in that first week. So we can take a look at the standings and see what that was reflected in. Spain coming in at the top of Group A, Poland again with their clear lead 3-1 as we were talking about, France 3-1 in Group C, and the interesting thing is Germany managed to catch up to Czechia and also 3-1 in Group D.
Looking at these standings, every single group is going to have, maybe the first seed has a bit of a bitter spot, like Poland, like Spain. They're both 3-1, 3 wins and 1 loss only, so they're pretty good spot to make it through. But then you have second and third that it's really, you don't know what's going to happen. Belgium can still make it through, Russia can still make it through, Bulgaria can still make it through, even though they're 1 win and 3 losses. So the next 2 days obviously are going to be very, deciding days. I think that much is clear with the last 2 days of group stage. But a lot can still happen here, and no one is really guaranteed in or out just yet, except for Norway, which is, they're 0-4, so they are out. But everyone else still has a chance, a Hail Mary chance maybe, a miracle chance, maybe some of them not very likely, but still a chance to make it through the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, upsets are always possible, right? We saw upsets last week as well. Portugal managed to take down Poland, for example. Poland very hard committing to their guns, one might say, with their Ezreal deck, and that's something we'll be talking about later on to today's broadcast, because Ezreal has now been out for a week now. I think that first week people were still figuring it out. I think people are actually still figuring it out, but there's a good chance that we see more today. I think we have at least 4 or 5, but we need to double check that one as we go through today's matches. Speaking of, we have Spain, Romania first up, which I think is only fitting that you're with me on the broadcast. Poland, Russia following that one, with France, Italy is our second to last match of the day. And then Czechia versus the UK, as I watch UK potentially just get annihilated once again. Hopefully, we managed to make this one work. I was actually talking to the UK guys after their game last week versus Norway, and they were sweating. They went for a deep deck, and they went for a super greedy version. And they were like, as long as we don't go exactly into Fiora Shen, we're good. And they went exactly into Fiora Shen.
Yeah, Pyroshen is definitely a tricky matchup. I think for a lot of different decks, it's one of the staples in the tournament scene, at least with Ash Noctis as well. And I expect to be seeing a lot of it either picked or banned or both today, for sure. But looking at these matches, these are going to be, I think, yeah, just great matches for today. I think if you look at it, it's the four most exciting matches, I think. And like you mentioned, starting off the day, Spain versus Romania. Spain has a chance to, be a dominating team, the first team to get 4 wins in this group stage, and to staple, to punch through their ticket into the playoffs if they manage to win. So I'm very excited, not just, in an unbiased, the exciting match that can maybe decide the first team to make it to playoffs already, but also because being Spanish, obviously, and being good friends with the Spanish players, I'm very invested personally into their win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll have that same, hopefully, pride at the end of the day for our final game for the UK. Just final bit of housekeeping. We did try to swap up the matches so that every team would have a good amount of airtime for this final day. We did swap up the last match. It was originally going to be Germany-Norway. So if you saw on the stream last week, you may have thought that. We did swap it to Czechia-UK because of match implications of what this means for the tournament. So we're trying to showcase the matches that make the most sense for the tournament as it unfolds. And the same will be maybe even more aggressive tomorrow, as some games may not even matter at all. And some games may be complete deciders, and that may be teams trying to clinch their final spot going into playoffs.
Exactly. We do want to see, obviously, all the teams represented as equally as possible on stream and have the spotlight on all the different countries and players that managed to qualify for the tournament. But of course, some matches are going to be inconsequential. Some matches will be extremely consequential and very exciting and kind of the most important matches of tomorrow. So some preferences and some changes might happen, I think.
Yeah, I'll just ask you this now. Do you think there's any likely big swap-ups that we'll see going into the final week? Because I think, as we're talking about before, these Tier 1 teams now coming into the second week are starting to kind of even out and where we expect them to land. And some of the teams that were super hard on preparation, super good early on, are starting to move towards the middle of the pack. So do you think there's any dark horses that will manage to get their final wins? Because we only have 2 more games for each team now.
I think a lot of the teams at the bottom of the groups, like Belgium, like Bulgaria, are very strong teams and are teams that I did not expect to be at the bottom of their groups coming into the last weekend. So I do think there could be definitely a lot of swaps. It can happen for any of these 1-3 teams to win their 2 games, and the rest of the group, they really can still make it through. It's not this impossible task. It's actually quite possible if the right outcomes happen in the next 2 games. And I can see it happening for a lot of these different groups. It's going to be, I think, very exciting to see, especially today. Is going to be kind of the deciding factor for some of these groups. If Belgium loses and they're 1-4, they're guaranteed to be out, of course. Same with Bulgaria, for example. But there's a chance for many of these teams to still clutch up for the next 2 days and make it through.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at some of these matches. We'll be having Poland, Russia. I think Poland is obviously expected to win right there. France, Italy, I think will be a super interesting match. We haven't seen a ton of Italy. We didn't see them at all in week 1, but I think that'll be relatively close. And then the final game of the day, I actually just don't know anymore. So I think Czechia was like the sure shot to win, definitely in week 1, especially going to day 2, week 2 maybe as well, and then UK back and forth. However, we do have a first match to start talking about. That's the one I didn't mention, which is Spain and Romania. We're going to take a look at who's playing on both these teams. Nuzwick, I should have given this to you. Let me do Romania, and I'll give you Spain. So we have Kazas, Holo, and Asida for Romania.
And we have Nadrek, Faul, and Raxitos for Spain. Some background on all these players. Nadrek is coming from more of a Gwent background. He did compete in the game and played in some big tournaments as well. And also an auto chess background. He made it to the Invitational, or the, not Invitational, just the regular World Championship for Dota Auto Chess. So a very accomplished player in many different games, coming now into Runeterra as well, and proving Spain one of the best records in the tournament. They came up back from an initial loss and yeah, really showing up. Raxitos coming from Hearthstone and Faul coming from MTG. And then Romania, we have also very interesting backgrounds. The Katasis is a chess player who was ranked pretty highly when he was younger in a junior level and everything, playing in the European regionals, etc., and doing pretty good apparently. And then we have Holo coming from a Hearthstone League of Legends background, so very typical, I think, for a lot of Runeterra gamers. And Asahida coming also from Gwent, MTG, and Hearthstone.
Yeah, so heavy background coming in from card games. Yeah, and also a good split as well. I think a lot of the teams are very either geared towards like very young teams or very like older teams, and this is kind of just a split across the board. Like youngest player being 20, oldest player being 30. So yeah, we'll see how this one shakes out. Definitely Spain, as we just mentioned, would be favored. This is 4th seed versus 12th seed, and I think those seeds have started to represent themselves as we've gone later into the tournament. We take a look at some of their decks to see if anything has really changed since last week. I think the biggest changes obviously happen from week to week as the meta evolves as well. So just taking a look through this one.
Yeah, Deep for Spain is a pretty interesting one. Not every team brought it last week, and not every team played it. That's for sure. They might bring the deck, but they definitely didn't play it very often. But Deep is here for Spain. Could make a showing today. Elise as well by herself. So this could be an aggro variant of Elise that we haven't seen yet. At least not a full aggro kind of Spiders Elise version, which I've been playing a lot of on ladder. I think it's a very strong deck. Maybe not so much in the tournament. We'll find out. Of course, the deck lists are closed. Just a quick reminder. So we don't know for sure what these deck lists are. They'll be opened up at the end of the match day, and we can find out all together. But right now the deck lists are closed. The teams playing each other don't know exactly what deck lists they are. They just know the regions and the champions, and that's basically it.
Yeah, so interesting first couple of bans coming out from Spain, targeting combo in the form of Lee Sin, targeting Elise as well for this mid-range potential deck coming in as well from Romania. So kind of across the board, yeah, there is actually a good smattering of different types of decks from Romania. They haven't really geared themselves up for one specific matchup. They have a good amount of control, some kind of like off-meta things, kind of the classic Ashe Sejuani that we saw a lot of last week. Also aggro, in like pure aggro in the form of discard aggro, which by the way, Jinx is re-enabled for this week, wasn't enabled last week, which is why we saw none of it, and everybody had to put a new deck in. And then Darius as well. So yeah, we'll see how this one shakes out. Is that Darius Freljord?
Yeah, that might be an Overwhelm variant of the Darius deck, similar to the Targon version, but with a Freljord spin, with using the Yetis and a lot of the Overwhelm, the Ruthless Raiders, for example, as well. And maybe even spells like Troll Check to keep their units alive. So, but similar concept. Also, probably with decisive maneuver. I've seen the deck on ladder a bit the past few weeks. Definitely not a very classic deck right now in the meta, but it's a deck that you can bring and maybe get some surprise wins with as well. But the bans coming in, Lee Sin, like you mentioned, banned, Elise, Callista, maybe a Fearsome variant. I'm going to expect maybe they endure as well. Could be. And like you mentioned, discard aggro is now enabled and has now been banned. It's a very strong deck. It can high roll some crazy wins with the right hands, and definitely something that Spain has to be careful about, it looks like. And looking at Romania's side of the board, Trundle still getting bans even after the nerf. Still a very strong deck, even without the wording stones. Fiora, also a very strong tournament deck you have to be very careful for. And TFGP could be an Undying Bamboozle, but I'm going to imagine it is the now very popular Go Hard variants.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I'm looking at Spain, and they're definitely leaning much heavier towards control and a little bit of combo there as well. I think the fact that both Ashe and Sejuani are up for both teams, there's a good chance that neither team actually go towards it. I think the fact that both teams have left it up. So I actually think Spain will most likely go for like a control matchup here and just be safe. I think it's a little too risky just to assume that Romania will go for control here. So I think I could definitely see maybe Deep to start off, and I would say either Deep or Ashe Sejuani for Spain, and Romania maybe Weimar, and maybe GPTF. I think that'll be my prediction.
It is going to be Deep, like it looks like, for Spain. So if you would have told me I'm going to start off casting today, the Spanish team playing Deep, I would have thought I was still dreaming. I was still asleep, but it looks like it is going to be Deep coming in. So fantastic for me. I love Deep. It's the deck that I love to play, and seeing Spain piloting it as well. We'll see what they end up doing and what their deck looks like, because there are different variants you can play with Deep as well. But it looks like it is locked in here for Team Spain, and Romania will be going with TFGP, probably a Go Hard variant.
Looks like it. Yeah, I did split my vote right there. I called two decks from each side. We'll give myself half a point for both. But yeah, I was kind of expecting this, because I think that like when both teams leave up such a strong meta deck in the form of Ashe Sejuani, it makes very little sense to go for it just in case your opponent has a very specific counter. And I think like because of the wide smattering of different decks you had from Romania here, it just kind of makes no sense to go for a very specific target in combo. So I think these were the decks that made the most sense. And also talking to the players last week, I think Deep has definitely gone up in the estimations of a lot of these players. I think it used to kind of be like a thing you hold back, but it's now become something that's very free to throw out in game one.
And right away, a very slow start for Romania. This TF deck, it is with GP, so it is a bit of a slower deck and more, late game oriented, but usually wants to spread the board just wide with very cheap units early on, get some chip damage in to then have, a low enough nexus on your opponent's side to be able to kill him off with Pack Your Bags, for example, or Doom Beast as a burn potential as well. So unfortunately, no real Jagged Butcher, Croaker start, which is what you want to see early on. No units to play other than Pool Shark, so not ideal too early in the game. Whereas Spain is pretty happy. 2 double Drug Dredgers, Go Hard will come out, I assume, pretty much right away, as soon as it has a target to start cycling into the deck. But Deep is happy with 2 Dredgers already, getting a lot of toss early on, being able to go deep pretty soon. And the Lure of the Depths inclusion, a card that you don't see in every deep list, one that's been very, very, debated, let's say, by many of the top players. And we'll see how. I'm not convinced yet, but if they're bringing it, it must be for a reason.
Yeah, I was literally just about to ask you. I was like, where on the argument, which side do you sit on? Because I'm an anti-law person, but how do you feel about the card?
It's low tempo, and I think you're already low tempo enough in the early game with Deep. Your only objective is to try and have some toss synergy, so you're deep when you get to turn 7, but mostly it's just survive. Just try and make it to turn 7. Sometimes you can't even make it that far, especially now with Slaughter Dogs being obviously a fantastic play, but a no impact on the board, low tempo play. I don't know if you can fit in, the Lure of the Depths as well and make it even more low tempo. It is a tricky one, but it does give you, of course, that kind of ramp later on, making the sea monsters cheaper and giving you the draw as well. It's slow, but against control decks, it might be fine. If you're banning certain aggro decks and more aggressive decks in the tournament setup, then maybe it has a better chance.
Yeah, I'm super glad you mentioned Slaughter Dogs because in my mind, Lure of the Depths is just kind of worse Slaughter Dogs right now. However, you can potentially run it as like additional ones, right? So when you're constructing decks, you can sometimes look at cards as if they're like a +1 to your card that you're already running. They do very similar things. And potentially you can run it, as you said, into control matchups if you're expecting to be very, very greedy. And you can afford to into certain decks because they'll move very slowly. And this is actually what we saw last week as well in UK's matchup because they were also running a very greedy variant of Deep. So yeah, there's a good chance it works right here. We've definitely seen a lot of go hard decks being outpaced and out-tempoed before, especially into decks that can pivot into beatdown and mid-range. So yeah, we'll see if this works out and they can compete as we go later.
There's a first go hard coming out. We're gonna have to be very careful today with casting and making sure we can count all the go hards because it is a crucial piece of information when you're casting these matches with TF. Elise or GP, these go hard decks, you have to know how many are in the deck. So that was the first one. I'm going to try and do my best to keep up with that. We're on the 1 on the counter there. But this list is of course very different. It is with GP instead of Elise, so it has a slower curve overall. And against Deep, if they're not putting the pressure in early, in the late game, I think they're not going to be able to beat Deep at all. There is of course a Ruination and Vengeance we see in hand, which can kill something like a Nautilus, but there might be a missed call even in the deck for the Deep player, so it's going to be a tricky one. And I think without the early pressure that's something like an Elise and the full like Jagged Butcher, Elise, Croaker curve you can normally get against these go hard players sometimes, it's not going to be a lot of pressure, and we're going to see the Deep player being able to play out a Maokai or a Slaughter Dogs and not feel under too much pressure.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think in matchups like these where we're turn 4 and basically no one's swinging each other, we're definitely going to like a turn 9, turn 10 type game. You're basically looking at your late games and you're like, okay, well, who just has the better late game? What does my perfect scenario late game, which I'm almost certainly going to get to build for myself here, look versus yours? And in very consistent terms, you can look at Big Fish and be like, well, they're pretty much always going to get at minimum the board of 7/7s. And you look at the opposing side and it's like, does Go Hard deal with that? With Karma, maybe. But is, again, that too slow? And do you have the ability to clear the board? And you're right. I think it will come down to things like Ruination timings to be able to sweep here at the right times. Otherwise, you're simply going to get overwhelmed. It just takes a single turn for Deep really to overwhelm you. So that would kind of be how I would look at this matchup. But again, we have to just see how this Go Hard deck navigates the situation because still a relatively fresh deck up against an old staple of Deep.
And we see there the chance to play a Vengeance to answer this Maokai. I think the Romanian team kind of thinking, do we want to develop our own game plan and play Zap Strafing and draw into the the 1 mana spell to go hard and start cycling it and set up our own game plan? Or do we want to stop our opponents? Because with Maokai sticking on the board, that means there's going to be a 2/1 Ephemeral Challenger every turn of Sapling. It's going to be 2 toss for basically for free every turn as well. And that really snowballs. And where Deep has problems in the mid game, if Maokai sticks to the board, those problems are solved, even though he's a low-tempo play for 4 mana. And it looks like Romania decided to play Zap Sprayfin, start cycling their deck and play their own game plan instead, and not kill the Maokai with the Vengeance, maybe keep the Vengeance for Nautilus, like we mentioned before. But I'm not sure if it's the right decision. I mean, Deep is dangerous when they go deep really fast, and on turn 7, if Nautilus coming down, if it is drawn, it might be hard for Romania to come back and chip in the damage.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, you're right. I think they could definitely go wide here and try and chip away some damage. There is definitely like the line that they're looking for is just we go late and then we try and compete when we hit late game with their opponent. But yeah, I think that given the start and double dredges coming down, and especially with like dropping a Maokai as well, this is going to be a very fast deep. I'm not sure how close we are right now, but like we're turn 5, and I reckon we'll probably be either a turn or two off, especially with salvage in hand and jettison. So.
Yeah. We're at 22 now, so yeah, I mean, deep is it's already there in hand. Basically, you can play
range, yeah.
jettison, salvage, and you're there. You can play slaughter dogs next turn as well if you're slow enough. Ideally, I think they're going to want to find a cheap unit to play alongside slaughter dogs with 6 mana, so you can play slaughter dogs, something like a Devlin Wander or a Drug Dredgers, and go deep that way while still getting the sapling and the double toss from Maokai as well. So that's going to be the ideal turn for Spain. Looking at Romania, they're now starting to develop a wider board. They can swing in next turn. With the Abyssal Eye still not being deep, there might be a surprise Jettison Salvage insta-deep next turn to get a really good block on the Zap Strafin, or to stop maybe a Go Hard removal if it goes down to 1 mana.
All right, where are we with the Go Hards? This is the third?
This is the second.
This is the second.
I'm fairly certain, but I said to keep track, and now I'm already doubting myself.
We had one job. We had a single thing to do.
All right.
I think they got that off the top, and I think it's 3.
All right, I'll go with 3 then. We have to do a better job of this. I said it right away. The start of the broadcast, I'm like, all right, this is going to be the most important thing of the day. Count the Go Hards. 5 minutes later, we have no idea where we're at. Okay, let's go with 3. I think that was the third one. So Pack Your Bags is ready now to be drawn. The way this card works, the earlier you play it, the better, because then as you get the draws, you have a higher chance of drawing into the Go Hard. Once you play the Pack Your Bags, even if you draw multiple Pack Your Bags, the next one will become a Go Hard again. So it's a 3-turn cycle, let's say.
Okay, I'm feeling a little bit because production told me it was 3. So I think we're on track. I don't think we failed just yet. And yeah, as you can see, Pack Your Bags. Yeah, I definitely dig these cards. I just have like an entire paragraph of text to figure it out. I think back in the day we had Callista, but now we have more and more of these cards. But essentially, they've got their revolver loaded, right? They have that silver bullet right now, and yes, we have Spain going into deep very, very soon. But being able to like overwhelm the board before it really gets going, like this Dead Bloom is just kind of it's gonna die, right? Like these are the things that are gonna get swept along with the Maokai. And now there's a bit of a clock, oddly enough, where we're in this mid game and you're looking at the Maokai, and like Maokai actually, if you don't pull your second Maokai, you need to level up now if that's something you want to use as a partial win condition to put pressure on your opponent, because Pack Your Bags is coming either next turn or the next couple turns, especially if they have more cycle.
And that third Go Hard was drawn and used last turn, where there wasn't enough mana, obviously, to play Jettison and the Salvage. So the Abyssal Eye died before it being able to do that kind of debate play where you play burst speed, Jettison, and Salvage. All of a sudden, your Abyssal Eye flips and doesn't die to Go Hard. Because it was no mana, he did end up dying. This turn, when I mentioned it, the importance of drawing a unit to play alongside Slaughter Dogs, Devlin Wander was drawn. So Spain, of course, very skilled players drawing the cards they need when they need them. And now you can play Slaughter Dogs and also Jettison to guarantee going deep this turn. And next turn, that Slaughter Dogs will transform at the start of the round, as long as they're on 16 cards. So if the Slaughter Dogs tosses and then goes deep, it'll transform as well. But I think they will be with Jettison under the 16 for sure. They'll be something like a 14 because Deadwood Wanderer came in with a triple toss and Maokai getting the double toss as well, and the sapling.
Yeah, it should be relatively free, and that'll be going into their attack turn as well. Looking at Romania, though, they actually have a very nice board setup. Like they've gone super wide, a bunch of chump blockers. This is basically your like scrap shield to deal with the first swing essentially out of deep, and then from there on out you just need to pull answers. You need to be then looking at urination, looking at the spells. So having this buffer is going to be super important for them. As we see, just setup going out, and there's the deep proc already. Ooh, I didn't catch Maokai. Did you catch Maokai stack?
21 out of 25, so only 4 away. Remember, it is tosses and deaths. It is not draws, though. A lot of people have the idea that, you play Salvage right now, Maokai flips. He does not, because it's double toss, but double draw, and the draws do not count towards Maokai's counter. So the best play, I think, here will be, for sure, Slaughter Dogs. I mentioned the missed call. If there is a missed call in the hand, and some players do tend to run this card, it wasn't a guarantee in every deep list, but we do see it here in hand, and this is crucial against a deck that has things like Vengeance, a targeted kill on something like a Nautilus. You play missed call, and for 3 mana, he's right back into the action, and you can do some very crazy kind of missed call into atrocity plays where opponents might not expect it with only 9 mana.
Watch the ball, folks.
Yeah, super strong card right now. Even the possibility for the Maokai to get that rolling once again, but yeah, kind of dependent on drawing Nautilus here as well. Interesting pass. Yeah, I think that funny enough, the pass almost makes sense because if Romania happen to have their pack the bags right now, they wipe the entire board, including the Maokai. Maybe they would even get a swing right here with their attack token, and next turn you're basically left with nothing. So as much as Slaughter Dogs is so value and so money, it's with that 1 mana, and the fact it's a 1 mana spell is so difficult to play around because you just leave 1 mana and open at all times, and you're just good to go.
I'm very surprised on this here. I think maybe was there mana for a crumble up? I think there wasn't, but because even if there's a pack your bags, the chances of this sea monster when it flips is higher than 5 health is almost, I mean, it's guaranteed. There's no sea monster once you're deep that's under 6. Only Abyssal Eye at a 6/6. So pack your bags wouldn't instantly kill it, and you can get some pretty crazy just right away, like a flip into a Terror of the Tide, and all of a sudden, even if there's a pack your bags, you can still swing in for some decent damage on the open attack.
Yeah, exactly. I do think they were scared about the turn itself because they're looking at the Maokai, and I think they're not under a super amount of pressure right now from Romania, so you kind of can just wait a turn, especially to get the Maokai proc off, because as soon as you're able to put Romania on a clock, like, they're basically doomed. Like, they can kind of refresh with pack your bags, but unless they have that in hand and they haven't drawn into it, you're essentially doomed. So yeah, I like playing it a little bit slower here, and this is still a good turn regardless. Going in for the Devour here on Twisted Fate.
And this almost guarantees a level up here. Well, there's no mana for salvage actually, so 1 off right now. Zeppelin can die though. If Maokai is targeted directly, Mist Call can be used, and obviously you'll still come back. It's not a counter like Fiora's where it's dependent on of this champion being on the field. It'll just count anywhere basically, so it would still proc, and the death of Maokai himself would probably proc the 25/25, so it would be perfect. And we haven't mentioned it too much, but the deep win condition here with Maokai against a deck that is just non-stop cycling with Twisted Fate and Croaker and Glimpse Beyond, etc., they can almost insta-kill themselves by accident. Any card they play is going to draw cards by accident, and all of a sudden they're dead once they draw 4 cards, of course. And you obliterate all the pack your bags and they go hard. So leveling Maokai here is enormous. And the Mist Call might come in very clutch here. We see the kill on the Devourer instead, not on the Maokai. Trying to save it Twisted Fate, but this is it. I mean, your deck is milled. Everything's obliterated except for 4 cards, including champions even. And all these pack your bags and go hards are... There's 1 in hand, but the rest are probably gone already.
Yeah, that is rough. I definitely see what Romania was looking for there because they're playing around the possibility of Mist Call on 3. Unfortunately, I think you just have to take that risk because if it is Mist Call, then you kind of lose, but you need to get rid of the Maokai because you're right. When you have a cycle deck like this, you're going to just run yourself out incredibly quickly. It looks like they are looking for the go hard right here, for the pack your bags right here, which will also cycle into their deck as well. But yeah, I mean, you're at 4 cards plus 2, essentially.
So this is the downside of Mist Call. It's a random effect, and when a lot of different units die, we saw the Sapling die, we saw the Deadbloom die, we saw the Maokai die, and we saw Devourer all die on this turn. It can be any of those 3. You do want a blocker, so you're going to use it, but let's see what they're going to get here. It could be anything. Could be Maokai. Maokai provides double blockers now that it's leveled up as well next turn. So it's just a sapling instead. And that's the worst. That's the worst you want. It's an ephemeral unit. You can still attack and try and clear off a unit here. But that's still going to be a wide swing coming in next turn. And maybe Romania, noticing they're on a clock now with only 4 cards left in the deck, they have to go in. They have to, your opponent's at 13. You can full swing for a lot of damage right here. And there's no whale or any kind of fast speed spell to react here from Spain. So maybe it's going to pay off just going aggro here.
Yeah, unfortunately, because you're kind of out of range and you don't have a lot of direct damage to face because you haven't built up a second pack your bags, you almost have to develop here from Romania because you're not going to get a second swing out. Next turn, you're going to have deep redeveloping once again, and you're never going to get through that wall. So you're kind of locked into developing it here and hoping for a swing. Luckily, the rebuild here from Spain isn't fantastic. It will be Nautilus essentially into a sea monster. It will be Devourer going down to 1 after that. LoR, so it will be 2 units coming up. So actually going wide right here, I think, is necessary now from Romania. They're thinking about it.
And because Lure of the Depths was used, obviously the DC monsters are much cheaper. And one of the reasons that Lure is being included in decks, I think, is because the synergy with Stalking Shadows. Stalking Shadows now has letting you draw into sea monsters in the late game and having kind of a very big card advantage. With the Lure of the Depths maybe making both Devourers from 2 to 1, all of a sudden you can play 2 of them for 2 mana instead of for 4 mana, and that's a big upgrade as well. And Abyssal Eye for 0, which is also just huge as a surprise factor. But it looks like it'll be a Dreadway deckhand coming down, a full swing possibly coming in, maybe a Deadbloom Wanderer for the lifesteal is going to be the card trying to be used here. But TF is still drawing cards, and they're running out of cards very, very soon.
Ooh, leading with Devourer.
TF is an issue. I mean, having the 3 cards coming in, red card, gold card, and blue card every game, every single round off of these very cheap plays that you're able to make as a Romania, it's definitely an issue. And the big thing with Go Hard is the fact that you can reshuffle it into your deck. So even if they're at 4 cards, you can reshuffle copies of Go Hard. So it's actually not a bad thing at all. It's actually maybe a good thing for Maokai to have leveled up, because as long as they keep track of not overdrawing or they can't play Salvage, for example. But other than that, and that's going to be a really big swing here. Spain going down to 1 HP, and there's a Doom Beast in hand, so it's doomed for next turn. That's going to be GG, I think. Spain has no chance to heal here. Dead Bloom outside of combat cannot do anything, and it looks like it's GG. I mean, already, right away, you can see it there, the Doom Beast in hand. It's a 2 burn to the Nexus, a drain effect, and it'll be Romania taking game 1 in the next round.
Super well navigated by Romania. That Vengeance was super key right there onto the Devourer, still keeping that Vengeance in hand. Yeah, I definitely understand going for a Twist of Fate right there. I think they're mainly concerned about the gold card on this turn, going for this swing with a low mana spell. I think that's what they were looking at, so that's why they didn't go for the Nautilus first. In the end, if they could see everything, then it would have been Nautilus into Devourer, but even so, yeah, that still should have been enough over the top, I believe, with Pack Your Bags and Doom Beast. So, wow, yeah, this was a very tight game. Like, we were essentially a round out from Spain winning.
Deadbloom Wanderer can be played, and there can be an open attack because Doom Beast can't be played, of course. You know, Spain's going to have the first say in what happens next round. They can't just directly open attack with Deadbloom Wanderer if they think, okay, there's a Doom Beast, I'm at 1 HP, I got to heal up at least a little bit and go up to at least 4. The Wanderer will, of course, die. It'll be nothing more than it. Actually, TF red card might do it, actually. And it dies, yeah, to the gold card. So forget anything I said. Spain's doomed. It's over.
This is what I said to Maokai. Always commit with your first line. Just, if you're wrong, it doesn't matter. Always commit. Just believe that you're right.
And there's nothing in hand here for Spain to do it. Even if they had something like a Whale, we're going to be seeing the Doom Beast already guaranteeing the 2 damage for sure as soon as the Nightfall effect is procced. And then the TF, due to him cycling through cards, a red card will be coming out very soon. And that'll be automatic and immediate. And we'll be hitting the Nexus as well as any units that are played before that. So yeah, the surrender comes in from Spain. Not what I wanted to see. Not what the Spanish fans wanted to see. But showing right away the team from Romania, showing why Go Hard is such a strong list, why it's going to be making a big splash in the tournament this weekend. Last weekend was kind of, people were a bit iffy about it. It was still a very new thing. People were trying it with GP, with Elise, a few different variants. This variant from Romania with GP without Elise, a slower curve, ended up being, you know, great against Deep. That's kind of a slower deck as well. And yeah, Deep was looking fantastic. The Maokai leveled up, but the Go Hard cycled back into the deck. So it's actually a detriment almost for the Spanish team.
Yeah, that deep dive was also like half a turn from developing wide twice. Remember that Slaughter Dog turn? That was huge. Because if you committed to that Slaughter Dog, which I think maybe in retrospect you had to, right? Then you suddenly have a board, and that wide attack almost just never happens from there on out. But they decide to play it conservative, decide to play it slow, which, by the way, I even said in the moment that I wanted them to play slow, and that's what they did. That ended up being the wrong play. So, yeah, I mean, it really just came down to how Romania navigated that. I think that development on that turn, understanding you only had one more attack swing to really push in damage, was super key. That's exactly what they did. They went with deckhand, and that was the only way that they could win the game. So yeah, super well played to Romania. I think Spain will be looking back on that game and being like, okay, looking at odds, basically, it's more unlikely that they pulled into their 4th Go Hard. So we should have gone for the development with Slaughter Dogs, but still, 1 up right here into Spain is exactly what Romania needed. This is exactly what you said at the start of the day, is that teams can definitely find their upsets into their betters.
And Spain is not through yet. The 3 wins, they're top of the group right now. But if they lose this match and lose tomorrow's match, they can just be out of it and not make it to playoffs. So it's going to be tough for all these teams involved in Group A. All of them can still make it through and not make it through, depending on their wins and losses this weekend. So it's going to be a tough one for sure. Of course, the bans here are all the same. We see the check mark on Team Romania's GBTF list. That means they have won with it, so they cannot play it again in this best of 3 series. So they have 4 decks unavailable, 5 still to choose from. And Spain, because they lost with a deep deck, they can play it again or switch it up, but they have all 6 decks still available.
Okay, going into the second game then, I think for Spain, probably swapping off the deep. I could see them going maybe for Asetuani now. I think there's a lot more favorable matchups into this one. I could also see a control matchup. I think it's very unlikely they'll go straight up aggro here with the Elise. So I could see Leona Asol. And then maybe looking at combo as well, because now that Darius would be the only... Ooh, Lee Sin is actually tasty as well. Yeah, I'm kind of a three-way split right now. I'm gonna put my money on. I'm gonna put my money on Lee Sin. I'm gonna say for Romania they probably shift to maybe even Vime here, or maybe Asetuani themselves.
Yeah, the aggro at least option for Spain isn't looking. I mean, there are some healing potential from a lot of. Well, looks like we're all
Super wrong.
Looks like Spain is trying to cater to the fans and the viewers. They're gonna bring deep again, which is a list that I love. They know I love it probably. That's why they're bringing it. And Romania bringing in the kind of the dark horse list we talked about that we weren't really sure what it could be. It is Darius with Foliord, so a very unique combination. And I'm gonna assume it's gonna be like I've been seeing a bit on ladder. It is kind of the Darius Draven Targon kind of overwhelmed deck with decisive maneuver, but with Foliord now instead of Targon. So with using something like Ruthless Raider and the Yetis, for example, I have Overwhelm as well, the Ancient Yetis, to just go face, and the Wild Claws even also Wild Claws at 6 mana.
Yeah, wow, okay. I mean, obviously this makes now sense in 2020 hindsight, right? Like, I think going for your one aggro deck in a situation where you're so heavily stacked on control decks means that, like, if you do end up going into a combo deck, you absolutely destroy them with aggro. So I actually love the pickup here from Romania. I think it's super heads up. Going for Spain, I think this is the one that I will have to be convinced of, staying deep right here into this matchup, and we'll see how this one goes. Yeah, I have seen this variation of Draven Darius once on ladder, and I thought it was a meme deck. Apparently it's not. So I'm really excited to see how this one works out, because I think if the more you think about it, it makes more and more sense. The biggest reason you go into Targon is you look for Pale Cascade, but I think we're in a meta now where you don't need it as much anymore. So I think you can start looking at other regions, and I think Freljord makes a ton of sense.
And looking at the hand, House Player is a great turn 2 play for an aggressive deck that wants to go into your opponent's nexus very early, but double Farron is way too early for that. Double combat spells that you don't really have that much of a unit presence on the board yet to start developing those spells to get those advantages is also not ideal. And the Demolitionist is a card you want to draw into later on when you need that final bit of burn. It doesn't do much on the board. It's not as impactful as other drops, but it gets you that burn later in the game. Same with Farron, almost kind of a late game option. So the wrong order there of the cards drawn for Team Romania, not ideal, but still putting in pressure. Of course, open attacking here before the Deadbloom Wanderer comes out. They could, if they develop, that's fine as well. But now there's a Deadbloom here that's going to be waiting to heal. And of course, Team Spain has to, well, because they're going to get 2 burn here, it's fine with the blocks. They can block almost whatever. And looking at the bottom there, Croatia up against Belgium, the other match in this Group A. Still on game 1, it seems, 0-0. And we're not too sure what's happening with Spooky Karma against Rundle. And it looks like they just started not too long ago. So still a lot to happen there in that game.
Yeah, we'll check in back later and see how that one is shaking out. Going for the swing right here, still keeping mana for their Brothers Bond. They're also running Wrath. Interesting. Yeah, so we'll basically come down to what they want to block. This is super good ordering, by the way, because of the way that this works. You basically want them to block... So your opponent will want to be blocking with the 3-2, so they get 2 swings out of it, essentially. That means you put it at the start, and then you can counter with Brothers Bond, killing the unit, and then getting maximum damage to the Nexus. Because right now, your Nexus is at 18, so you'll be essentially losing a point of healing. So ordering matters a ton. Every single point of damage really matters in this matchup.
And maybe even trying to bait if they block the Spider or the Demolitionist to get the perfect, 3-2 into 3-2. They block Demolitionist, and then you just Brothers Bond the 2 Spiders, and you're getting so much damage on face on turn 2 already. This is kind of obviously an aggro deck with more of a top end with the Farrons and the Wild Claw like we're seeing there and the Overwhelm units, but still a very aggressive start. And the Brothers Bond is a grant effect. It does stay with the units as long as they're still on the board. So it's not just a give effect. It's not just one round. It's for the rest of the game. So that Demolitionist gets buffed up to 4-3 for the rest of the game now.
Really, really rough turn 4. They drew into a lot of their top ends, as we just mentioned, but drawing into Wild Claw and 4, they really needed something to bridge themselves over. Even if it was a 2-drop, even if it was a 3-drop, even if it's not mana efficient, they needed something, and they drew into Wild Claw. like you generally want to be extremely mana efficient as the aggro deck, but there's really just no point playing Wrath right there when there's so many points of removal. So you just need to be looking to your turn 5. Rough considering how well I think they actually picked this matchup. This is a very easy Weaver. I don't think there's many other options. And then you're holding back the Wrath for the attack.
And this regeneration is obviously very problematic because even if you chump block it and you think, okay, I'm gonna chump block it with a Dread Dredger, one attack on that health, and then I'll kill it off later on with something like another Jaw Hunter, for example. But regeneration means that health gets healed back up at the end of every round, and it can be a persistent threat for as long as this game goes on because there aren't many 5 attack units in deep until you go deep with your sea monsters. So it can be very awkward. We could see a Vengeance as well come out, but there's going to be bigger threats for the Vengeance. I think you have to be patient and wait for that Wild Claw or the Farron, for example.
Yeah, I think now you're able to curve out a little bit better here if you're Romania. It was really that turn 4 that sucked the most. Going for the pass right here. Yeah, right now Romania were just like, what? Okay, this is an interesting pass. Like, what are they holding? Are they holding like a big spell right here? It's unlikely to be a big sweep. They're on 8 mana, so it's obviously not Ruination. And also the way that they played this, they probably would have played it there because we're tapped on unit mana. So in that case, it's a fast speed spell, meaning that we probably just look for this swing regardless. But they're still thinking about it, making sure they have the maximum amount of time. I think there's very few things that you wouldn't be swinging out here for.
I think they're pretty much trying to bait Romania to think they have Withering Whale. It would be perfect, kind of blocking the Scavenger with the 4-1. It'll be down to 1 health. The Spider was a 2-1 already, so it'll die as well. And you can block with the Dread Dredger onto the Demolitionist and bring it up to 2. It won't kill it, but it'll still weaken it quite a bit and leave it at Valfeast range. And there's no swing there, so the bait works out. Romania taking it chill, deciding not to open attack there, and there was nothing that Spain can do other than waste a Vengeance on a 4-5, which is not ideal in this matchup. So listen, if the mind games work, I'm not going to doubt them. That was an okay turn there for Spain. Definitely survived what they might have, suffered a lot more with the open attack there.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I think still you're not afraid of Whale because you have Troll Chant for your Ravager. So what were they afraid of? I guess it was Vengeance. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like I think it's also a perfectly acceptable line to kind of keep your board because you need a board. You're really looking for those big swing. Both of us have played this deck a ton, but yeah, you're really looking for those big swing outs around that mid game, looking for like a really huge decisive maneuver, and that only works if you have a board set up. And specifically, you start transitioning into your Overwhelm units, which go massively up in stock value. So I can definitely understand the reasoning here. Putting some pressure down with the Devourer.
And this is a risky move. Normally against an aggressive list, you'd expect them to not have any kind of health buffs because they just want to go aggro. They're going to play Elixir of Wrath, Brother's Bond. But in this case, Romania is running Troll Chant. It's a very good 2-mana, very impactful spell for what it does, even if it is more of a protection spell and not an attacking spell. And it works out perfectly. It stops the Devourer, and the unit parity is still an advantage of Romania. And they can swing now with the Wild Claw as well, and with Spain not being deep yet. This 4-4 isn't going to get any good trades here.
Yeah, this suddenly becomes a really good open attack. The development doesn't look really fantastic. You're just looking at Ballista and you just run into Yeti. So yeah, open attack is the most value you're going to get from this. And you also want to be avoiding a potential Nautilus as the biggest damage sponge in the game. And now we're just looking at the block right here. Obviously, Overwhelm units. This is a mistake that a lot of players make into this deck. They try and block the Overwhelms first.
Battle Fury is possibly up if Romania were to run it in the deck, so a surprise lethal could indeed happen here that Spain has to think about. Spain can go deep. They have the Salvage and Jettison. They're at 23 now, so that would put them exactly at deep if they use both, going down to 15, and they might do so, but then they cannot play Nautilus this turn. And because I think they're maybe scared even of the Battle Fury, they're going to go for Vengeance instead. The safer play, they won't be killing the 4-5 here, but maybe it is a safer play indeed, and they can play Nautilus next turn and kind of go off.
Yeah, I think if you're playing around Battle Fury, you may even just have to hold the Vengeance here. Because with 8 mana, though, it could even not be Battle Fury. And there's so many things like Brother's Bond, Elixir of Wrath that instantly rejuvenate attack values right here. And we can see it is just the Elixir of Wrath, which, don't get me wrong, is also great damage to face. I do think that you can see that Spain are kind of scrambling a little bit right here. And they have to make these plays essentially to catch up in value. And unless they have a way to finish this off, which they don't in hand, this is going to be to regenerate back onto this Reaver. So yeah, Bulgaria actually feeling, or Romania rather, feeling pretty good about this turn.
We could see a missed call again, the casino missed call. Usually when I play in my decks, I have a pretty good, I make it so the situation can give me the unit I want. In this case, not always the chance to do that. So the casino here is going to be possibly a spider, possibly, okay, a Jaw Hunter, pretty good. A 4-1, not great blocker, but can swing in next turn and take down one of these, well, the Ballista most likely, and also generate some card advantage for that, free Beast Below with Nautilus. You are almost deep, but not quite there. I'm not sure if you can play Nautilus and go deep with just Jettison. I think you need, well, you can with the Dreg Jetters possibly, and Jettison. Yeah, you can do that. So Nautilus can be played this turn. It'll be a 13-13 blocker, so definitely what you want against Overwhelm and Battle Fury. And then you have a chance next turn to, if there isn't an open attack, just develop like crazy with all your sea monsters.
Yeah. Obviously, you leave the dredges right here to leave your options open, but I think you're right. I think it's probably just going to be the Nautilus here. If you're the aggro player, you have 2 Pharaons in hand with a Darius that's not leveled, so of course you drop the Pharaon, super easy play, and then you set yourself up for the future as well, these Decimates. And now, if you're Spain, you're essentially on a clock. You don't have a ton of healing in your deck, and also you're tossing like crazy. You're more likely to have sea monsters at the end of your deck than healing. So now you're at the point where you know you're on the receiving end of either a huge open attack, maybe even develop, but these Decimates are going to get their value in the next 2 to 3 turns. So yeah, it's not looking pretty for Spain. I'll say that much.
And here the swing from the Jaw Hunter, I think, has to come in. Being at 1 health, it means that when you're on the receiving end, when you're on defense, that Overwhelm's going to destroy and just do so much more damage. So probably going to trade here with the Iron Ballista. You have still the full mana to play the Nautilus this turn as well. It's going to be a surprise blocker. I'm surprised not to see the Nautilus coming down and a swing coming in. It pretty much has to be blocked just in case of Atrocity. And it's going to trade with any of these units, the 4/5 or the 8/8. Maybe scared of something like a Scorched Earth in this no, actually, yeah, it is Noxus. So Scorched Earth or like a Guillotine can kill the Nautilus once it is damaged, even if it's at 12 HP. But instead, going for the maybe safer play here. Devour coming out, going to do a 2-for-1 unit trade here, which is always fantastic. And you have a 7/7 to block the 8/8, so not too bad either.
Yeah, well, the Nautilus doesn't get to swing right here because they're not deep yet. So I guess it does make sense, yeah, to go to the Barrow, because it would only be next turn they get the deep on the Nautilus. So, yeah, I think having this just really chunky blocker makes the most sense. Ooh, going for the open. Yeah, I mean, like, I think you do need to be thinking about Ruination, but I think at the same time, your develop is fine if you just drop a Ballista. yeah, Romania thinking about it now.
And this should be, I mean, it looks like GG to me. Nautilus comes down, you're deep already, there's nothing to deal with it. It's a 13/13 that blocks 1 blocker completely. Then you have a free Beast Below, and then you have still 2 mana left over to play both Abyssal Eyes. So that board all of a sudden becomes an impenetrable wall of sea monsters with very high health. And next turn you have 2 elusive sea monsters swinging in as well for 12 damage, plus the potential to draw a possible Atrocity if Spain is running it in their list, and just to finish the game off with Nautilus Atrocity. So I don't want to call it too early, and the Decimates might have something to say here, because there is the chance for double Decimate, but if they go the Decimate route, there's still 2 HP for the Spanish team, and they're going to completely develop a huge swing for next turn, and I think they're going to be able to seal the deal here with Nautilus, Beast Below, and double Abyssal Eye.
Oh, interesting. You're saying that it's a win for the deep here. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they go for the develop right here. You're right. They go wide, and they get the free Beast Below, yeah, and the full board.
They're thinking that I play double
Are they dead
Decimate
on the
here.
rifle?
No, they're going to go down to 2 HP, and then Team Romania is thinking,
I mean,
okay,
with the open attack.
we're going to have
Like
to see
you-
that, exactly. There's going to be 2 Abyssal Eyes doing 12. The Nautilus has to be blocked by 8, so the Druggers are in. Yeah, it's lethal. I mean, it's 12 plus 7 plus. Oh, no, it's 1 off.
It's 1 off, right?
It's 12 plus 7, 18, 19 on the Druggers, so it is 1 off. So if Spain can't do anything here to get that extra bit of damage on the open attack, the immediate answer will be a slow speed Decimate next turn to kill them, unless they find a Withering Whale.
Yeah.
They have the salvage to draw, though, so there's a chance to do so. And they have the chance to find Atrocity as well. Fast speed response right off the open attack, even on Nautilus, is going to be blocked by Pharaon. You can Atrocity. And if you develop here, you lose, obviously. You cannot do it. You have to open attack. You have to salvage immediately, I think. Or once the block comes in, of course, on Nautilus. And then try and find either Withering Whale or Atrocity to win
Wait,
this game.
I think are we not both trolling right here? The Dredges pushes them over to 20, right? 6 plus 6 is 12, plus 7, which is 19, plus 1, which is 20.
You're right.
Did I
Our
lose
math,
basic maths?
our math was terrible. So it is legal. It's 20. Okay, never mind then. EU math not coming in clutch today. Australian math coming in clutch a bit later, so we'll get a half point there for you, Pulse.
Yep.
But it is lethal. Yeah, there's no fast speed response from Romania. There's nothing you can do here. Decimate is a slow speed spell, and Romania thought they were in the money. There was no way that they can be rushed down for 20 HP, and all of a sudden the D player brings out Nautilus, 2 Abyssal Eyes, and the Beast Below for free, which is exactly what we want for 9 mana. It's the perfect combination of sea monsters to get lethal this turn, and the Drug Judger being on the board actually wins the game for Deep. A measly 1-1 is going to do it here for the Deep player to win a crazy 20-0 turn here.
Wow, exact lethal. And it looked so good. Yeah, that's what I was calling last turn, because I was just like, either Romania expands and they develop and they look for the swing, which you're right, Nautilus will be able to match the develop with exactly what we see here, or they simply just blow out and then get counter swung and then we just lose straight up on arrival. And that's what ended up happening. Yeah, I mean, I think going for that open swing was just a little too... I think they lose either way, but I think you still have to develop right there because you still need to be able to push through with those decimates. I understand the thinking right there, just like, surely Nautilus won't be able to develop an entire board of sea monsters over one turn, but that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, it was literally the perfect combination of cards to find lethal, and the perfect combination of what Romania had to do to mess it up. Because, I mean, obviously there's a chance for much more counterplay the turn after that with Devours coming down and eliminating blockers as well, but overall, the double decimate there, they were going for there's no chance I just lose 20-0. I'm extremely healthy. Like, Deep can't do this in one turn. But then you see the perfect 9 mana that gives you Nautilus, 2 Abyssal Eyes, and the Beast Below. That's the surprise factor. It's not running the deck. It's not a main deck card. It's a card generated from Jaw Hunters that you don't always play around. And it's 0 mana with the Nautilus buff once you go deep. So it's something you can't really account for, but all of a sudden there's 20 damage presented and you lose the game basically off the open attack from 20 HP, which is devastating for the Romanian player. But for Team Spain, great news, 1-1 now. They come back into the series, and the final match here, the game 3, will decide who ends up almost making it through the playoffs. If Spain does win here, they do make it through.
Yeah, I said at the start, though, and I still think that's true, that I think Romania went with the perfect choice right there. I think aggro into that current situation made the most sense into what Spain could be bringing, and I literally think that I think that matches either like 70-30 or better for the aggro matchup. But the only thing was that turn 4, it literally was just being completely stalled out on turn 4 and not having the extra point of damage. Because imagine if that is literally anything. It could have been House Spider, it could be anything. It was 2 points of damage needed, literally 2 points, and they wasted that entire turn 4. So yeah, it really was just down to a horrendous mulligan, which was not their fault, absolutely not their fault at all. They just pulled into 2 Farons. So rough, really rough. It has allowed Spain back into this matchup, and you're right, we're onto this final game. You got any predictions for me? Any hard commits to some decks?
It's gonna be a hard one to call. Ash Nox is kind of the standard fantastic tournament deck. It finds great matchups across the board in most cases. Because it's been left open for both players, I think both players might have some kind of counterplay to it. So maybe they're both thinking, okay, if this wasn't banned and it's a great tournament deck, there's a reason for this, you know? I mean, I'm not seeing it immediately, but I think I'm gonna give it to the opponent enough respect to maybe think that they didn't ban this for a reason. The Elise deck is interesting. There are some pretty good healing options from, say, maybe Spooky Karma if they're playing Withering Whale, and even the Viheimer with Guiding Touch and Star Shaping. But other than that, I think this Elise deck can go under on the aggro Overwhelm list with Freljord. It can go under Ash Nox, and it can definitely go under Aesol Leona, a very slow deck that doesn't have any board clears, and a very fast Elise Fighters list, if that's what it is, could definitely beat that. So the queuing order and the polarized matchups here are plenty. There's a few of them that might be just instantly one in the deck builder.
Okay, all right. So I did think that Spain was going to go for Ashwajani. I wasn't expecting the Karma Thresh, actually. I thought they would maybe go towards Veimer or Leona and Aesol. But yeah, I think for Spain, when you're going with a game plan of where you're committing to your deep deck early, I think that it kind of makes sense that you go for such a consistent deck in the form of Ashwajani for your final game. And I think for Romania, they were more of a wild card to me. I was almost expecting a potential mirror, but I thought it was going to be a control matchup. It still is, but they went for the Karma Thresh variant.
And it's going to be an interesting one because Ash Nox, we know the deck very well. If Spain finds the Trapper on turn 3 and finds that Yeti on turn 4, things can snowball very quickly out of control, especially against a deck that doesn't really have any kind of mid-game in Karma. It has Ruination on turn 6 with the 3 spell mana banked, and there's obviously no response from Ash Nox. And that's going to be the biggest tool to say, okay, You develop your entire very scary board. I'm going to just wipe it away. Let's start again from 0 on turn 7. And that could be enough time for Spooky Karma to stall, to get to turn 10 with Karma, to level up, and to win the game. But even before turn 6, Ash Nox might already have done enough damage to win there.
Yeah, this deck really does everything. It is the truest of mid-ranges. It can move really fast into opponents. It can sometimes have really insane draws where you just like drop Trifarian and then you just like swing face and you get like 5 damage in for free on turn 2. It can do things like go super late with half guard. A lot of these variants as well can go way later than you. Even has the ability to have mid-range punches. Sometimes we even see like Wild Claw in these matchups. So yeah, this deck is super versatile, super strong, especially in tournament format, and really just eats a lot of decks alive on ladder in certain metas as well. So yeah, excited to see this one piloted by Spain. On the opposite side, Romania, yeah, I mean, we all know Go Hard by now. This is a slightly different variant. I personally haven't seen a single one win yet on stream. I'm not sure if you have, Panda.
I don't think I have, but I'm not too sure about that. But looking at the hands, though, I think it's important to highlight as well. No Trapper, turn 3. We saw a full mulligan from Spain. I think they mulliganed the exact cards they drew into. I'm pretty certain. My mental image is of the exact same cards: Ash, Glory Seeker, Troll Chant, and Flash Freeze. The Go Hard is an insta kill on this Glory Seeker, even if there wasn't a 1/1 that's made for this job to chump block a 5/1, survive, and have another spider come out of it in the Hapless Aristocrat. So. Not the start that Spain wants. This is a deck that you do have to high roll a bit to find the right curve. It's a deck that curves out perfectly like Scouts, and you want to play Trapper on 3, you want to play maybe another Trapper on 4, why not? And then go for the Ash Yeti on the turn 5 attack. In this case, they're not seeing it. There's the Ash next turn, there's a Hearthguard, sure, but they're missing the Trapper, which is the big tempo push, and Ruination is in hand for Romania. So the moment they get to turn 6, Romania, if Spain develops at all on turn 6, it's going to be an instant Ruination to wipe everything on the board.
Yeah, I think that we've seen the dark side of card games in this matchup. We have had so much bad RNG. We've had a horrific mulligan coming in from Romania. We saw the Sapling come off with a miscall earlier coming in from Spain. What else bad? We've just had like a terrible mulligan coming in from Spain. I don't think anyone's had good luck at all. I literally think everyone had the worst luck in this matchup possible.
And there, of course, the Glory Seeker cannot block, so the 1/1 just gets a little bit of extra chip damage, not anything that will be too consequential. This is not an aggro list. Spooky Karma is the complete opposite. It tries to take games to as far as they can go. Sometimes the game client will shut down on you while you're playing a Spooky Karma deck, but the Go Hard comes in here. Troll Chant can save the Glory Seeker. Unfortunately, I mean, the Glory Seeker does nothing unless it has a better target on the board. It has to swing into the 1/1, or it'll be blocked by the 1/1. So unfortunately, even if it survives, not much it can do. Until Ash attacks next turn, if it does Flash Freeze this Hapless Aristocrat.
Yeah, it feels bad that having to Troll Chant right there. I actually really love that Romania waited until their attack turn to go for that play and force out that card, because you really do need something to accompany the Ash. Otherwise, she almost just never gets to swing out. So being able to pull this one away, like an open attack could be, okay, right here, you're very likely pushing 5 damage to face at the very least. For Romania right here, you could do a bunch of different things. You're kind of just waiting on Spain right here. Ooh, dropping this straight up half guard, not even giving yourself any other options. Interesting. I don't hate it. I think that giving the opening hand on your opening mulligan, I think you do need to find some value, and you need it now before eventually you get overtaken by the Go Hard deck.
Looking at the bottom there, we see Croatia versus Belgium. Belgium with the attack token with a very wide board, and Croatia only at 4 HP. But I'm not sure they're going to survive this swing. Tryndamere and Trundle are there, but they don't have the attack token, so they're not going to really excel. And the swing might take it here. We see some Draglings as well to heal up, but you're already at 20 if you're Belgium. This is a Spooky Karma list that I'm sure took very big control of the mid game and is now threatening the kill there. Is there anything? And there's a Withering Whale there for Belgium, so maybe they can stay in it through that. And if they get to the next attack token, they can probably take it with the Overwhelm on Tryndamere and Trundle, and the Atrocity in hand as well.
Yeah, it's really just down to this turn, right? Do they have the ability to survive? I think with Freeze and Whale, with 5 mana and 3 mana, this is really, by the way, when you play a game so much and you're able to tell exactly what's happening just based on the tiny icons. And like, we're not looking at numbers right here. I'm just looking at the tiny beads that you can see.
There's a Harsh Winds as well, so there's a chance to stop a lot of damage here. The Thrush, of course, will just destroy himself against the wall that is Trundle, but really you're just trying to push for lethal damage here if you are, well,
no, give it back.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Production's always teasing us. They like to play these games. They know how we are. But it is a swing here for lethal. Karma not swinging in, which is surprising. I'm not sure what is being played around here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can afford to go slow there, right? Like, I think you just got to swing out and then try and push lethal, because now it's like almost certain that you're not going to be able to push this one through. And yeah, freeze straight into immediate whale is what we were talking about. And I think that now you're just kind of surviving if you're Croatia.
I guess the Tryndamere could have blocked the Karma and killed it. We're not seeing what cards are in hand for Belgium. Maybe they have the tools to stall out next turn on the attack from Tryndamere and Trundle, and they could survive that lethal and then finish off the game the turn after that in 2 turns. So we're not entirely sure. I think the game's not going to end just yet, though, so I think we can check that out a bit later, the outcome of that game, and move back into this game right now, because this game has not stopped for us. This is not, let's wait to see what happens with Belgium-Croatia. This game is still going on. Spain's fighting for their chance to make it through. And we talked about it. We're on turn 7 now. Ruination is still in hand. Spain's not developing units, not because they don't want to, and they're playing around Ruination, but because they don't have units to develop. They have 2 Cooling Strikes, 2 Reckonings, a Flash Freeze, and a Harsh Winds in hand, which is not what you want. You want to develop this board.
Yeah, it's not great. Romania on their side, they've just kind of been chilling for the last 2 turns. They haven't really felt threatened at all from the swings coming out. It's very difficult to swing in with the Ash. There's so many things that can potentially threaten it removal-wise. Just got to straight up commit the Vengeance right here as well. Got to counter with the Culling Strike here so they can swing out immediately on their turn, so there's no chance for Romania to develop. I think that you really just need to push damage, and you need to push it now, because we're turn 7 and you've only just gotten your first swing interface.
And Ruination was not used, it was only the Vengeance. Because there was only two units developed, you don't feel like you need to Ruinate just yet. There's not enough pressure on the board. The 5 damage comes in, but you're still, fairly healthy. You have quite a few heals. I think you should have a lot of heals in this Spooky Karma list, with Withering Whale and Vile Feast, for example. So you're fine losing a bit of health there. That being said, I think it's hilarious because Romania is thinking, damn, these guys are really playing around my Ruination. They're not playing any units. They're playing it really slow. They have no units to play. They only have spells. They can only react. And this is, we mentioned that the awkwardness of the hand at the beginning continued throughout the entire game for Team Spain. This is not what you want to see if you're playing a mid-range, board-centric list with a lot of very beefy units.
Yeah, I think in either scenario, banking right there was absolutely the right choice there from Romania. Really just want to keep up the ability to ruinate if they need to. But I think almost certainly they're going to develop River Shaper, which they do right here as well. They didn't need to do it last turn because banking that mana is, as aforementioned, important. And they can just kind of see what the Ash Sejuani deck does, because it's on them to do something. Because if this River Shaper, with the second River Shaper in hand, gets multiple swings up, also with the potential of Concussive Palm if they go aggressive, and this is a straight-up pass here from Spain, could be super devastating, because now you're just digging extremely hard for these go-hards. And yeah, so Spain essentially just has to do something here, and as we know, they don't have a ton of options.
Yeah, well, they have now the unit there, the Ryan Fang Wolf, not the most impactful of units. Would have liked to see a Trapper, maybe even an Assessor to draw into only 1 card, but it's something at least. And it might even be, it'll be buffs, it'll draw for itself as well. It'll be a 2-card draw from the Assessor. But, I mean, yeah, Reckoning is available. Maybe not the best board state to do so, and there's still 8 mana up for Team Romania, so they have the chance to deny. It's not in hand right now, but of course the players do not have the full information that we have, don't have the caster vision superpower that we have, and they can't know exactly what's in hand for Team Romania.
Yeah, solid River Shaper here. I think there was a consideration to maybe go for like a Thresh, but I think you really do need to keep that mana up for Deny here, just in case there is something like a Reckoning coming out from Spain. At the same time, if you're Spain looking at the situation, yeah, you can test the waters of Culling. I think, yeah, the potential of getting maybe too blown out by the Reckoning is too much. So yeah, Culling Strike makes a lot of sense here.
And really, it's the only option they had. They had to use this mana somehow. They want to try and fight for the board as soon as possible. I'm not sure if it's going too late into the game already. 9 mana up, Karma is enlightened next turn, and that will be obviously a mess to deal with if you're the Ash Nox player in Spain. And this open attack is not the open attack you expect to see when you're playing Ash Nox on turn 9. You expect to see a board full of big units with Ash almost leveling up and getting the no blocker potential, but it's not the case. Hearthcard's coming in for only 5 damage. There's no real burn in this deck. There might be 1 copy of Farron in the top end, but it might be too little too late, considering that Spooky Karma now is when they take over the game. They start runating, they have Rekindler, they have Thresh, they have Karma leveling up, and they're going to take over the game, I think.
Yeah, I think we're just on the cusp. We're just outside looking in right now because these two neutralizations on the River Shapers were super key. I think if these River Shapers had even managed to just cycle themselves out, we would probably just be in a dead on arrival. Like Romania totally take this one away. By actually making it harder for them to dig right here, I think there is a chance. Unfortunately, Spain are in a situation where they're forced into very specific plays. Like this open attack had to happen. There was no way they could ever develop the Sejuani. So they're forced to make these plays right now, whether at the whims of the top deck. So there's less ability to have skill expression in this matchup now. And then the added versatility that Romania now has from their deck is really what's going to bring it home, I think, in the next couple of turns. But we'll have to see because, if Halfguard keeps getting 5 to the face, like he will win the game.
The Reckoning possibility is being covered here. Of course, you don't want to develop the Sejuani when you've already attacked. You can't do anything this turn. You can't make use of the Frostbite effect, and you're playing into Ruination possibly, whereas Karma can just, survive the Ruination or die and then have a Rekindler bring her back anyway. Reckoning is a threat here. You have 2 copies. You have the mana to do it, and you're not going to be using it this turn. You might as well go for it, I think. And if there's a deny, there's a deny. If not, then you take that win there. Even if it plays into Rekindler next turn, at least it's one less Karma to deal with right now on the board.
Yeah, I think that you have to start trading resources. Like if they have deny, they have deny, and it's like a D&D legendary resistance. You've got to get through it anyway, so just take it away. And if they don't have it, then great, you killed the target. And yes, you are setting them up for like Rekindler down the line, but you need to take what you can get right now if you're Spain. And realistically, that was the upper end of value for their play.
And this is not what you want to see if you're the Ashe Nox player. This is kind of the worst possible outcome. This is how not to draw and how not to play this deck out. You don't find the Trapper, you don't find the Ashe early on, you find it gets killed immediately. You don't find the Assessor to draw into that crazy amount of fuel later on to still play into a late game. You're suddenly out of cards, out of options, only 3 cards in hand to do anything, and Karma is coming in. The second copy leveled up. You have so many options if you're Team Romania, and you're still pretty healthy at 10 HP.
Yeah, the Hawk was just not it. Obviously, Hawk, an incredible card early on, but exactly not what you want to be drawing later. Even with the half guard on top of that, like this could be Assessor coming in next turn. I think it essentially has to be like if you don't get Assessor right here with this board where you're pulling 2 cards, and I believe Assessor will also be 5 attacks, you'll be getting 3. You're basically just dead. This Karma, as you mentioned, is starting to ramp up. Like even these Vile Feasts are now starting to get huge amounts of value, and this board has even just gone wide as well. This is also a deck, by the way, that doesn't have a huge amount of overwhelm. Usually you're trying to finish out the game. Ashe Sejuani, by the way, is a deck that will finish with Ash Arrow, with Mass Freezers. Sejuani is not going to do it by herself. So these chump blockers will go a long way until Ash's condition is leveled. And there's the go-get as well for the protection. So yeah, just all the tools in hand right now for Romania.
Yeah, the Vile Feast was great with the doubling up to kill the Omen Hawk, but those fighters die to Reckoning anyway, so they can't be used as chump blockers for the Hearthguard. Karma, thankfully, is saved with 5 mana up. You can replay the Karma now, so that is fine. The one that's on board will be ephemeral and still at 0 attack, so will be dying, but this second Karma is being played for free, and the 0 mana Enlightened spell as well we played. So you do have a blocker now if you are Team Romania. There's still 2 units coming in for a big swing, and a Sejuani as well with Overwhelm, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this game has turned into a more control versus control matchup. And in those matchups, you attack the opposing hand, not the Nexus. And right now, you can see 1 card to essentially a full hand coming in from Romania. And remember, Spain mulliganed so they could have an aggressive draw. They just didn't get it. They went for the right game plan, but this is, I can see right now, Panda is bracing on cam. Yeah, it's not great.
Brutal Steel is not the top deck you want. I think you normally run 1 copy nowadays in the deck, and that is not the powerhouse card you want to draw into to, Yu-Gi-Oh! Hardly cards win the game at the very end there. Regardless of that fact, even if you developed, if you were Spain, you found something like an Ashe or a big unit to try and push through damage. Ruination is still there. We see double Rekindler there to just get Karma back next turn. And because Spain is so out of fuel, the moment you Ruination and reset the board, there's no comeback possible from Spain. There's no Assessor to maybe draw into cards. And it's just this Karma player slowly choking out Spain and bringing down it can't be stopped, the win here from Spooky Karma. We see just the insane value coming from Karma once she's leveled up. There's nothing in the game that matches it. And the Harsh Winds comes down, sure. The trade with the Hearth card comes down, but we're going to see Rekindler coming in next turn and the Karma player with a full hand of cards to play. And Spain, well, with nothing to do at all except for just watch this game slowly end.
slowly ebb away from them. As you said, like they just have all the time in the world. Ooh, what are we seeing? Interesting. Okay, so they still managed to win after all of that. Belgium still managed to get. That was game one, by the way. One was done with game two. Belgium finishing up their game right there. So it turns out their conservative attack did end up working in the end. I actually thought that Croatia were going to take it based off of that, but Belgium managed to swing back there. So well played to them. 1-0 up in the matchup.
So I imagine it was, like we mentioned, them not going for the full swing that turn, preserving karma, having a defensive turn the turn after that, and then winning on the subsequent turn, 2 turns later on the next attack token. So they do end up taking it. Belgium is, of course, last in Group A right now, and Croatia is fighting for that second spot. So a win from Belgium today would keep them in the running for the playoffs and would make Croatia 2 and 3. So definitely a third place spot for them after this day. Whoever wins it here, Romania or Spain. And it would have to be a decisive day tomorrow for all of these teams, especially if Romania wins this match here, which it looks like they will.
Yeah, we're actually on track for double upsets in Group A, which is absolutely nuts. I know we were saying at the start of the show, but I feel like this is one of the things you always say as a caster, right? You're just like, oh yeah, it could be upsets and it could be spicy. And in the back of your head, you're thinking, Topsy's going to take it, 100%. This is going to be the easiest day of your life. And then it literally has turned into double upsets start of the day. So I actually don't know anymore. It gives me hope, I will say, for the final match of the day with UK. But we're a long way away from that now. We're still looking at this game right here where pulling into Rheinfang, I said it before, I'll say it again. They had to pull into exactly a set of 3 turns ago, and they haven't in the last 3 pulls. So, yeah, if you're Romania, you can spend any resource you like. This is the freest ruination of your life.
And this ruination is there to do one thing and one thing only. Guarantee that if there's an assessor that's drawn in hand, it's the only out that possibly Spain has to come back into a lot of card draw and be able to take it next turn, maybe on a crazy turn or their attack token. Ruination immediately makes it so that there's no stop, there's no deny, obviously, in Ash Nox. The board is cleared. If there was an assessor in hand, it would be played now on an empty board and would be able to draw only 1 card. And now they're able to reset momentum. It wasn't the craziest ruination ever, but with the reset and with their hand, how it's looking like, they have a very high chance of just slowly, again, they're not going to win this turn, maybe not the next turn either. We'll be here for 5 more minutes, but they will end up winning the game.
Yeah, and it was actually so good because they had a cheap unit to play in their third River Shaper as well. So even if this was a double unit develop and somehow Spain was holding on to 2 units there, they're still good to go and they wouldn't die to an open swing. So yeah, as you said, like when you're ahead in any card game, you can afford to make low value plays and you can still just win the game. That's an adjustment every player just needs to know. These are just like fundamentals. And yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they went for there. Again, this is kind of just like discount assessor, which is not really it. This is just cycle, and it's the worst type of cycle where an effect has to happen first. So they're just cycling, they're just waiting, they're just kind of hoping that Romania doesn't pull into their big win conditions, which right now it's going to be Rekindler either this turn or next turn. But again, you're not really in a hurry. You can just kind of wait.
And this Brutal Steel, I mean, you're almost happy to see it if you're Romania. Sure, your River Shaper's dying, and there's a favorable trade for the Rheinfang Wolf. Fantastic, but that's the last card they had in hand, and that was a pretty non-impactful card for when you have 13 mana if you're Team Spain. So Rekindler comes down after the attack. The Rheinfang Wolf can't target this Karma. That's 1 Karma on the board. We might see a second one next turn, and this game will slowly, certainly go in favor of Team Romania. Oh, there's a Trapper. A little bit late there, Trapper.
Yeah, is it going to be second Rekindler? Yes, it is. I think no matter who you are, even if you're in tournament format, you always go for the double karma right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to pop off. It's about to become a light show in the house because this is about to be a tripled go hard, I believe. Yep.
And this is a interesting mechanic on how it works. It's not how you would think. If there's a pack your bags, it won't be just 3 pack your bags. It does reset back to the usual go hard for the second spell, for example, after the pack your bags. So it's a tricky one. This is a pack your bags now, and then it will revert back to a go hard. Well, there's nothing to kill anymore, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's the only thing you lose out in terms of value because you don't actually target anything, so the spell essentially fizzles, though it does still cycle more of itself into your deck. But yeah, we've essentially just turned online, and this is a huge open swing. Do your best, Bird. Try your best. Going down to 1. They're technically not dead, and they did just lose a Rekindler off of the Stalking Shadows proc.
We mentioned it. They might not die this turn, but they're going to be dying eventually. It's going to choke out very slowly. But yeah, the Yeti comes in, a great 6/6. But again, this is a tempo-based matchup, and you have to get the Yeti early on where it makes an impact. And there's a surrender from Spain. So Spain, unfortunately for me and for the Spanish fans back at home, they lose this game 1, this first series this is okay. We're back. Pulse,
Hey,
you and
guys.
I, just you and I. And Spain loses. Romania gets the win there, so they're suddenly in the top spot. They're also 3-1 now, tied alongside Spain. And depending on what happens between Croatia and Belgium, we'll see maybe a three-way tie with Croatia also getting a win possibly, and they'll all be 3-2, or Belgium getting a win, and all of a sudden it's almost a four-way tie, and Belgium has a chance to realistically make it out of this group.
That's nuts. That is crazy. I honestly, I looked at this group and I saw the matches today, and I was like, okay, Spain take it, and then they basically lock themselves in and then lock everybody else out. And that's the exact opposite of what happened. Romania had to exactly beat Spain to basically turn this entire group into turmoil, and that's exactly what they did. Yeah, kind of blown away. I think you can break down that matchup for hours. Ultimately, it came down to a lot of bad RNG from both sides, to be fair. But in that final game, I think we saw a relatively neutral draw coming in from Romania, and then Spain drawing literally nothing for like 13, 14 turns in a row.
And the biggest thing, the tiebreaker here is going to be the game wins for every series. So if you win a series 2-0, that means you're +2 on the game differential. If you win the series 2-1, you're only +1, and vice versa if you lose. At the end of the group stage, we're going to be counting what the differential is for each team. We're going to be checking that out, I think, as we go through today's stream and tomorrow's stream as well, because it is quite impactful now to see what teams make it through on if there's a potential tiebreaker. If tomorrow Spain's playing Belgium, if they lose, they're 3-3. Belgium is 3-3. If they win against Croatia today as well. And depending on who wins from Croatia, it could be literally a four-way tie in this group A. So a lot can happen. The tiebreaker will be off of game differential, first of all. So this 2-1 loss from Spain is bad, but it could be worse. It could be a 2-0.
Yeah, the rule set, I believe, is public, but if you hate reading, I'll just tell you there's 3 different filters before we finally get to a best of 3, which the teams will play. So there's a lot of different filters that we'll have before teams will actually have to play additional games. So it's almost never going to come to that. So it's unlikely we'll have additional streamed games, and we should be able to go straight into next week. However, if that does change tomorrow on match day 6, because I've seen crazy in my time as a caster, then we will let you know if we have additional games to play, and then let you know how those go out. But yeah, it pretty much should be solved either in the group or, as you said, off of win-loss delta.
And of course, the next match we see there on stream is going to be Russia versus Poland. So Poland, a fantastic team, came as one of the bigger seeds, the better seeds in this tournament. They have a great player in Alan ZQ, usually piloting most of the decks, with Duel Fanel and Choco Pass rounding up that team. I'm going to be seeing them on stream playing against Russia, who's currently, I believe, bottom of their group. So Russia fighting for a chance to still stay in it. And Poland, same as today here with Spain, fighting for a chance to just right away with a 4-1 record if they win today, punching their ticket into the playoffs. So we'll be checking that out after a short break. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back in a few minutes.
All right, welcome back to LoR Masters Europe Day 5. Apologies about that. We had a bit of delay. We had some technical difficulties behind the scene. We had to reset a couple things and then come back to you. So we had to impromptu go to a 15 to 20 minute break. So very obviously to you because you just sat through it. But we're back now. We'll be heading into our second series of the day.
Yeah, and a great series at that, Poland versus Russia. We mentioned it initially with Poland being top of their group right now, one of the top seeds going into the tournament, and Russia being, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, currently 1-3, bottom of their group, with Portugal and Latvia sandwiched in between them. So Russia has to get a win today. If they don't, if they go 1-4, they are, I'm going to say, mathematically out. I'm pretty certain on that one. And Poland will be mathematically in. So a decisive game for both teams here. Poland to punch their ticket through to the playoffs already a day early, so they're doing their homework very early on. And Russia fighting for survival.
Yeah, just be aware this is Panda Pulse math, and it could be significantly off, so just stay with us. But yeah, it's basically they should be locked in. Yeah, so Poland, up until last week, were completely undefeated. They stomped every single team in their group, and they headed into the second round robin, and then immediately lost. So there is definitely a possibility for them to lose again. That was into Portugal. But I think, honestly, Poland are just giants in a group where they're just significantly stronger than every other team. I think, I'll be honest, I said it during the break, but I think that Poland was a little stubborn in their games last week. With their first game, they had their Draven Ezreal game, and it was just like, didn't work. Probably a bad idea heading into the second game. Do it anyway. And again, they lost the second game. It was a 2-0 sweep by Portugal, which, great for them. I mean, that's exactly what they wanted as a kind of gimme series, so they could potentially take second in their group. But now for Russia, I think it's kind of like, the gloves are off. Poland are ready to start swinging out.
Looking at the teams here, Poland coming in with Alan ZQ, one of the biggest streamers in the European Runeterra scene, one of the best players as well, especially on ladder. Followed up is Shogo Pass, a 17-year-old, so very young talent on this Polish team, and Dual Fanel, a veteran from Magic the Gathering and Gwent. Looking at Team Russia, we have Humble Opinion, Ace, and Nice Racer rounding out the team there. And a little information about the Russian team, another chess player in Humble Opinion, also quite young at 19 years old. And Ace coming from a background of League of Legends, Heroes of New Earth, and Artifact, so a lot of different games for him as well, with Nice Racer playing a lot of Hearthstone, very common in a lot of CCG players, especially in this digital age. They play a lot of Hearthstone and Gwent and Runeterra and mix everything together because of the skill set. It transfers so easily between games, and also having a Gwent background. Nice Racer.
Yeah, exactly. I think the things that have like the least transferable skills are probably the MOBAs, which we do have like Dota 2 thrown in there for Alan ZQ and also Han. Then again, like if you played League of Legends, for example, which Ace has, then maybe you know the champions and you kind of know what they can potentially do. I'm reaching here. So yeah, we should be able to get this series up to you very quickly. We should be heading in very quickly because we did have that long delay. So again, apologies for that. But now heading into this matchup, we were looking at these decks and the approximations. Of course, it's a closed deck list, but the assumption here is that Poland has a relatively should I say, meta lineup, and I think Russia isn't doing anything too crazy here as well. The biggest major surprise is Scouts, but again, even that is not really out of the ordinary. And the Poland are probably looking relatively simple here as well. It's worth mentioning that we do have Soraka Kench, which I believe neither of the teams we had at the start of the day were running, but apart from that, pretty simple. So it will come down to these bans, which the biggest change will happen here.
Yeah, and a few interesting lists from Poland. Like you mentioned, I think Alan and company are a team that really doesn't get too creative, too memey. They want to play, the objectively best decks, bring them all, and then decide how to go with their opponent's decks and what to ban and what matchups to bring up. But overall, we're going to see a lot of very good decks. The biggest new inclusion is the Draven Ezreal. It's a list that may be on the fringe there of being the 8th or 9th best deck in this lineup for Poland. It's a deck that hasn't proven itself completely. It's been very fresh coming in the past week or two after the Ezreal buff. And also the Elise GP, which should probably be a go hard list. Again, maybe it's a bit more ahead of the Ezreal Draven in terms of cementing itself as a meta deck. It has proven itself in many tournaments already and on ladder for many different players and different variants of the deck. So I'm not too surprised to see it here, but bans come in and interesting list being banned.
Yeah, Draven just got aggro being banned away there at Russia, and also Tamken Soraka, which is interesting. I actually wasn't expecting that to be banned at all by Poland. I think the lineup is actually pretty well positioned into it. Lee's being banned here as the Elise Twisted Fate deck. I think Russia want to take away these variables. I think my guesstimate would be for Poland to maybe take away Lee Sin. No, wrong. It was Elise and Kalista into Russia. And for Russia, for their final ban, maybe it will be just a simple Weimar here. I don't think they need to be that afraid of the other decks here. Yeah, and there's Weimar and Heimerdinger. I'm getting them in fast now because I was told that while I was talking last time and I was like, getting the predictions in, they were already on screen. So I'm trying to be faster with my predictions.
And you were correct there. I mean, it wasn't too much of a surprise for me either, considering that they have played the Heimer Vi deck before. Alan has piloted it, and they have gotten wins with it, and they have proven it's not a deck that I think every player and every team is very comfortable with, but Poland is one of those teams alongside teams like Germany that are comfortable with this list and do have, the skill and the necessary decision-making to pilot it to very high highs. So in this case, it is banned here. It is locked in for Russia, though, so maybe a team that is also feeling comfortable, also feeling good with this Heimer Vi, a deck that has so much decision making and so much sequencing, different orders you can take, and so much value to be had from Heimer and the Invoke cards as well. If you pick the right cards and you play them in the right order, we'll see if they manage to do that. And I'm also not surprised to see Anivia being locked in here. This is also a big favorite for Alan, for Team Poland. And it's a deck that works very well in the current meta against Go Hard, for example, and against a lot of the slower control decks. This is kind of the ultimate control deck alongside maybe Spooky Karma. That becomes a bit of an interesting matchup near the end game there when it's 30 round games. But in this case, not too surprised to see it coming from Team Poland.
Yeah, I think from Poland, I was definitely with their line of thinking. I was just like, it's very unlikely Russia will go for the combo deck. So it's so easy just to pick up the Anivia deck here and be like, we have a pretty good matchup to anything you could possibly have. The biggest surprise for me was what Russia picked up. I wasn't expecting them to go for Weimar. I was thinking maybe they go hard, maybe they go for Esojani, or maybe they just go straight up mid-range. I was actually leaning towards them maybe picking up mid-range here. They went for Weimar, which I think is very bold because obviously they banned out the Weimar deck. And as you just mentioned, Poland, I think probably the Kings. I would say that at least top 2, if not the best pilots in the entire tournament of this deck. So I think it's quite brave bringing it out into them in game 1, but we'll see what Russia can do.
The biggest thing with the Go Hard list, I think it's very strong list and has a lot of fantastic matchups and can do so much. It's very versatile. It has, everything. You can play aggressive at the start. You can play into a later kind of game plan with cycling and so much card draw and fuel for the late game as well. And the option to make some pretty unique plays with Twisted Fate as well. But in this case, against Anivia, it's really a problem because there's no units to target almost with the Go Hards. There's so many board clears. If you go aggro with something like a Jagged Butcher into Elise, into Croaker, deckhand early on, a lot of very cheap units, that low mana curve is completely depleted by something like an Avalanche or a Withering Whale. So it's a tough matchup, and Poland is a big proponent of playing Anivia, so maybe they expected that and said, okay, it's not banned for a reason. They're trying to maybe find this matchup, let's play something else and not bring Go Hard into this.
Yeah, so now going to this matchup, I'm just thinking about it. What are your initial takes? How well do you know this matchup? Because I'm not super familiar with this double control matchup.
Well, I can tell you they're both late game decks. That's I can tell you that much. They're both control decks, especially Anivia. Anivia's game plan does not start till turn 7. Everything before that is just, the setting the stage for the bird to come out and to come out again and again once it's killed and revived. That's kind of the last breath effect on Anivia. And whereas Heimer Vi is able to close out games fairly early once Heimer comes onto the board. That being said, we'll have to see. I think the biggest thing is going to be the combat spells and the protection spells for Heimer, because there's going to be a lot of threats coming from Anivia. There's going to be Vengeances, there's going to be maybe even Crumbles, there's going to be Grasp of the Undying as well. So there's going to be a lot of threats that are going to definitely try and take down Heimer the moment he comes onto the board, maybe even something like the Vi as well. And there's also Ruination, which just clears the board of turrets, of everything. And this is not a list that has Ionia with it, like Heimer used to have. It used to be Heimer Vi with Ionia, used to have Will of Ionia and Deny to kind of really excel at your game plan. But in this case, it's with Targon, which has great spells for cycling, Guiding Touch, Star Shaping for healing, even the Pale Cascade for getting some attack buffs on Heimer when he's very weak attack, and also some survivability with a +1 HP. But it has no denies. And that means that once your board is developed, you have a Heimer, you have all the turrets, you think you're the king of the world, Ruination comes down and you're reset, and Anivia's still there, but Heimer is definitely not.
Yeah, that's basically how I think this matchup will go. I think there's a window basically from turns 1 to 7 where Weimar potentially can go for an aggro game plan and look for a mid-range beatdown and potentially finish off the Anivia deck before it really gets rolling. And I think that we'll probably see a mulligan pretty aggressively for that game plan. I think basically you just can't compete with late game. Just quickly, everybody, we are just waiting for a little bit because they're looking to reset the game, both teams. There was an in-game bug for Russia, so something that obviously out of everybody's control. So just going to reset that one real quick, get back into the game, and then once again, we should be able to bring that up for you. So should only be, this is a simple one. I think of all the technical difficulties that often plague broadcasts, this is one of the easy ones, so we should be back into the game very shortly.
And of course, it's our job to just stall out in these cases and just continue talking about whatever there is to talk about. I could tell you guys a lot of stories about some of my co-casters like Mogwai, but I'm not going to do it. I know he's sweating right now thinking about what I could unleash onto the world, but I won't do it. We did talk about it a bit backstage this morning. It was quite a funny time, but let's talk about some stuff that we have to mention about the tournament itself. Some things that maybe some viewers are, coming to the broadcast now, haven't watched the rest of the days, aren't super aware of. This is a 3 versus 3 tournament, which means that each team has 3 players representing them, and only 1 player, of course, piloting the game itself at the same time. There's not 3 mouses just flying around trying to fight for control of the game. It is 1 player piloting, usually the captain of the team, the most experienced player. In this case, for Poland, it's going to be Alan. And for Russia, I'm not too sure, actually. It could be any 3 of them. I think it might be swapping as well between weeks, but it is 3v3. Even if you see only 1 player on camera, they are talking in a call. All 3 players are weighing in on the options, and then 1 player executing those options. So it's a 3v3 game, and maybe you can, with Czechia, they're all in the same place, so you might see 3 players. It's not an unfair advantage. It's not a 3v1. It is always 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I really like the idea that they could fight over the mouse. I think that would make for a very interesting format instead of just having 1 pilot. But there are so many interesting considerations because of the format, right? Like, you will have some players who are better at just being in their own head and making their own plays and not discussing. And I think there will be players who are the opposite. I think they will benefit from having multiple minds and but like, I think the biggest thing that we saw last week was the Norway game. And I don't want to harp on it too much, and I will talk about it again in the Norway game, but it's not something that I think, like, people will meme it for a long time, but they really shouldn't. It's just one of those things that happen. But it was just a straight up misplay that ends up losing the game into UK last week. And the person who was piloting at the time was Marcus. And Marcus is an extremely established player. I mean, you've seen him yourself, Panda. He's a real force to to be reckoned with when he's by himself. So that's also possibly a player who is weaker in a format where there are multiple voices talking.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Norway is currently 0-4, so the worst team in this tournament in terms of purely results. Of course, it's a card game. There's variance. There's polarized matchups. There's a lot that goes into play. It's not just Norway being the worst team. It could be the team that had a bit of bad luck, a few 2-1 losses that should have been 2-1 wins, etc. Could be anything. But like you mentioned, on the flip end, Marcus is a player who has just won 3 Fight Night EU tournaments in a row. So top 8 players in Europe get invited to the tournament every Friday, and he's won all 3 of them through the grand finals, not dropping to losers bracket at all. So it's extremely impressive. Like I mentioned, because the card game has variance, has some luck element, it's not 100% player skill like in some other esports titles. It's extremely impressive to have that consistency and win 3 tournaments in a row. And then on the flip side, they're 0-4 in this team-based format. So maybe that might be a deciding factor there, but definitely an interesting detail to note.
Yeah, you don't RNG yourself into 3 victories in a row. That just doesn't happen, right? Like 1 maybe, but certainly not 2 and certainly not 3. So I think there definitely is something to be said right there. But at the same time, like there's been a lot of interesting discussion on format and whether this is the best format. I know that Mogwai was very vocal on Twitter and was immediately shut down by another player. I think that what is not debatable is it has created some of the best matchups we've ever seen so far in terms of a viewer experience. I think for me, watching these games and casting over them, they've been so interesting. Like having 9 decks, like it can create very rock paper scissors scenarios, and I totally agree that is a consideration when you look at the competitive integrity of the format. But it's really fun to watch, right? Like I love being able to like predict what Russia are thinking, what Pollens are thinking, considering the different play styles of the 3 different players on the enemy team, considering potentially what they'd be looking for counter matchups, considering maybe if decks on the enemy side are completely bait decks in the first place, right? Like all of these things are not possible in many other formats. So I think it has created many different scenarios. That being said, I do agree with the sentiment that like if you're looking at like if there was to be a Worlds, for example, like the very top echelons of play, I probably wouldn't lean towards this format.
Yeah, I think it's still up for debate. The thing that I think to really highlight is the fact that, well, this is a very unique format, and I think it's important in card games that have been the same for years and years with all the different card games and digital card games coming to the market and having esports scenes and competitive scenes. It's always stuck to pretty similar formats, Conquest, best of 3 or best of 5 with 1 ban, etc. And having a unique take on a competitive format, at least trying to find maybe something that could be more enjoyable or more competitive or a mix of both, which is the ideal scenario, I think, for viewers and competitors alike, would be fantastic. And this is maybe a step in that direction. Like you said, I think there could be improvements, and it is a wild format to have. Definitely a very fun one. Not entirely sure if strictly the most competitive and the most rewarding for competitive players to prepare for. Mostly because of the fact that you have 6 decks available after bans, and that is a huge window where you can really target or really get a very clear preparation for what deck your opponent's going to bring, because they have so many options, and what deck you should be bringing in response. If it was a smaller format, maybe 7 decks with a few bans as well, and still a smaller pool of decks to choose from, that could be interesting, especially for best of 3. Or even this format for best of 5 would be interesting with 6 decks available. Having to play 3 of them would be a bit more interesting as well. But definitely props for the unique take, and I think it could be something that could be developed or improved upon as we move along.
Yeah, and it's also something we don't know until we play it out, right? Like, I think a lot of people initially looked at the format and bashed it super hard, right? Before anyone had played it, before anyone's seen it before, and you have nothing to base it off, and people was like, this is the worst, there's no way this is going to be good. And it has still produced incredible games and incredible matchups and some of the most intense moments we've seen. I agree. I actually also think that looking at how this tournament has developed, I personally wasn't expecting people to go so wide with their decks. I thought that there was going to be some crossover champions, and then we're going to see like making the decision between banning a champion, banning 2 decks out, or banning a champion and banning a really strong deck out. What we ended up seeing is no one repeats champions ever, literally nobody. So that is something that has to be a consideration as well, is that we just didn't know until players started playing the format, and we just didn't know that or had the ability to think of in that way.
And initially in most card games, you would think that the correct line of play is to just bring duplicate champions of pretty much all the decks and then just play whichever deck is in ban, and we would have the strongest decks that way. But because the Runeterra balance is so good and so many champions and different decks are viable, all 9 of these decks that players are bringing feel, maybe not tier 1, but feel competent and capable to win games. I think it shows that that's one of the reasons why players aren't duplicating champions and not risking having less stuff, diversity in their choices when they have 6 decks available. They want to have 6 decks, not 5 or 4. It also makes targeting easier for your opponent if you have less decks, for example. So I think it's telling that it shows that the balance is so fantastic. In Runeterra as a card game, it's always notoriously very difficult to have more than 5 decks that are considered very, very strong. But in Runeterra, it's almost 20 that I can consider capable, and I could play on ladder and feel good about it. So it's definitely a testament to the balance, and I think it shows here with the diversity in decks and the decks we can see. You would never see a Darius, Freljord, Overwhelmed deck usually. That would be considered a meme deck, but we just saw it get play, and it did take a loss against Deep, but it was there. It was 2 HP away, so it almost got a win there.
It should have won. If they didn't have that awful turn 4, it should have won.
That's true.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like you saying, like I completely agree, by the way. I think balance in this game is exceptionally good, and I think that a lot of the patches have been extremely good in terms of balancing, and I think the balance team catches a lot before it even becomes a problem, and it kind of makes sure that the meta is, for the most part, very healthy going into each new release. But somehow that is a controversial statement. There are so many people in the community who will say that's totally wrong, all these patches are awful. These have been like 2 out of 10 patches consistently. Maybe the last one is like the best one that we've seen, but the rest of them are awful. And I'm just like, completely disagree. If like taking a look at, if anyone's had like, even I have a minor history in card games, so like obviously take everything I say with a pinch of salt, but like from what I've seen, like these balance patches have been some of the best I've seen across the board. Maybe not even just in TCGs, but in other games that I've covered as well. Like the fact that they're so far ahead of the curve, and the transparency coming out from the people who are making these decisions and talking about the design philosophy, and then being able to cross-reference those notes with yourself and being able to talk about, okay, well, that's what I thought, or maybe this is what I was considering. And even if you don't agree, you can at least see the line that you were thinking about. And we really haven't seen a lot of that in any game ever. So I think it's super cool that this is happening from the ground up.
I love how this has turned into from a competitive tournament to all of a sudden a podcast between you and me, Pulse, just giving our thoughts about Runeterra and the meta. I'm liking it. I'm not complaining. The viewers might be complaining a tiny bit. It's not, unfortunately not our decision. We're not, taking the broadcast hostage and making this our new podcast. What do you want to call it, Pulse, the podcast?
Ooh, I don't know. I feel
I had a name come into mind, but I think I'm not going to mention it, considering we both
start can't say on air?
I mean, I can say it, but maybe not the best idea. We'll keep that a secret for now, but the reason is, of course, Russia is having some problems with their client, so they're working on restarting it, trying to get into the game. We're not actively taking the broadcast hostage. It is just trying to, just discuss Runeterra and fill up the time here while we wait for the match, the problems to be resolved with the client for Team Russia, and for the match to go underway. Obviously, we're not going to give Team Russia a disqualification or anything like that. We want to obviously wait for them to be able to resolve the issue and jump into the game against Poland.
Yeah, actually, from what we've heard just now from production, it seems like there's actually multiple countries having problems starting the game. So it's actually just not a Russia-specific thing. So across the board, people are having problems. So we may have a problem that's actually unique to the game client right now, possibly on different shards, but we will be investigating that and trying to get it up as fast as possible. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that we've definitely gotten a little bit looser here, and I think that this is something that every caster and anyone who's viewed esports for any amount of time just knows that sometimes tech difficulties come up, and then we just chat. I had a time when I was casting the LPL, and we literally had I think it was like a 2.5 hour pause, but we didn't know how long it was going to go on for. It was constantly just like, it's going to be 5 minutes, it's going to be 10 minutes, it's going to be 5 minutes, we're going to be back in 2 minutes, we're going to be back in 5, and then we'll send it to casters and it's still not ready, and we'll send it back to analyst desk. And it got to the point where myself and my co-caster, I think it was Froskuren at the time, and we got up, we just picked our seats up, we walked over to the analyst desk, we pushed someone aside, and we're like, all right, we're just going to talk. And we just did that for 2 hours. And that was some of the best content we ever made, was just off of, it was a happy little accident. And sometimes you get these situations and you just got to make the best of it.
Well, we'll hope this break is going to be a happy little accident, not a happy big accident. 2 hours would be, I think, a devastating blow. I know I love talking to you, but maybe 2 hours might be stretching it a bit too far. But I have had also, not as long as that, not 2 hours, but definitely longer breaks. Hopefully, it seems like it's a universal client issue with many different countries, so it could be just a problem with the in-game client itself that hopefully will be resolved. It's on a production side of things, but more the game client itself, which we obviously need to play a Runeterra. This is a Runeterra tournament after all. Hopefully it can be resolved. We'll come back for that soon. But if not, then I guess, Pulse, we're going to be going through a lot of different topics. We can start off. It's going to be our podcast. We can use this as a jumping ground, push off of this point here, and we can start something in the next few weeks.
Yeah, maybe this is talking too much behind the scenes, but we were chatting about the potential of just maybe doing a one-off after this tournament. And we were talking to Max and Mogwai. So if it goes really long, maybe we'll be able to wrangle them in here and get them to talk. But yeah, definitely after the tournament, it'd be super cool to get something going. because I think like just having a wrap up, right? There's kind of just not enough time in the day usually. Like after the games are finished, like everyone goes home and it's just like, all right, that's a wrap. See you later, everyone. And then we just don't really get time because if you look at like, some of the other broadcasts, especially for like Worlds, even domestically, like you look at the LEC, they have like pre-game and post-game lobbies. They get to talk about the day, decompress, talk about what happened during the week, predictions for next week, that type of thing, or just generally like shoot whatever's happening during the week. So yeah, I think like having something like that would be super great down the line. I don't know. Is there any hot topics that you have that you want to talk about right now about Legend of Runeterra?
I mean, we can discuss the
take?
very recent announcement that was released yesterday with the full information about the seasonal tournaments coming in for Runeterra starting in December. There's going to be a cutoff on December 6th from ladder. So if you're a top 700 player in the Masters rank ladder, which should be the case for most countries, that will be, well, it looks like we're in game one. So, all right, see you guys later. We're not talking about that right now, but we're back in the game between Russia and Poland. I'll leave that on a cliffhanger. People don't know. The top 700, they don't know what's going to happen. They might have a tournament. They might evaporate from Earth. They don't know what's going to happen after that. But looking at this, Navia coming in for Poland and Russia bringing, like we mentioned, the Heimer Vi list.
Yeah, basically, just to put a cap on that, there's going to be more Legend of Runeterra action and more esports things happening in the future. So stay tuned; it will be happening. So we're finally into the matchup. We have Humble Opinion from Russia. We swapped players here because there was one with Game Client again, and with Poland we have Alan ZQ. I don't think Poland have. I should say it the other way around. I don't think Alan ZQ has relinquished pilot condition from anybody else. I think every single game has been Alan ZQ.
That being said, Alan is probably the player on the team that puts the most time into the game. He's streaming every day for many, many, many hours. I see him if there's daylight outside, Alan is streaming basically. If it's nighttime, maybe he's not. But if the sun is out, Alan is on the streaming grind. So he puts in the time and maybe has the experience with Runeterra to say, hey, I have the best results and I'm the best player and I think I should pilot. And I think it's something that the entire team might decide and agree with, which is it's not just Alan being, the dictator on the team. I think it's a decision that everyone makes together, and he might be maybe by a slight amount, but maybe the best pilot and the best player on the team. And definitely, the biggest streamer and the biggest name as well. And looking at the hand here, though, we see a slow start for the Navia deck. That is what it kind of aims for. It has the Avalanche to clear. It has no Ruination yet. We mentioned the spell being extremely important, but it does find the grasp to maybe take down a Heimer.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the mulligan here, unfortunately, from Russia, but they didn't have anything to play on 1 and 2, and they will be able to hit 3 pretty hard, but their 4 kind of blows as well, unfortunately. So going for this significantly more aggro game plan is almost out of the window at this point. I think you have to pivot. We were talking about turn 7 and turn 8 kind of being the cutoff when you're going into this deck here from Poland, and I think, unfortunately, you've gone a little too slow. So I think now setting up for value from that Vi and Heimer are going to be your best bets.
And the second Spring Guardian here is pretty nice because Avalanche can't deal with it. So normally you get punished on a development on turn 3 if you're playing against Navia or against Trundle Tryndamere, because the Avalanche is a possibility. And most units coming down on turn 3 or turns 2 and 1 are going to be under the 2 HP limit. But in this case, there is not that limit. What we can see here is a Vile Feast onto one of them, brings them down to 3-2. The block onto the other one brings it down to 3-2. And those are set up indefinitely for a possible Avalanche going down the line. So Navia list is a list that doesn't really, kind of sets up plays many turns in advance to then capitalize on that later on.
Yeah, it's such a good way of thinking about it. I never actually thought about it in that way, because not only Nivea obviously is the very simple one to look towards, but you're right, with removal spells and how there is a combination of fast and slow. Yeah, there's a lot of setup coming in, and for Poland, I think this makes a ton of sense. They're looking at a potential block on the 3-2. I was definitely looking at your initial line, which was block the 3-3 and then look for the following Avalanche, but I'm trying to look at considerations here for blocking the 3-2, if pulling into a whale maybe. Yeah, no, it's too easy, right?
The Russian team was also very confused once they saw the spider hover towards the 3-2. They're like, wait, this is not the math checking out how I expected it to, because obviously these players, they don't know the deck list. They are closed deck list, but if you're the Russian player, if you're Humble Opinion, you know for sure that Avalanche is being played in a Nivea list. It's kind of a guarantee, and you know that that's a card you have to play around and potentially not play too much into as the game goes on. So this is the block that would be expected. You are giving away information if you're Team Poland by blocking like this, kind of telling your opponent, hey, I have Avalanche, I'm planning on using it later on. That's information that can be crucial for Team Russia to capitalize on. But yeah, you have to give it away. It's going to happen instantly here, and both Spring Guardians do go down. Unless a Pale Cascade is used.
I was gonna say that's the only consideration I think for Poland is just like just in case maybe they get additional value coming in from Pale Cascade and they're able to swing out and look for damage, which again would be in line with a more aggro game plan. I think considering how slow the early game is, maybe it's a little too fast. But I think with the opportunity presenting itself and with the amount of mana on board, then maybe they would be able to go for that grasp. I just want to double check with you. Can you see the stream right now?
I can.
Okay, well that's a me problem. So take it away.
Hopefully it can be resolved soon, but it looks like that Spring Guardian will survive with the Pill Cascade being played. The Pill Cascade, the only card in hand that had the potential to give Heimer more health and play around Grasp. Because it was used this turn, it was able to save the Spring Guardian, and the Spring Guardian to survive, although at 1 HP, so it's still vulnerable to a potential Whale draw next turn or another Avalanche coming in later. So maybe kind of an inconsequential point. It might just die anyway. And now there's no Pill Cascade. The cycle effect did come in, the Nightfall effect, great, you get to draw a card. The attack buff was not used because the attack token was already used. So that's a good play by Poland, trying to give Pill Cascade the least value possible. The attack is inconsequential as well. The health buff is the only thing that mattered. But it would have maybe mattered more in saving Heimer later on, because now a Grasp is possible next turn if Heimer is played, and there's no spell to save Heimer.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I mean, again, that goes back to the argument of just like, do you look for value now to try and hit phase, or do you just kind of assume that your opponent has enough of a buffer, not only with their HP pool, and you can't move fast enough, and your opponent has healing in the form of Grasp or Whale or things down the line. I think personally I would have gone slow and maybe not have paled there, just because you do need to protect Heimer. That being said, if you're a good player, you just pull Pale off the top, and then you can just do that anyway. Wouldn't have the mana for it this turn, unfortunately, to develop the Heimer on the defensive turn, but I mean, still, they are able to protect it, so not the worst. And open pass in Poland makes total sense.
Yeah, well, more than anything, they have nothing to play other than Avalanche and Grasp of the Undying, which is obviously not the greatest possibility when you have only a Spring Guardian there. It's not the greatest target for the Grasp. And the Spring Gifts did come out as well to heal it back up. So the card that's generated by the Spring Guardian is going to be used to heal it back up to 3/3 and dodge a potential second Avalanche as well. Grasp is indeed committed here. So maybe Poland's seeing that they have to start playing quicker. They have to start using this mana to get some kind of value. And they take down the Spring Guardian this turn.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, if Vi swings out with that Spring Guardian, you're just kind of taking a little too much damage. So I think having to be forced into that play makes sense. They also just pulled into exactly Vengeance, which is absolutely perfect. I think if that had been anything else, they would be in a little bit of trouble, especially if Heimer was developed here on top of the Pale Cascade. But if you have Vengeance, who really cares?
That's the exact card I was looking for in hand once the Spring Guardian was killed, and I saw the Vi come down, and I thought, okay, they don't have it. That kind of sucks. And they just draw into that exact card. They top deck the Vengeance this turn with exactly 7 mana. So if the Vi open attacks, they might bait them into using it there. It's obviously the attack token wasted, let's say, by a deck that is slower and is trying to be the aggressor in this matchup. But then the Heimer comes down uncontested. So now that Heimer comes down first, there's a decision. Do you want to kill the Heimer and the Vi this turn when you could with Vengeance? Do you want to provide a blocker in Anivia to stop this Vi from dealing any damage to face? There's not much mana for Heimer to really go off and pull out a lot of turrets, so you're not under too much pressure yet. And your Anivia will die, but that's kind of her purpose in life until turn 10. She dies and comes back with her Himmler later on. And next turn, we will probably be seeing a Vengeance. And there isn't anything that can really be done from this Targon PNZ deck. We mentioned it, no deny to stop these huge spells that are kill effects. They're not damage effects that it can't be healed around with Pale Cascade. They are kill effects that will kill you no matter what your health is.
Yeah, this is pretty rough here. There's not a lot of good decisions, unfortunately. We can just take a look at the standings real quick, actually. In Group A, that's the group that just finished up, as we saw earlier. Obviously, there was a match still finishing up, and Belgium did take it 2-1 over Croatia.
And the differentials as well on the right there, that's the most important thing. Romania +2 on game. Spain still second with 3 wins, of course, but also just +1, so barely scraping by. Belgium makes it down to 3rd place with a -1 score and then 2 wins, 3 losses. And Croatia, all of a sudden, they find themselves at the bottom of the group when they thought they were one of the favorites. They won the very first match against Spain, and they won, thinking they would coast through and make it out of the groups, and now they're last all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's actually so crazy. I honestly thought they were going to be like either first or second along with Spain, but right now they're right at the bottom. And that's really just down to today. That was based off of those games that happened, and that completely shook up the group.
But looking at this game here, Anivia has been hushed, so her purpose has changed all of a sudden. She is now just going to die. There's going to be no last breath effect. Vi has challenger, so she will be challenging the Anivia. Vi is also at 10 attack, which means she'll be leveling up. And all of a sudden, we talked about it. This Russian team has to be the aggressor in this matchup, and they're doing just that with a very scary board. No Ruination in hand for Poland, even though they have the potential to. Well, they don't. We'll be at 8 mana next turn. But even then, Heimer on the board, he's stuck. You haven't removed him. The turret's already coming in, the free value, free real estate, and the Vi is also not just on board, on curve, but also already at 10 attack, which is extremely scary.
Yeah, definitely seeing the Heimer right there. I 100% just missed the fact that Vi is able to just instantly get to 10, and this is a huge deal. That was really heads up. Hush coming in and actually just moving straight past the Pale Cascade, because once you play the Nivea, there's nothing really else to be afraid of. You can just play that later. If there's a grass next turn, then you have the Pale Cascade. Vi level up here. Yeah, as you said, no Egg Nivea. And then, yes, we'll still be able to rekindle next turn, but this is a rough position to be in.
And there is Team Portugal. Looks like it's a close one. 7, yeah, not quite lethal there with the go get it on to, I believe like it's Spooky Karma for Team Latvia against Poland or against Portugal's. Looks like an ace-hole there, it seems like, 11-4, I believe so. Yeah. It's a close one though. Very low HP values for both teams.
Yeah, again in these matchups, HP tends to matter less and less, but it does when it's on the final swing. So we'll see if they can just get this one off. Oh, wait, that's a judgment.
And that's a deny.
Oh, that's a deny. There's 3 denies in hand. Okay.
They had the hand ready. They were prepared for this. The judgment normally a card you don't usually expect. With closed deck lists, you don't know for sure. This is probably an Ace-hole Leona list, or maybe even with a Lux mixed in. It's going to be targeting with Demacia. And the judgment would have been huge there, but deny comes in. I'm not sure what can be played in response.
It would have to be like a single combat or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, single combat. Which I believe they're still dead.
Well, they're at 1 HP, right? The lethal was threatened to, it's going to be 1, 3 plus 3. But the math is checking out in my brain now, thankfully. We're a bit further into the day. My brain is now functioning at a normal human level. It is 3 plus 3 is 6 and not quite 7. So 1 HP for Portugal. They do survive, but is it going to be enough? Can they make a big swing enough, a big enough swing next turn with the spiders having, a lot of chump blockers there and so many denies that can stop the spells, the fast speed spells coming in from Portugal?
Yeah, in my defense, it's a very small number on a small screen So, yeah, but now they actually have a chance to hit back. Just taking a look at the game that obviously we're casting, it was the easiest play in the world. Rekindler had to go down. There was no other choice that could be made on 8 mana, as you mentioned. Even though they did pull into exactly Ruination, they weren't able to play it that round. And then the Vi Hammer deck just kind of did its thing, just kind of chilled, and it's now back up there to attack token now.
And Poland, of course, the Navy did die and was silenced. There was no egg, but that doesn't mean she doesn't go into that revive pocket, the graveyard, let's say, that no one knows where it is or where it exists in the Runeterra universe, but it is somewhere, and Anivias are always there waiting to be revived by the Rekindlers. It did die, even though it was silenced. It's still in that graveyard and does come back into the game with the Rekindler. So a 2-for-1 blocking potential is great, but it's still a Heimer still on the board. The Vi is still on the board. It's leveled up, so every strike here, when it hits, it's going to be hitting for 5 more damage onto the Nexus. The big, uppercut punch right into your opponent's Nexus for 5 damage, and there's still a lot of damage coming through. That being said, there's a Vengeance now in hand for Poland. They can use it on both Vi or Heimer, and there's no potential to stop this from Team Russia. No deny possibility in the region combo.
Yeah, so it's either the Vengeance right now onto the Vi and avoid just immediately taking 10 to face, which I think is a very conservative approach. You could also just cop the damage and then potentially look for your Ruination right here and sweep the board, because this is a very well-established board that we've already seen. If they were going to develop more units, they would have done already. So this is kind of just a very value Ruination that you could kind of turn around and just win the game off. And your Anivia is already just stuck to the board. That being said, you do need to be thinking about things like Hush, for example, which has already come down early in this game, and there's another one in hand for Russia. So I think with that considered, it's probably just safer to go with, as I said, the safe option and look for the Vengeance.
It's the more immediate play. Vi is currently the biggest threat. Yep. Usually it is Heimer over the long game where you get so much free value from turrets, but these turrets are all pretty small right now. the board is pretty full, so there's a limit on the board space as well. There's only 5 turrets that can be played alongside Heimer, so there's a certain point where you can make more turrets, but there's no space for them. You're going to be overwriting and losing that value anyway. And the current immediate threat is the Vi killing another Anivia, and not just that, but also inflicting 5 damage straight to the Nexus. So that's obviously an issue. You want to kill Vi first, and then you can worry about Heimer a bit later down the line. The pressure right now isn't too big. You're still at 12 HP if you're the Team Poland playing Anivia, and you're still pretty healthy. And you're going into pretty scary turns now with a second Rekindler, with Harrowing coming down, with the Dead Anivias as well, and with the Ruination that is in hand right now.
Yeah, and realistically, like when you get your first Ruination off, there's like a big reset button, which is very clunky to play typically. So it's very important to get the right timing on that. Just taking a look at the Celestial options. Yeah, ends up going for the 8 mana play. Next turn, yeah, Poland, as you mentioned, have a couple good, really scary turns coming up. They'll go up to 9 mana plus 2. So we'll have Rekindler, 9 mana plus, yeah, okay. So 11 mana. They will actually be able to play the Avalanche next turn as well. So they could potentially go in with the double Nivea swing, which won't kill the tough turrets, but will have the Avalanche to go over the top on that one. So this next turn is actually very, very scary.
And of course, unfortunately for Team Anivia, they are going to be swinging on turn 9. Ideally, you want it to line up where you're swinging on turn 10. The Anivias are enlightened. They'll be leveling up to the final Omega Bird version, and they'll be dealing 2 damage instead of 1 on their attack effect. So they would be killing the tough turrets that are sitting at 1 health plus that 1 toughness as well. So unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out. It's kind of the same as at least timings on attacking on turn 2, for example, or Farron on turn 8 for some decks. In this case, Anivia wants to attack on turns 8 and 10 for the most part. But in this case, still not the end of the world. You're going to have a big board with another Rekindler. And yeah, this is Team Russia seeing what's happening. And like, okay, all right, guys, we have to close out the game very soon or we're going to lose this in the next few turns.
Yeah, surprisingly, Avalanche goes up in stock value in this matchup because it's able to essentially just wipe the entire enemy board of turrets, and that's going to be the primary way of refreshing for Russia anyway. So yeah, Avalanche is going to be a really, really strong card here. May not even be dropped on this turn. But yeah, this double Anivia swing is going to be pretty brutal. Actually, just leading with the Avalanche. Again, it's going to get a ton of value now, always going to get value later, but I mean, this is just very free.
And because Avalanche hits, of course, both sides of the board, maybe you want to play it before you play your Anivia and your Killer to have them full health. Unlike Whale, for example, it's only one side of the board. With Avalanche, it hits everything, which is why it's so strong and so cheap. It has that kind of downside effect as well. And look at the hand for Team Russia. The biggest thing we haven't touched upon yet is the fact that these Invoke cards, most of them, or at least a lot of them, they don't just kill, they obliterate. And when they obliterate, Anivia is no longer coming back with Harrowing or Rekindler. At least that copy that dies to the obliteration is gone. Because one copy of Anivia is already in the graveyard, you can use unlimited Rekindlers and she'll still come back using that one graveyard unit or that one graveyard copy of Anivia. But everyone, all the Anivias after that get obliterated will not be coming back from something like a Harrowing, for example.
That's true. It's a very good point. A lot of them do proc off of having to have a second Celestial in hand. So basically, the second shaping does need to be played at some point. I do think there's a little bit of time here, about like a turn and a half here for Russia to wait, because they will be able to get their star shaping off and then follow up with Cosmic Rays and be able to just blast these Anivias when they come down. So they're basically waiting for Poland to play the second Rekindler here, which Poland is now thinking about, because I think a lot of players will just snap play it, but there is a consideration here to be had.
And the great UI element added by Riot is, great to see to explain this as well. You see the Pill Cascade there because the Nightfall effect has been activated. It has the kind of yellow-orangish glow around the card, and we see the Obliterate card, 8 mana, is not the case. It is not activated yet. You can't use it, basically. The rest of the cards have a blue outline, means they don't have any special functions. They can be played out normally, for example.
Very intuitive. Okay, what do we got? Destroy Scourge and Living Legends.
Scourge is pretty interesting with turrets because you have a lot of very cheap units, so all of them getting overwhelmed and +2/2 is pretty great. But Living Legends gives you a lot of different options. You're able to refill your entire hand, you refill your spell mana after using it, so you have options to flood the board with very cheap spells, and all those cheap spells, they make turrets as well, so it's kind of a 2-for-1. So you're getting that extra value from having that extra card advantage, and that much more choices to make, basically, which is one of the upsides of this Heimer Vi list. You have so much decisions to make, and you can play around whatever situation you're presented on the board.
Yep, and sometimes you can RNG into a 6-mana spell as well and just get an elusive unit that may be difficult to deal with and just goes right over the top and slap your opponent in the face for 6. And especially when they're at 9 right now, the healing notwithstanding, potentially is a way to be cleaning out the next turn or the turn after next. So yeah, Rekindler comes down. Yeah, considering how much mana has been played right now by Russia, I think that you essentially just have to. And we'll be going with the swing, which will wipe 6-2 off of the board. Heim will still stay stunning, however.
Yeah, Heimer will stay out. There will be a possibility for a Whale plus Vile Feast next turn to take down the Heimer. There is a Pill Cascade to stop that, though, so maybe not the option. There's even a Pill Cascade to stop the 6-2 from dying potentially as well. But if he does trade into anything, he'll be dying anyway. And Anivia's, they're okay with dying because they'll come back as an egg, and next turn, because it's turn 10, they'll immediately flip back into the bird form. So unless there could be a block into Anivia plus the Mystic Shot we see there, for example, and a potential Thermal Beam, both Anivias might be going down here, but instead, it's the Rekindler, the 4-2 already down to 2 HP, gets killed, and another turret is developed here by Heimer.
Yeah, I mean, there was also consideration for Hush. Even pre-combat, during combat, there was a lot of different uses for Hush. We could still come down, by the way. And then we'll be getting the additional turret. Pass comes in by Poland. Obviously makes sense because they want to hold that token just in case the Heimer deck plays their turret that they just made. And they're thinking about it, because there's also a possibility for Russia just to straight up pass back and then they don't get the swing in the first place. But they find the value to be a little too big just to place down that 3-2 tough.
Yeah, I think they see the two tough turrets are not going to be dying. Heimer's not going to be dying anyway. They want to keep his Anivias guaranteed to be on the board because there is a chance that they can get chump blocked, killed, and then the egg can be killed by something like a Thermal Beam or Mystic Shot. This is PNZ, we're talking about a lot of very cheap spell mana removal. So, and that's the third Rekindler. So the game plan is working for Team Poland. And the biggest thing is, can they survive this turn? We see the 8 mana Supernova there and obliterates quite a few units there. If that is the play that's being made here, and there's no response really from Alan. There's no deny again in either of these decks. There's no Ionia, so there's no chance to stop these major spells from coming in.
Yeah, I think Poland has had like 3 Nutty top decks this game. Yeah, this Rekindler is going to come in huge, and the precedence on Russia right now, they kind of just need to do something. They could just play like Dredges and pass the turn back and give the action back. That may end up being their best option. Ooh, are they going to lead with it?
If there was a glimpse here, it would be, I mean, we see here, it obliterates everything under 3. So the Anivias are falling into that perfect, category. It's terrible in this matchup, but this card is fantastic for Team Russia, of course, but terrible for Team Poland. If there was a glimpse, for example, which I believe is going to be for sure played in this list, then that means that you can glimpse the Anivia and it dies. It's a kill effect and it's fine. It'll survive and it'll be revived next turn. But that obliterate effect kills both Anivias, obliterates both Anivias rather. The harrowing becomes much weaker. This Rekindle, like I mentioned, is still activated, but not ideal, I think, if you're Team Poland.
So I believe there's an Anivia and there's also a Rekindler, which will bring that back, and then a Spider. Yeah, so yeah.
Because there's that one first copy of Anivia that did die to Vi very early on, you can get that value from the Harrowing once and once from the Rekindler. But the other 2 Anivias that should be here instead of that Spider are not here because they were obliterated. So you still have a great wall of blockers, which is what you want for this turn. You want to survive this turn, and you have the second Harrowing next turn anyway.
So I think for now, turn achieved. I'm trying to think if there was additional value that could have been gotten off there by slow playing the Cosmic Rays. I definitely do appreciate it playing it immediately, but there's a potential for Rekindler to be developed if they pulled the Rekindler, which, to be fair, is unlikely. And then maybe even looking at like additional plays of development. There's also a very good chance Poland just immediately passes back, and then you just Cosmic Rays anyway. So kind of neither here nor there. I think there was potential for slightly higher value on waiting. So now Russia are in a situation where, yeah, they'll play the T-Hex, but getting through this wall is just not going to happen. They don't have Overwhelm or any ways to get through. They don't even have an Elusive either. So a bit of a tough position because they are definitely on a bit of a clock. Like eventually, Anivias will start grinding you down.
And if you attack here, the blockers are ephemeral. They're going to die anyway. They don't care if you're attacking. They're just going to throw themselves in front of you. Going to be the meat shield to protect Poland's Nexus. And the other units that on Team Russia's side, they are not ephemeral. They're going to be there and stick through, and they're going to be weakened coming to the next round and possibly killed by the Anivia that's now enlightened and leveled up. So it's maybe there's a choice to not attack here. And this is the thing with Heimer Vi. It's a deck that has so many choices. We saw at the very start of this round how long it took for Team Russia to play even one card, because you can go so many different avenues in what you play and how you generate turrets, and it's really hard to find the exact perfect sequencing.
So in this situation, I think you're almost forced to just swing out, even though there are like a bunch of ephemerals. Because next turn, the double Anivias will come across and wipe even the tough turrets out, regardless, even on an open. And then there's even a consideration for Poland to additionally go for a development, because the spider will go down, so there will be enough room on board to go for the second Rekindler, or the third Rekindler in this case. So yeah, Russia are thinking about this because they're at a point where they have very limited options, which is surprising because they managed to have Cosmic Rays and they had Living Legends, and they basically pulled into two very good cards for their deck to potentially refill and potentially have enough to get over this Anivia line. But it's just the slow grind from this deck is so hard to deal with.
The biggest card they're missing is Cosmic Inspiration. 7 mana, +2/+2 to everything in your deck. It includes everything in the past, present, and the future. So any turret that come out will also be coming out with a +2/+2 buffs. So it is, yeah, it's always going to be a tricky one. If you find it early in a slow matchup like this one, you insta-play it because it just gives you infinite value, and you're maybe expecting the game to go very long, and you're going to have that much better blockers and just units overall to attack. But like you mentioned, the biggest problem, no Overwhelm. That means that there's going to be these blockers are just going to get blocked very easily. The spider is dead there by the thermal beam. No more mana left now for Team Russia. They can play this last turret they degenerate, but that's all there is to it. I mean, this damage goes through. It's going to be close to lethal, but not quite there, and no burn in hand either for Team Russia.
Yeah. Again, just kind of forced into this complete swing out situation, and then you're just going to get maximum value, of course, putting the ephemeral underneath the 9/9 and then blocking one of the 3/2s. So taking the minimum amount of damage in 6 puts you down to 3, but you have healing in hand and you have a nasty swing back and clap back on the next turn. So yeah, Poland's still feeling pretty good about this. Looking towards now top decks from Russia because they definitely don't have it in hand. It's also a potential for them to immediately play Living Legends and just be like, all right, give me 6 Mystic shots. Because there's potential that they can just pull into something crazy.
Yeah, and looking at the deck list for Team Russia, they were playing Mystic Shots and Get Excited, I believe, at least. We don't know the exact amount, but there is burn potential in the deck. They're going to be down to 3 HP for Team Poland. They have a Withering Wail and Val Feast next turn, but they're going to probably want to go for the Harrowing and just go all in with a huge attack to wipe the entire board. It is risky, though, of course. You're going to be at 3 HP. That's a dangerous key level to be at. And Living Legends could be anything, but it's going to be Celestial cards only from the Invoke effect. So Mystic Shots maybe not a possibility, but there could be a lot of cards that could definitely swing in their favor with maybe the Messenger to draw cards and a lot of different cards that, yeah, could be very impactful. The hand, aside from Living Legends, is looking pretty sad. I mean, a Spring Guardian turn 10, not that impactful, and some Dredge are much of the same.
Yeah, you're totally right. I was thinking of Treasure Trove, the one that just gives you completely random cards.
My favorite card in the game.
RNG. So good. Absolutely love that card. All right, yeah, and now going basically the whole conversation about like Poland's next turn still applies right here. Need to be thinking about like either the open attack. There's so many different decisions actually. Like open attack is solid. You can also be looking at like the development. Unfortunately, by developing Rekindler, you go down to under whale mana, and you would essentially only be able to block a single burn card. So you'd be going to Get Excited, and then you'd have Mystic Shot. And if you had both of those cards, it's just game. So open attack is the safest play for sure, because you just need to be playing around the multitude of burn options here.
Yeah, and to keep your mana open, I think with the Navia's build coming back, Harrowing obviously doesn't make sense this turn. You have the chance to play Ruination. If you think your opponent, uses up a lot of mana, they've developed what they can, they're not playing around Ruination, all of a sudden you just pull out a Ruination and reset the entire board and still have the chance to play something like a Vile Feast to heal up at least that 1 HP, maybe to play around and Get Excited if it does come down. But looking at the hand for Team Russia, no real great options in hand right now. Very low impact. The Slaria Priestess could invoke something potentially, maybe not game winning, but something that can give it a nice, mana sink for Team Russia, because currently they don't have that many great plays. The plays they do have play onto the board, and that just plays into Ruination and the Anivia board wipe, so it's not ideal.
Love the Anivia deck, but this animation takes literally forever, and it has been this way since beta.
I think it was
actually better now.
Yeah,
it's
I think it was
better, but it's still bad.
It used to be worse. It used to be, when there's 5 Anivias attacking, like, all right, I'm going to make a sandwich, I'll be right back. But yeah, it's a bit better, but still a lengthy one. We see the invoke possibilities here. Golden Sister, elusive unit, does push through damage. There isn't currently any blocker. Of course, there is a Ruination and a Harsh Wind in hand, actually, with the Anivia on the board. It becomes a Harsh Wind. Definitely not a main decked Harsh Wind, but instead it's the Anivia signature spell. So once the champion's on the board, you're going to have the spell in hand instead. And that could stop the elusive damage from coming in if Golden Sisters is chosen. I believe it has to be Golden Sisters. You just have the chance to maybe present lethal. It probably won't work. There could be, Grasp and Vial or Harsh Winds to stop the damage. but you have to go for it if you're Russia. It's one of your outs right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, your other options in looking for, I mean, Meteor sucks, but then looking for like Written in the Stars, if you're pulling Heimer, then, I mean, Heimer's in the same situation where he generates turrets and then they just get wiped out by Anivia. And Vi, yes, while leveled, just simply could also just die to like a Vengeance or something, is just a little bit too slow. So by going Sisters and going wide, I think that's probably like the best bet. And I totally agree here with Russia's choice. And now looking for, again, the immediate pass right Poland, which is definitely spicy. There's so many good options in hand that you could just throw out. Hell, you could even just throw out the Vile Feast and be pretty happy, but they still go for the aggressive pass because they know that eventually Russia has to do something.
I think the whale comes down here. They're not at the threat of get excited in response, for example, with 4 mana, because you have a Vile Feast to heal up, and then you heal from the whale anyway. They want to utilize the mana they have to at least go to a more comfortable position. 3 HP is very dangerous for many reasons, and if they tap down under a certain amount of mana, all of a sudden Team Russia could get a win out of nowhere and have a surprise factor in that sense. At 6 HP, you're much more safe, and you have still 6 mana. You're not going to use Ruination this turn. I don't think you need to. The board isn't that scary just yet. And maybe save that. You only have 1 copy in hand. You want to save it to the best moment where you can really reset all of the momentum on your opponent's side of the board and then just win with Anivia off of the chip damage.
Yeah, we're now just cycling through the deck. What do we get? We get Goat. Not quite it. But we are getting closer to things that matter. The top deck. It's going to be Vi, which is actually not horrible here from Russia. It will force a response from Poland in some capacity if they just straight up play it here. Unfortunate that it's 5 mana and 6 mana, so they can only choose one option this turn. So it just depends what they're expecting the most to come in from Poland. Unfortunately, Harsh Winds kind of deals with both issues.
Yeah, and the Golden Sister was maybe a potential. Just sometimes you have to just present lethal and say, okay, opponent, do you have anything to stop this? Sometimes you just go through and you just win the game off of that, and you have to take those plays sometimes. That's not currently the state anymore of the game. The heal they came in last turn with the Withering Whale. You're now at 6 HP if you're Team Poland, and now the elusive Silver Sister coming out from the Golden Sister is no longer a direct threat to your lethal. Vi can potentially be one. At 5 mana, you cannot play both, but you can play the Vi and have that. It's still leveled up, so it still does the 5 damage to the Nexus, but instead opting to see what Living Legends can bring out, and we mentioned it, you can get any kind of Celestial card, so there's a lot of combinations here. They do, of course, cost mana, except for the Serpent, which costs 0, but everything else could be a viable option.
Yeah, they have the option as well to drop the mana cost down for 1 card as well. Does that actually help? Theoretically, you could play like a Warrior and Comet. But yeah, looking at the other options, there actually is a consideration for Scourge here.
And for the Phoenix also has a last breath effect like Anivia. So I guess Riot's taking to the birds are Phoenixes and respawn from their ashes kind of effect, because they both have the last breath effect where they come back, and something like a Ruination wouldn't stop it. Harsh Winds would though, and it is an 8 mana commitment, so you're kind of going all in into something, Moon Silver into maybe the Immortal Fire. You think, we mentioned it, you have to present lethal if you're Team Russia. Your back is against the wall, even though you're so close to winning. The game is going to slowly tilt into Poland's favor with this late game Anivia, and you have to present the lethal. You have to think, all right, what do you have to stop this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to pick your poison, right? And we were looking at it, I think, like presenting lethal in the form of some over-the-top damage, whether it's like elusives or whether it's overwhelm. I was thinking of the Scourge line. Scourge gets heavily countered in that situation by Ruination. That would just be a complete wipe, and then the game ends. Phoenix right here would be able to dodge Vengeance and Ruination, but loses to Harsh Winds. So yeah, really just, again, pick your poison, and you have to choose one. And Russia decided to go with this play.
And usually with Harsh Winds, you're not expecting your opponent to have it sometimes maybe, but because this list works the way it does for Team Poland, the Anivia list, Anivia is a champion that when it comes down to the board, and because of how your deck is built, it's going to be on the board for the rest of the game, which means that anytime you draw a second Anivia with Entreat or just naturally into hand, it will become a Harsh Winds, and you have that much of a higher chance and that much more consistency to find and to keep that Harsh Winds in hand. And yeah, this will stop the Phoenix here. The open attack from only the Phoenix, all you need to win the game here if you're Russia. The Harsh Winds check comes in, and it is failed by Team Russia. Poland stops this advance, and now we're going to see 3 Anivias attacking next turn.
Ooh.
My mouth is currently open. I did not ever think that this could be a possibility.
Well,
Alan, I think, did not as well. And Team Russia just shuts everyone up and proves us completely wrong. My mouth was literally completely open for 10 seconds there. The hush
was like
onto the Phoenix, a play I have never seen in my life in Runeterra, comes in clutch, and Russia has the game knowledge and the improvisation to think about the play, to hush your own Phoenix after it's been frostbitten, to go back to not its 10-5 stat line, but the 6-5, which is perfect and just enough to stop this is something that Poland could have played around if they didn't play the Rekindler. If they kept the harsh winds plus the Vile Feast, they could have healed above it. But exactly 6 damage onto Nexus, and Poland gets taken down in this first game. Russia gets the incredible win with the Heimer Violets. That was fantastic. That was honestly very impressive.
Dude, there was that moment when Hush went down and you didn't say anything, I didn't say anything, and Poland just stood still, and we were just like, oh no.
I didn't think, I wasn't sure what would happen. I wasn't sure if it would go back to 10-5 or to 6-5 or I wasn't sure. This is not a game mechanic that I have seen before or encountered in my own playtime. And this is something where it really separates the best players in the world from the players that might grind a lot, might play a lot, but they don't sometimes think outside the box. They just play the one deck all the time. They know the interaction with their deck, but not maybe with different cards. And this is maybe Team Russia putting in the time with this list, or putting in the time with these Invoke lists that have Hush and have something like the Phoenix, and have the mind state to go for that play with pure confidence, attack only with a Phoenix, and get the surprise win there. I believe that Team Poland was also incredibly surprised there.
It was also an unblockable play because originally it was elusive. Then you have to go for the harsh winds, and you don't have an elusive blocker, which means that even if they go for the Hutch play, you're never able to block it in the first place. Even then, it turns into like a quote unquote grounded unit. So it was just it was an uncounterable play that had to be thought ahead of. Which is theoretically possible. You're right. Like Poland could have looked at that situation and be like, okay, if they do have an elusive over the top unit, which has to be exactly Phoenix in that situation, you can hold healing, and because it will go back to actually less than factory settings, it means that it will have 6 attack and you can dodge it, and then you swing back with Nivea and win the game. That's crazy. Was that game 1? I've lost all sense of time. That has thrown me through a loop. That was game 1.
That was game 1. Russia is up 1-0 in this series, fighting for their life and doing it in. Honestly, I am very impressed. It might, I'm sure Twitch chat will be like, oh, the play's obvious. We saw it 3 years ago.
I mean, everybody
wasn't born yet, and I saw the play. But I was impressed. And maybe as a caster, you're into the game. You're thinking about the most common lines of play. You see the harsh winds, okay, this is going to stop the attack. It's whatever. But look at that. A Hush comes in and completely proves me wrong. And I'm very happy to be proven wrong, because those are the plays that I think we would love to see more of in this tournament. Plays that really separate the best players in the world with players like me, I suppose, that don't see those creative plays to win games.
Me too as well, man. Honestly, I think what I'm going to do after this, I'm going to go back in, grab a screenshot, and have it like the turn before, the action before, and be like, spot the lethal, and just like post it to Twitter or something. I saw someone making up scenarios on like Reddit the other day, and I was like, oh, that's super cool. I think that's one of them where a lot of players would miss it. Legitimately, you'd look at that and be like, you lose. That is such a specific line, so... Yeah, awesome. We're going into our second game right here. We didn't even look at predictions because we're still talking about last game. We actually go for Draven. Man, Poland, dude. Like, they are playing with fire. Like, I said today that they will come into this one. Last week, they felt very stubborn. They'll go into this one, and they'll probably just, they'll wipe up Russia. They'll go for a quick 2-0. They'll think about it. I mean, I'll just say it. Like, I think Russia probably found one of the very few legitimate wins coming into Poland right here when they were falling at full blast. All cannons firing. And I think that Poland right here, by going for Edgeward Draven, is very risky in my opinion. I think of all the other choices that they had right here and how I see Poland as a team, going for an untested deck that is currently 0-2 piloted by them so far into Russia, who are a game up on them, it's ballsy to say the least.
Yeah, Draven Ezreal, the deck that, again, it's been seeing more play on ladder and in the meta, and it's being talked about and discussed. And some players are defending it as, top deck and a deck that you can ladder with. I know BBG on the NA ladder climbed with it, like crazy the past few days, and it got to top 2 and had a crazy win rate. But a lot of other players in a tournament setting, they don't find it to be as impactful as it should be, or it isn't really a top 5 deck. It's maybe a top 8 or 9 deck like Poland is bringing here, but to bring the deck and to not just bring it to the tournament and have it as an option, but to actually play it in a do or die moment for your team where you might lose a series if you lose this game is a ballsy move. We'll see how it pans out. They are playing against what seemed to be a go hard list, but we're hit with the bamboozle once again. It could be an undying list we're seeing here with Cursed Keeper and the Blooded Caretaker and a Hired Gun. This is looking like a secret undying list is being brought out here by Team Russia.
Oh man, how many times have we said this? With like, surely they won't do it again. Like the last week, I think it was like 7 of the 9 decks or something crazy like that were all bamboozle decks, and we were like, okay, they're gonna change for day 2. It was the same thing for day 2, and then we came in for this week and we're like, okay, it's very likely to be this new deck now because we've had so much time on it. Nope, still the bamboozle decks, and to be honest, like I've got to respect sticking to your guns at some point.
Pulse, that it's the magic of the double bamboozle. The bamboozle is so
Yeah,
obvious that it can't possibly be the bamboozle,
no
but
one
because it's
expects
so
it 6
obvious,
times.
exactly, that's why it's so impactful and so efficient at being still at completing the bamboozle. So I'm sure Alan was maybe not expecting this, especially considering how the dominoes lined up. So that Go Hard is such a big list now that TFGP is actually a very relevant meta deck, where before it used to not be. You used to think it was
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
a meme with the first week with Team Czechia, but now it is actually a relevant deck. So it makes the bamboozle even better. It's just everything lines up, and this is going to be looking like an undying list. It could just be a more aggressive, weird list with death with last rest effects, but I'm going to assume with a hired gun there as well that looks for those vulnerable combats with the undyings. It will be an undying list, but no undying is drawn, I believe, from what I saw, which is unfortunate when that card when your deck is named after that card. You kind of want to draw it.
Ooh, I think I saw one, but now we can't see it, so now we'll have to just figure it out in a second. No, it was Curse Keeper. Okay, no, you're totally right. Yeah, so no Undying right here. The other thing is that Poland actually had a really nice opener. They had exactly House Spider into Static Shock, which completely diffused Blighted Caretaker into Curse Keeper, which is one of those devastating combos early on when you get to play it on curve. And it's almost never diffused in that way. So the fact that Poland were able to find it when they did and now develop the Draven, they're in actually a surprisingly good position into a deck that should have been able to take them by surprise.
Well, I think the key part there is the fact that the deck hasn't drawn the Undyings, and a lot of this
Well,
deck
yeah.
functions around that synergy between a lot of these cards, and they can kind of maybe not cheese out wins, but they do create combat situations that you normally don't find in Runeterra with a card that can't normally that you're not going to block because it's just going to die anyway. All of a sudden can challenge your own units with vulnerable. One of the keywords added with the Rising Tides expansion makes that deck much more playable and has almost an archetype of its own, like we're seeing here.
Yeah, really solid hired gun. Draven will go for his swing. And really, it's just a question of how much do you value your health pool in this matchup. Yep, I agree with Russia. Not that much. You definitely care significantly more about your opponents. So we're looking to swing in here.
And the fact that obviously Draven has a quick attack, which means, and with the axes, it makes it very hard to kill him when he's attacking. When he's defending, it's a lot easier because that quick attack does not mean anything anymore, especially when that Draven was hit with the vulnerable from the hired gun. So all of a sudden the 4-1 can go in and challenge it. If it does, though, there's going to be a response from this Polish team that obviously this is a very aggressive spell deck that uses both Draven for the discard targets with the axes, for the Sum Dredgers, and the same with Chump Bump, and then Ezreal to finish the game off with a lot of burn and very cheap spells like Static Shock that kills the 4-1 if it does challenge Draven, like the Ravenous Flock, one of the strongest cards in the game in terms of pure removal for such a low mana curve or mana point there for only 1 point.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Poland play towards in this game. I think that week 1, it was still up in the air because, as many people remember, we had a double Farron hand, which turns into 6 decimates that almost meant that you had a 4-card hand at all times, and Poland just essentially had to burn things like Progress Day just to make sure that they didn't burn their entire deck away. I'd be interested to see if they've made adjustments to like Farron ratioing and potentially Ezreal as well. I've actually seen people maybe not even run straight a 3-pack of Ezreal and run 2. So there is definitely a school of thought that Ezreal was a bit of a bait for both sides. He can bait removal, but he's also not a complete play around anymore. And then you look for different win conditions. So I'm excited to see what the transition has been from last week to now, because it's a full week of figuring this deck out. And they will play in an entirely different way, probably.
And the Curse Keeper does come down. We could see a Glimpse Beyond, very aggressive, proactive Glimpse Beyond, not reactive, to activate the Curse Keeper, create a 4-3 attacker, instead get the card draw and be able to challenge Draven with a unit that's not already damaged, which means it can't be killed by Killing Strike, it can't be killed by Ravenous Flock, it can't be killed by, a whole lot of things. So I think this is a higher gun. The Glimpse Beyond is still available here, maybe trying to bait Poland into committing more mana before playing the Glimpse Beyond, which is a surprise factor. You don't expect with 1 unit mana able to suddenly flip that Curse Keeper and have a 4-3 attacker.
Yeah, now it's on Russia. You definitely don't go for the preemptive glimpse, so you're probably just looking to swing out here and force a reaction coming from Poland and then respond. It makes the most sense. Yep. So we'll pull with the 4-1 because that threatens the Draven, trying to put them in a bit of a fork situation so they can reduce the amount of value that Poland gets off of their removal here.
And that being said, I mean, the Draven will not be dying here. I assume the Ravenous Flock or Static Shock will be hitting the Abomination there. But now you have the Glimpse Beyond as a reactive play instead of a proactive play. So both are good options. One option would have been more in the line of thought of trying to kill Draven for sure this turn, and almost guaranteeing it. But in this line, you do guarantee the card draw instead. Maybe you don't mind Draven being alive because you're gonna have so many chump blockers and there's these hired guns, the caretaker as well, and you don't really mind Draven being alive for a few more turns. He isn't really the win conditions deck. He's more of a utility champion.
Yeah, and now you respond with the static, and then it's a very easy response as well now with the Glimpse Beyond. So yeah, it's basically just a question of like, are you looking for more value for yourself so you can potentially get more draws and then play yourself into the late game, or are you trying to find value right now, kill the Draven and get through? I would argue that like, given the fact that we had 2 House Fighters come down and there's so many chumps on this side, it's so difficult to get through this wall, and especially because you don't have the Undying engine up early to really get value out of it, that maybe going later and digging for the Undying, which I can only see the very top of that card. Can you tell the Undying from the background, Panda?
I can. And I don't know if it's a good or bad experience of being able to tell what the Undying's head looks like. It is the Undying there. So drawn finally a bit later into the game than I think Team Russia would have liked to, but it is finally in hand. Not sure how impactful it will be. Obviously, Undying is a card that when you draw it early, you can snowball its stats off the deaths very quickly, and then it becomes a big threat, either off the open attack or off the atrocity that we do see in hand there for Team Russia. Drawing it on turn 6 maybe makes that win condition a bit too slow, and your deck all of a sudden starts crumbling because it doesn't have a clear way to win other than just, yeah, it's going to be a tough one, I think, for Team Russia.
Yeah, the Cetera was just going to keep slapping face, and you really just can't throw the hired gun underneath it. There was a consideration for a second to be like, is the upper bound for value here really just preventing 3 damage? I think unfortunately not. I think you do need to get value out of this unit, and then potentially look for either your Undying, generate the Undying right now, or maybe even look for Jack so that you can get the Jack trigger next turn onto the Undying, following up after that swing, because you could develop the Undying on the next turn. That's a very likely line. I think it's very unlikely they'll dig even deeper with things like Zap now, because you do have the Undying in hand. So most likely what I'm looking for. On the opposite side, Poland, they actually have like a bunch of different plays. They have a second Draven in hand. They could even do something really slow and simple like Chump Wump as well here.
The good thing for Team Russia is that they don't see an Ezreal in play yet, which is something that can be, obviously, it's kind of the win condition or one of the win conditions for this Draven Ezreal deck. And there is no Farron in hand right now for Team Poland. That being said, 14 HP and 4 HP being threatened and connects here, so they're already down to 10 HP. And the Undying list is an aggressive list that does not have the heals you're going to expect in Anivia, not going to have the Withering Whales or the Grasp, because that is not their game plan. Their game plan is to be aggressive and win the game early before they need to even think about using heals. In this case, maybe going too slow. I mean, Poland's at 17, and they generally should have the more versatile and the better game plan going into the late game.
Yeah, and I think for that reason, Russia, in the idea that they need to speed up, will probably be developing something like, did not expect Zap. I honestly thought it would be Jack, or it would be like Undying now, but I did not expect the Zap. I mean, yes, it will be almost certainly pushing 2 damage with the elusive there, but there's so many points of removal that are potentially fast speed, including Mystic Shot, which Poland has in hand, which counters that play entirely. And I think, again, as we're just talking about, you're maybe just moving a little too slow here.
There's a Zap Strafe, and of course, this is kind of the side quest if you're playing Ezreal. You want to get these targeted units. You have to get up to 6 targeted units, and the spells have to obviously not fizzle as well. There is counterplay involved with things like Glimpse Beyond, for example. It looks like Team Russia not valuing that. Maybe thinks that the Ezreal targets, if they click on the deck, they can see it, is maybe not as advanced just yet. They're fine with not using Glimpse there, having that reactive spell for maybe a Cursed Keeper, for example, going into this attack turn. And yeah, for now, I think the board state is not too crazy for Team Poland, which is kind of the silver lining that there is for Team Russia. There is no Ezreal on the board just yet.
Okay, we're going back to a degree of normalcy because Portugal did manage to find their 2-0 against Latvia, 5th seed versus 14th seed, while this was happening simultaneously. So they absolutely speed ran that matchup, by the way. That was super fast. Yeah, so Portugal did manage to find their 2-0 over Poland last week as well. So they're actually gearing themselves up for a potential second place here in Group B.
And both players are taking their time. Now the attack token is in the field of Team Russia, which is what they want. This is a deck that really excels on attack, especially when the Undying cannot block. So right away, you're already at a disadvantage going into your defense turns. In this case, they're on an attack turn, and again, I don't know what they can do. This is a deck that really it benefits so much from finding the Undying early, finding the chance to maybe open attack here with 2 Undyings with vulnerable on Draven, and then play a Citrus Courier and get the rally effect and win the game maybe. But when you have such a small board state, your entire deck and all its synergies start not being as impactful. And I think it's going to be maybe too little too late, and Team Poland has what it needs with the Ezreal especially being drawn in top deck now, the chance to really survive this game. They have a lot of options still here. 10 mana up and spell mana definitely available to stop. Like again, just chump block the Jack the Winner, for example. So, or even play a Static Shock, draw, and have the Flock available, and level up Ezreal in the process with 2 targets here as well. So, very good play from Poland, I think. Very, very just to the point and really playing to what they should be playing for the win conditions.
Yeah, I don't think Poland have had to really try super hard in this game. They've played relatively slow, just waited to see what Russia had, and Russia just either didn't have the draw or just moved too slowly on their plays. I do think that Russia going for an aggro deck was really heads up. I think it was really smart for them to go right there here, considering that Poland were likely to go for a combo deck, which we see right now, or even within the control territory. So matchup-wise, just in the very base level, this was correct. But unfortunately, as we keep saying, like a broken record, not moving fast enough, and Poland's are able to just slow play this one out. I believe they did destroy the Ezreal as well, so I believe that's online as of that Static Shock.
And that vulnerable there is maybe great at providing you to choose your blocker. So you can attack with a Curse Keeper and flip all of a sudden the Curse Keeper by itself. All of a sudden you can kind of manually do that. And it provides the chance to maybe set aside these 2 blockers and Draven the Spider and attack face with the Jack the Winner. But Poland is too healthy for that to matter. And they have, again, Ravenous Flock. 1 mana, deal 4 to damage unit. The Static Shock set that up by targeting 2 units, getting that Ezreal level up, and also now being able to kill this Jack the Winner if they want to, which I think they're going to want to. I mean, it's, again, you're taking 2 damage, your Draven is still surviving, and sure, the Curse Keeper flips, but we're on turn 8. The Curse Keeper flipping is not the end of the world anymore. It's the end of the world on turn 2, but on turn 8, it's not really as impactful.
Yeah, I mean, you could even do a weird play right here as well, like Axe, and then potentially get a charge on the Draven, go for like the Whirling Death. But it's just too free. Like a 1 mana Flock is just so strong, man. Getting to completely destroy this unit, and then they can follow up with Ezreal as well. 3 mana is so little to do if you're Russia, so this could be even a develop on top of that. So Poland's in such a commanding position right now.
I think the biggest thing is that they want to have the mana to play Ezreal. Ezreal, similar to Karma on turn 9, going into turn 10, being played at the end of a turn because it's so cheap, and when your opponent doesn't have the mana to, or never mind, I guess Alan's going to shut me up because
I guess we were wrong.
That is not the play we go for. Maybe going for a slower play, wanting to make sure when he plays Ezreal, he has a lot of mana to back him up with spells if he's targeted. Yeah. But in most cases, not this case, but in most cases, playing Ezreal there when your opponent has no mana to respond and being able to open attack with him the turn after is usually a pretty ideal state to be in. Not always, though, and clearly not in this case for our good friend Alan.
Yeah, and he actually just goes straight up for the open swing, which is pretty solid. Again, like the Draven challenges everything on board, and the Chump will, at the very least, either get value or trade here as well. And again, now that Ezreal has entered the scene, there's so many burst speed options here, along with additional spells. Even using 0 mana Thermos is now on the board potentially, so they have their burn option, essentially. So as long as they can chip down this board, keep it narrow, Undying still hasn't been developed, they're in a pretty good place.
Looking at the hand, no burn spell. So even though Ezreal, if he's leveled up, is going to be burning the Nexus, especially when you target a unit, it'll be 2 damage pings, and when you target the Nexus or just use normal spells, it'll be 1 damage pings. It'll slowly chip down this 10 HP, but there isn't actually a Mystic Shot or a Get Excited in hand right now, or Farron into Decimate, for example. So there isn't a clear-cut burn in hand right now. You can, of course, Well, you can't draw into it either. There's no cycle, actually. I was expecting to see a rummage or two, or at least a some dredger to cycle some of these, less valuable cards like the axes or the mushroom clouds, but we don't see it. So maybe relying on top decks, but still, I think Team Poland is very much favored right now. Leveling up the Draven here as well with a double axe into Whirling Death. It'll flip into Overwhelm, and there won't be a unit to block him now either. So a big level up there. Glimpse can stop this, though. Glimpse will stop the strike from the Whirling Death, so it won't level up Draven because he hasn't striked yet with the 2 axes on him.
Yeah, this felt like a very aggressive play. And not that I don't dislike it, but it was just uncharacteristically aggressive, I think, from Poland, considering how they played this game, which, considering how many cards that were in Russia's hands and how they've been playing this game, I think it's relatively reasonable to think they have another grasp or a response to that. But they're still not in a bad position by any means. It just means that now that Poland's are on a 5-mana turn and Russia can have a lot of different options. They can develop. They maybe even have the ability to counter swing. There's a lot of different things they can do here, and Ezreal becomes even less of an easy drop right here. They could be an answer theoretically, but that becomes less and less likely as you go down to 4 mana.
Yeah, Black Spear with a new buff could do it. If it's a leveled up Ezreal, which I'm pretty sure it is, it'll be a 2/4, but can still be killed by Black Spear, of course. But in this case, you might still just want to play the Chump Wump. I mean, Ezreal's not doing much this exact turn. When it comes down, you can maybe play a Mushroom, get the 1 damage ping, put him to 9, and then he's not going to draw. I mean, it's literally impossible to draw 9 mushrooms the next turn with only 1 cloud played. So there isn't a direct lethal being presented, and that's maybe why the Whirling Death play was made. Because there wasn't burn, there wasn't any clear path to victory in hand. Poland was trying to deviate a bit from the standard and go for the overwhelm damage on Draven and get the damage that way. But in this case, going to have to play a bit slower. Being at 15 HP, though, I think they're pretty chill still.
And every time I'm just like, it's the clearest play in the world. They 100% go for this. They do something different. I thought it was going to be Ezreal. Last time wasn't. I thought it was going to be Chump. Well, now wasn't. It was the Ezreal. You're right. Like, I think there definitely has to be a consideration for Black Spear. After that buff, but still they just straight up go for it right here with the single Ezreal in hand, no backup. And I mean, the answer isn't in hand. Don't get me wrong. For Russia, it ends up being the right play, even with a 8-card hand. Now they need to think about their options.
Yeah, Black Spear would be a possibility, of course, but maybe not a realistic one. So I think maybe one that when you're playing against a deck and it's closed deck because you don't know exactly what they're running, you have to think, is this really a card that's going to be in this deck or in the meta at all, even after the buff?
They've already bamboozled them. Like, they could be anything from here on out.
That's true. You have to play around it, but I think it's maybe too much respect. We've seen teams kind of crumble from respecting their opponents too much, playing around every card in the game, and then just looking at the deck and like, oh, I lost because I played around everything. I didn't take any risks. In this case, taking a few more risks here. The beam comes down just for the damage. It's not going to kill the Undying. So yeah, just getting the target damage, 2 damage hit. You can go in with a second beam as well. It'll do 0 damage, but you can play it, and it does damage the Nexus. So when you don't want to kill these units anyway because they're Undyings, like, you don't want to kill them. They're kind of made for that. You can play 0 mana spells, and it's fine.
Oh, I thought we lost our player for a second. He got up, but he's back. Yeah, so we have these Undyings coming out now. Is there any way you could push enough damage? We're not ready with that Thermo.
There it is, the 0 damage Thermo. Again, it's something that some players might not be aware of. It won't do any damage because you're not on any mana, but you can still play it out for 0 damage, and it still works for targeting Ezreal and for, of course, once it's leveled up, getting the pings there.
Yeah, so now looking at this hand, this is not a terrible swing, and they will... Ooh, that Culling Strike actually changed it a lot. Because the open attack potentially could have hit face, you get the plunder, and there's a potential to ghost Orange Man. But now with the Culling Strike, there's a potential to block the entire swing here and prevent the plunder for the second swing.
If you're Ezreal here, you can play the Chump Wump, play both Mushrooms, and play the Culling Strike, and that would be 4 damage going to Nexus. So you're relying on the Mushrooms to kill next turn, which is a possibility. You're still developing a blocker with Chump Wump, so it's still fine. You're not playing anything other than Runation. If Runation does come down, there's no attack. Obviously, it's all the mana wasted, and all these Undyings dead for at least 1 turn. And you're okay, I think, with that situation, having both boards cleared and going into the next turn with a Mushroom killing Team Russia, or a burn spell you can top deck, also killing Team Russia.
For Russia, you could open Ruination, you could open Attack, Developed from Aristocrat was not what I was expecting. It does mean you can go wider and you can play around removal around single units so that you can pretty much guarantee some face damage so you can follow up with Citrus. Now, if you do go to the Citrus line, you could also look at the Curse Keeper. Yeah, they are setting up for it. Okay. So they're now guaranteeing that they can do this.
Russia has to think that this is the turn they have to push lethal damage somehow. Find some kind of combo with all their cards to push for lethal. Maybe with Citrus Courier because it is a rally effect. And it could be. I mean, there's the potential for it. Poland, again, they didn't really have many choices to make. They had to play Chump Bomb for another blocker. They have the Cooling Strike they can use at some point in this round to kill something. And they have the Mushrooms to use, and they have the mana to do everything. So a very straightforward round for them. This is what they were dealt, the cards they have in hand, the cards they have to play. And that's all there is to it. Whereas for Team Russia, it looks like it's going to be a rally from Citrus Courier, 6 mana up after this attack here, with the Plunder coming in, and Poland can't stop this. They are looking for the best possible blocks, of course. The 4/3 into the 2/2, and the kill on the Cooling Strike Bark Beast here as well.
Yeah, and they do need to be a little careful about an Ezreal just in case there is some random option here. But considering how they played the last turn and how they were aggressive, I think that you probably do look for the block here onto at least one of the 1/1s with the consideration that it could be Citrus coming out. And in this case, you are pushing 1 damage, so you do get the Citrus to go off, but both of your Undyings are dead.
Oh, you mean Team Russia? Okay, yeah, you're pushing. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But for Team Poland, even if Ezreal were to die in some whatever case it is in combat, obviously you're a lot more vulnerable. You take damage. There's certain spells that can kill you at 3 instead of 4. You're fine with that. Ezreal's done his job. He's going to get 2 more Nexus damage with Cooling Strike, targeting the Bark Beast here. There's nothing to fizzle this Bark Beast unless you Atrocity, but that's wasting your mana, and you are maybe healthier because the Cooling Strike will fizzle, so it won't target anything, and you won't get the 2 damage ping onto your Nexus. You're going to stay at 3 HP, but yeah, them not valuing that enough, risking the Mushroom draw next turn, because they're not going to win this turn. Citrus Courier comes down, you still have the blockers in both the Chump, Wump, and the Ezreal, and there's nothing else you can do in hand that can stop this. Maybe Gangplank for the Overwhelm, but still not enough. You're 14 HP for Team Poland, you're still very healthy.
Yeah. And looking at the situation, obviously it has to be Courier. It will heal the Nexus, however, so it will put them up to 4. So it ends up being, the better play, basically regardless. And there's nothing else in hand. So yeah, I think Courier pretty much always makes sense here. And now you swing in.
Courier is so underplayed that I completely forgot that he actually heals your Nexus. Also giving you Rally Effect is the biggest thing, I think, and the reason it's included in this deck. But that extra bit of lifesteal is not something Team Russia said, oh, we need the lifesteal in our very aggressive deck. Let's put a Citrus Courier in. They're playing it for the rally effect, but that lifesteal can actually come in incredibly clutch. And all of a sudden, that 1 HP risk with a Mushroom drawn next turn is a 4 HP buffer, so you have a much higher chance of surviving. That being said, there's still going to be a lot of burn effects coming in from Ezreal, and you can't kill Ezreal this turn. You can block the 4 or 5 with the Chump Bump, that's fine. And even block the Curse Keeper if you want with the Ezreal if you need to, but you're still fine. Any spell drawn next turn will almost certainly guarantee a kill there on Team Russia, with the Mushrooms as well.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's a pretty random effect for it to have, but yeah, it still does exist. The next turn, it is dependent on top decks and the Mushrooms, though, because there is a potential to maybe even kill the Ezreal with something like the Atrocity if you're putting like fast speed spells on the stack. So there is a potential for Russia to stay out of range and out of measure, and then Poland will essentially just be at the whims of top decks. Urchin.
Okay, 1 Mushroom could be better, but it's something.
And now the question is, do you cycle, see what you get, or do you immediately swing with the Ezreal? Because if you immediately swing with the Ezreal, then you're playing around. You're not playing around fast speed removal, right? And technically there is an Atrocity here, so you could Atrocity the Ezreal and take it away. So from our perspective, cycling I think would be better here with the Urchin, but Poland had to think hard about this decision.
This is one of those cases where if you're behind on the board, you're going to lose the game. This is your last chance. If you're Team Poland, I think you go for the Ezreal, you put the axe on him, that's 3 damage, and you're presenting lethal. You're telling your opponent, hey, can you answer this? No? All right, I win. Because I think Poland still has fairly good outs with how the deck is built and the burn it has in general, I think it is better, there we go, to find the Mystic Shot. It's not lethal because the Mystic Shot will resolve onto the Nexus, sure, but the Atrocity can kill the Ezreal, like you mentioned, on fast speed on the stack before the 1 damage ping, or the 1 damage ping comes off to round out the 2+1 = 3. EU math finally coming back again. But that means that the mushroom is still a possibility next turn, and we're still back into the same situation there.
It's a little depressing that this game may come down to mushrooms, but because mushrooms are so often a byproduct of how this deck plays. But yeah, it could chip away at Russia. It's a possibility. How many shrooms have we had? It's 2 or 3.
We saw one come out only, so there's still a few in the deck, but there's, I'm going to assume, a lot of cards left in the deck, so there's no guarantees at all that the mushroom's going to come to kill. Even though most of the times when I play both mushrooms playing Ezreal Draven, all of a sudden 3 come in the next turn. I'm not sure how that works, but I'll take it in most games. In this case, only 1 came in. And there's a chance, obviously, for the second one to come in. There's no healing in hand for Team Russia. There's no secondary rally effect. Ezreal comes in here, has to be stopped. Ooh. Actually, they have to Atrocity now to stop the elusive damage from Ezreal, so it's going to be a kill, right? The Mystic Shot will come in after this stack effect. It'll resolve first, and that's going to be lethal. So yeah, the Ezreal threatening lethal off of just the elusive attack, with the attack still there, will be GG for Team Poland winning this game. 2 damage from the Mystic Shot and 1 damage from the Ezreal before the Atrocity kills it means that the sequencing there mattered a lot. Alan did a perfect job of piling that to how he had to do it. He went for the maybe risky Zonai Urchin, didn't go for the all-in Ezreal attack into the act, which would have been maybe not ideal when you're ahead in general on the board state, or in the game state at least, not on the board definitely. That's the win for Poland. So 1-1 in this series against Russia.
Yeah, it was the 2 elusive damage, and then the Ezreal generates another Mystic Shot, which would have been also GG, so you have to deal with it right there. And then, unfortunately, from Russia's perspective, you absolutely have to go from that, and they pulled exactly Mystic Shot off the top. I will say that Poland, I think we're up to the counter of 5 of insane top decks, which, to be fair, will eventually happen, but they have been playing around it very well. At the same time, I think that Russia obviously did super well in that first game, managed to pick it up against Poland. Second game, I absolutely agree with their choice in deck, and I think it just didn't work out for them. Now going into this third game, so much is going to come down onto this deck choice, so much. And the fact that Russia even in range to potentially take down Poland is still crazy to me. But really, because we were talking about this when we had a bit of a break, we were talking about the format and how you can kind of get into Rox's paper scenarios, and you can just kind of RNG your opponent into deck choices. So there's still a chance here from Russia because of the format.
And of course, when you do lose with the deck, you have the chance to still play it again. It's only when you get a win with the deck that it disappears from your pool of deck that you can still play on the second game for the second win in a series. So that means that Anivia is still up for Poland if they want to replay it again. They had that pretty insane loss against the Heimer Vi in game 2 of the series, but now in game 1 rather, and now in game 3 they can play it again if they want to, and Russia can also repeat with the deck they just played, the Undying List, and it has no more surprise factor, so maybe not the best choice. And also, I mean, you do want to try and find your Undyings a bit earlier to decide for it as well.
I find it so hard to call Poland, man, on what they're going for. I guess my best guess would be Asadjwani, but it's so difficult. They always do the exact opposite of what I call, so I'm just going to say Asadjwani. Russia on their side, I think there is a consideration to maybe look for Lee Sin and just go balls to one, be like, screw it, they're definitely going to go control and we'll try and beat them out. I think it's more likely to go mid-range. I can't see them running Undying once again, so we could see an Asadjwani mirror, or they go mid-range. That would be my prediction.
And Asadjwani is a deck that maybe can counter and can really mess up the game plan for something like Fiora, for example, for something like even the Lee Sin Zed with a Frostbite effect. So all 3 of those decks are kind of in a risky rock, paper, scissors kind of scenario. Yeah. And maybe you don't want to risk it. Anivia is a choice that is good against Go Hard, for example. And I'm not sure about the other matchups, but I think it maybe is going to be fine as well. And Tom Soraka is also a bit of a... It has very good matchups, and sometimes it feels almost unwinnable for some decks, but then other decks are a lot more threatening when you have fearsome attackers, when you have certain games that exact deck can't deal with. So a few polarizing matches, let's say, for both of these teams, and they have to definitely watch out for the lopsided ones where they may just insta lose just in queuing the wrong deck.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to look at Anivia here, and I agree, obviously great into Go Hard, but now that we know this is an Undying deck, you're looking at now combo, and you're looking at mid-range, and you're looking at Asadjwani mid-range as well. So you're asking the question, does this deck survive to turn 7 so we can get our game plan up, or do we get absolutely blasted by mid-range? They seem to think yes. They think they can survive against mid-range, and Russia do indeed go for their Shen Fiora deck. So I think there was obvious from Russia, but Poland's always do the opposite of what I expect.
Pulse, I'm going to explain to you how good this Bamboozle was. I literally looked at the deck lineups again, and I have in my mind already printed the TFGP is go hard. I completely just forgot that we just saw it be Undying. So that's how good the Bamboozle is. You know, you were doubting it maybe a bit. Is this really going to work the 7th time? It just worked on me. Maybe my brain is too small. My memory is too bad. But I fell for the debate once again. Unfortunately, it is, like you mentioned, not go hard. It is the Undying list. And Anivia might have a good matchup against it as well. Maybe not, though, because the Undyings just die anyway. So they just come back like Anivia, but earlier even. But this matchup against Fiora is interesting because Fiora wants to challenge a lot of small units, and Anivia is not going to be playing any units until turn 6 most of the time, so maybe you're fine in that regard.
Yeah, and I think that you'll probably be looking for beatdown at that point. I think Misfortune Quinn right now is so weirdly positioned, because I think even when you want to play Misfortune Quinn, you play Shen Fiora, right? So I think like it's almost the idea of like bringing a second card, like we were talking earlier, to double up so you can get a 4th other card in the deck, because 2 cards do a very similar thing. I think that it's like if your Fiora Shen is banned and you still want to go mid-range, you go, Misfortune Quinn, but that's never your first choice. So I think that the game plan here, based off of that, is going to go for like beat down early, right? Like you need to establish a board, hit them in the face, try your best, hope they don't have double avalanche, and then Poland's just like, okay, perfect, let's draw a double avalanche and just wipe their board.
Well, it'll like the River Shaper, but some of the other units are going to be a bit bigger than that, so it could be a problem. And of course, Deny is a thing in Ionia. This is, I think, maybe one of the first Ionia matchups we see in this tournament for this day 5. And that means that very impactful spells that we've been mentioning all day long, like Ruination, like Vengeance, can be denied for 4 mana. And that could be a major swing as well. So right away, we see an instant Avalanche here. A Sharp Sight could save this River Shaper. It's not currently in hand, though. No spells can be played with only 3 mana. And Fiora Shen is a deck that wants to have a whole lot of spells and a whole lot of options to react to your opponent. With only the Riposte in hand and with no Fiora, this is, again, the same story. You have to find the Undyings when you're playing the Undying list, and you have to find Fiora and spells when you're playing this Fiora list.
Yeah, so the way I was looking at this matchup with Russia was actually like spread out early. They ended up pulling the Protector, but they didn't really have a good target to put it on. They ended up pulling Bird very, very late, and I'm pretty sure if they pulled Bird on 1, they would have played it. And when you're looking at their game plan and you're looking way more beat down than you are like, I'm going to play Fiora and she's going to be my one champion that I fully invest in, because you do have to play around things like Vengeance. And then you have to be like, card check, do you have Vengeance? Do I have Deny? And then it comes into that play. But in this situation, you do want to be going wider and just hoping they don't have these early sweeps. But Poland do pull into double Avalanche and Withering Whale. So you're right, now that we're in this mid game, we have much chunkier units. We have Screeching, we have Shen, we do have theoretically Fiora on the horizon, so they're less scared of that. But now they just need spells, and that was just denied.
I mentioned no real units to block from Team Poland. It's kind of a part of the list. You play Anivias, maybe the Chronicler of Ruin, and then, yeah, you have the Valfeast Spiderlings, of course, but that's really it. So can just take 3 here. The current hand for Poland is pretty awkward in terms of using their spell mana and trying not to just waste, 3 mana or 2 mana here. And use a Valfeast just to deny some damage coming in. Of course, there's no unit mana left for the Fiora Shen player, so there's no chance for Shen to give anyone barrier unless a Binding of Soul was played from spell mana, but not the case in most Fiora Shen lists. And instead, just a Spider blocking the Shen, bringing it down to 3, making it obviously a much more HP level you can work with for things like Avalanche and Grasp and Withering Whale.
Yeah, and maybe some players would look at that and be like, oh, you're crazy. Why are you putting Shen in range of Grasp here? But it's because you need to get through that wall anyway, right? Like, Demacia is a region that doesn't have any crazy tricks. They don't have, like, over the top in pretty much any fashion. So you always have to go through board, which means that you want to keep your opponent's board as empty as possible. And that's one of the few times where you actually get to play Feast as well if you're Poland, because there is no Fiora on board. So you really, that is the upper echelon of value you're really going to get from that card.
And there looks like that is Bulgaria and Austria, possibly. How's my flag knowledge?
You're accurate, I believe. Yeah,
I think I am correct there. All right, I'll take that win there. Maybe math is not my strong suit, but geography definitely
for countries, is. Hell yeah.
And that's a 1-1 there. So game 3 just started. It looks like both very, very healthy still on turn 2 still. And it looks like it is going to be probably a Fiora Shen or a Scouts versus something else with Demacia. I can't see there. But again, still on game 3, still hasn't been decided just yet.
Yeah, the other side of the bracket moving fast. This is Group C already, so yeah, because we will be casting France and Italy coming up next, but we're still in our third game. So yeah, they are racing through their games. Holy moly! Okay, yeah, we'll definitely check on that when that one resolves.
Coming back into this, still no Fiora, still no Deny. Of course, Riposte is a spell that, when giving a barrier, it can play around things like Grasp and Whale and Avalanche even. That being said, Vile Feast, the one that was used before to damage the Shen and take it down eventually, was a spell maybe wasted? I mean, obviously you had to do it if you're Poland because your hand was just, there weren't many other options for that turn. But Vile Feast is a great tool in this matchup to pop barriers. It's just a very cheap 2-mana spell that can kind of counter that barrier effect at least, and surprise the Fiora Shen player many times.
Yeah, and now from Russia, you just really need to just develop in. I mean, yeah, you need to be thinking about Ruination, but like there's certain points in the game, and again, this comes down to fundamentals where you need to stop worrying about very specific cards and just kind of like play your own game plan. And at this point, they just need to get damage, right? Like we're turn 6, you're on your attack turn, and your opponent's at 20 HP. Like that's your win condition. You got to hit them in the face. Like there's no way around it. So at some point you do need to be developing hard. Going for this early bird into protector is really great, because if it's a unit develop, then great, you get a bunch of damage to face. If it's not, then you can develop a potentially River Shaper and pull into spells, thin out your deck, potentially get to that Fiora. But yeah, you're totally right. It's day 6, still no Fiora, and we're just waiting.
And the mind games here, you might not be seeing it in hand right now, but they're incredible, because obviously both players are threatening things they don't have, with Ruination being a possibility from Alan, and Deny being a possibility in response from Russia. Neither player has either of those cards, but they both still have the mana to do it. So you have to be very careful. Now Poland commits and says, okay, I don't have Ruination, here's my Avalanche instead, discount Ruination. And now Team Russia always has to be careful not to dip under 4 mana. When they do, they're giving Poland the green light to say, okay, do with me whatever you want, Ruinate me, Vengeance me, I cannot deny it anymore.
Yeah, I think this is now one of the rare situations where you can dip below 4 mana, because the options are now limited. You're basically scared of exactly third Avalanche. Whale doesn't quite do it. Yes, it kills Bird, but at least your River Shaper is going to get the swing off, and they won't have enough mana. They end up opting for the swing out anyways, and if you're Poland, you snap let that through. You're so happy.
I love the pass because, one, it's not too much of a threat. It's only 6 attack coming into your Nexus. You have a lot of heal still, and you're going to be over-healing anyway, so it's fine. 2, like I mentioned before, you want to have the Vile Feast to counter barriers later in the game, in maybe a crucial moment where Fiora is 3 out of 4, has to kill the last unit, you pop the barrier, and she dies, before she gets to the 3 to 4, and then maybe you win the game because of that. So keeping their valuable cards and their impactful plays in hand, I think, is great, and these units will be dying to a possible Anivia or Ruination or Withering Whale next turn anyway.
Yeah, man, I still feel like you've got to develop right there, because now we're getting into Anivia territory, right? Like your turn 6 onwards, Anivia comes down, you start generating value, then it's Chronicle from there out, then it's Rekindler. Like your options start dwindling, and they end up developing it here anyway, even after the attack turn. And this River Shaper, I'm going to tell you now, is never going to get to swing. Like it's never going to get that card cycle. But hey, there's the Fiora.
It is drawn, but maybe a bit too late to be as impactful as you would have liked. Again, like I mentioned before, Anivia is not really a deck that has so many cheap units that Fiora can kind of feast on as the game goes on. It's really not as impactful as other matchups, so maybe it's not too big of a deal. That being said, we're getting slowly creeping towards the late game. There's no Deny still in hand. That's maybe the biggest miss for Team Russia, more than Fiora even, because in the late game, you develop an entirely huge board, and Ruination comes in and deletes all of that, and Anivia still comes back, basically. So it gets very, very tough to try and find the win.
Concerta comes through here, and yeah, does manage to get the strike off. So, I was super wrong, but does manage to get that draw. Obviously puts the Anivia down, and it will be 3 turns until Anivia comes back up again. That being said, we do have following plays in the next turn coming in from Chronicler. And now there is a potential for Russia to once again develop. They do have a small opportunity here where it's 4 mana from Poland, and there's so little they can have outside of exactly Avalanche again. So develop here looks pretty good, and maybe even looking for the open next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a hard one. There's a Withering Whale, of course, to stop some of the damage from something like the Fleet Feather Tracker, but overall, going to be a big open swing. And with fast speed, you can't really play Ruination, for example. It's a slow speed spell, so it becomes a bigger issue. And the Vile Feast can provide a blocker at least, and maybe bring down the River Shaper also to 1 HP, so it dies to a potential Withering Whale. But Repose can answer in that sense as well. And even a single combat now from the Fiora could get a free kill on the egg and no real counterplay.
Yeah, I think that makes most sense to me. I mean, even if you're sitting in a situation as Russia, you're thinking about what they could possibly have, and especially with Poland playing out this extra 2 mana, I think you're very happy with just going for that single combat here. If this is confirmed for the Vile Feast, yeah, I agree with it. I mean, you just need a blocker on board, right? Like, you also need to play around the potential of single combat, and if you don't have anything on board, you're just straight up copying a potential 7+5, 12 damage to face, which is just kind of not acceptable, notwithstanding spells.
Yeah, the single combat come in here. You might want to save spell mana for next turn, depending on what you draw. But then again, I think you definitely want to open attack. And although, yeah, Poland will be at 9+ mana with the 2 spell mana banked. So you want to open attack. You have the Repose to play around something like a Whale, for example, to try and push for a surprise lethal. And you have the Repose as well to save Fiora if a Grasp comes in, for example.
Yeah, next turn it will be 8 mana +2, so 10 mana. So they will theoretically be able to play both the fast speed options on that open swing, which will be somewhat devastating. I mean, everything does survive to the Whale. It will be probably Screeching or Fiora dying to that Grasp.
The River Shaper,
they do find the hole.
Valuing the chance to find more spells and to get more card advantage over the Fiora win condition.
I like it.
Yeah, and you find the deny. I mean, it's almost a targeted draw there. Drawing spells only, of course, maybe so you kind of find what you want to. You haven't seen a deny yet. You've seen a lot of other spells, so a bigger chance to draw. There must be, 2 or potentially 3 copies of deny in this deck for Team Russia. And now they have the chance. They have a lot more counterplay they can develop and not be too scared as long as they stay above that 4 mana. So they can play Shen, but they can and probably should not play the Screeching Dragon.
Yeah, I agree. Now that the Knights come in, I think it's way easier to look for the Shen. The open attack even doesn't suck either. You can open attack, pull with the Fiora, get a stack there, get a potential extra card option off of the River Shaper, and potentially +7. And you have both Deny and Riposte in hand for this open. Maybe even pushing an extra 3. I think Shen ends up being slightly better though, because now you have 2 different options in Deny and Riposte, and it forces your opponent to do something. And there's not a lot of slow speed options here that are good, especially with you having Deny in hand.
Yeah, you have exactly 10 mana, so you can play both something like a Whale and a Grasp. If you play Grasp on Fiora and there's a Repose to Barrier, you have the chance to Whale in response and pop that Barrier as well for any unit that's been activated, for example. So the Grasp comes in before maybe the Shen can give this River Shaper a Barrier. So heads up play. Of course, there is Deny and a Riposte in hand for Team Russia. They have to now value, is this the play I want to deny? Is there something scarier that can come down for 5 mana?
Yeah, if I'm here, I pass. I think you just let this happen. You kind of can't use all your mana before you commit to your next play, because if it is like second Grasp or if it's the Whale that we can see in hand, like you need something for that.
Yeah, I can take it here.
It's kind of what you're playing around.
The Shen giving the Fiora Barrier means that Grasp is no longer a threat. Even at 5 mana with no Deny up, you would be fine. Yeah, looks like they're gonna see the value in playing the Repose here. Not only does it give the protection or the theoretical protection from the Barrier, of course, Vile Feast will come in, like we mentioned before, to pop this. It would also give you the attack to maybe present some sort of lethal or just straight damage to the Nexus, but instead, Vile Feast, like I mentioned quite a few turns ago, is very important in this matchup to pop the Barrier as a response, and then have the initial spell, the Grasp, still conclude its effect and still kill that River Shaper. That being said, Fiora is still alive, Shen is still alive, there's a 5/4 dragon, and you're still taking some damage here, and Fiora is still slowly leveling up her win condition.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I like that riposte there. I think that you just let that happen and then you pass. Because yes, the upper end for value right there is absolutely massive, right? Like you can potentially swing for face, get an extra 5 damage, get a card draw. Like you're in such an amazing position. But the likelihood of your opponent having a ping off Vile Feast or having a ping off Withering Whale is just so high this late into the game. I do also appreciate that you need to be moving faster as Russia, so you need to get damage to face now. So finding the places where you can do it does matter. But I think in that very specific scenario where you're sitting on 4 mana and you're looking at exactly between Deny and Riposte, like just waiting there is probably having a bit of patience ends up being the slightly better play. Because now, yes, there's no Anivia on board, and actually Chronicle ends up sucking, and there's no Rekindler in hand. So Poland don't have an amazing hand right here, but they do have the potential for this Reckoning setup. Wait, what's this? Harrowing setup.
Hiring setup can happen, but Deny is still there. So Deny, and I think they know at this point, so late in the game, they have to play around that a bit. They can't just all in on a huge spell and have it be denied and just lose the tempo there. The Intrigue comes in, it draws an Anivia. There's only one champion in the deck, so it's very consistent. And you can play the Anivia, you're down to only 2 mana, you have no other plays left in your hand. And Anivia doesn't do too much on this board. We see pretty healthy units in the Screeching Dragon at 6-4 and Shen at 3-5. And Fiora is going to be healthy as long as she doesn't block. Of course, it isn't a leveled up Anivia, it's only level 1. So only 1 damage coming in as the board clear.
Yeah, back over to Russia now. Yeah, this is this is quite tough. I mean, again, we're in a situation like you rightly pointed out at the very start of the game. Like they can't tap below 4 now, basically ever for the rest of time. So Screeching will come out, and that's basically it. And it's a super easy Anivia.
Anivia does level up next turn, so if she attacks here, there's going to be no punish, unless, of course, there's like a single combat to kill the egg after. So maybe you can attack. It's maybe too risky. If it does just go into the egg form and there's no single combat, it would come back, but maybe too risky. You do need the blockers for this turn as well. And Anivia does level up here, Enlightened on turn 10. The hand is looking a bit small for Team Russia, but they do find another River Shaper to try and find and draw into more cards.
This is the third, right? We've seen 2 die.
I believe so. We've seen a whole lot of River Shaper action coming into this game. Less Fiora, more River Shaper.
Yeah, so they do need to be careful around this River Shaper, and there's not a lot of backing. Like, there's the Riposte, but they would really love to have the River Shaper and then plus, like, a Concerted or a single combat here. I think it's very important they get value out of this River Shaper, so it's actually a big chance that they just don't play at all. Yeah, they play Tracker first. It's just a little too important at this stage in the game, because, like, if they were sitting on, like, second Deny, they would feel way better about developing River Shaper, but like, this is the gateway to a late game that if you just lose right here and now, just fizzles.
And this might be, a clear open attack in most other matchups, but with the Deny in hand, with that protection, with that, guarantee that your units are not going to be dying to a Ruination, which is obviously a more than expected card, a clear staple in this Anivia list. You have so much more liberty to develop and play a much more versatile game plan in the late game, as long as you keep up, like we mentioned, that 4 mana. I really don't think that at any point in this game, Russia would now go under 4 spell mana unless they use Deny.
Yeah, I think for me, Russia are a team where it's much easier to read them. Like, I can usually say they're going to do X, and they will do X. Every time I look at Poland, they always do something completely different. So I feel pretty confident in saying that they will sit at 4 mana for the rest of time. This is, again, a really nice draw, exactly when they needed it. Rekindler is really what they needed. I mean, at the same time, Rekindler. Chronicler is also a good option. I think leading with the Whale makes a ton of sense here, because it ends up passing the action. They still want to be able to play something, but it is kind of like a pass the action turn right here.
And more than that, there's no real other spell to chain with Withering Whale to get value out of the possible barrier pop going into the attack from Russia. So they're fine playing it now. It gets that Fleet Feather Tracker off the board. Lethal is not being presented right now, but it's a lot of damage coming in with so many units and not really enough blockers. You can still play Rekindler as well, which is maybe the play you want to make, considering that Harrowing is the dud in this matchup, and Chronicle of Ruin does the same thing as Rekindler, but maybe less. So the plays, again, are pretty clear, I think, for Poland, whereas Team Russia also has enough mana to play all of their cards. So really, it's just about sequencing and thinking, what should I play and when? But the plays are still pretty straightforward, I think, for this turn.
Funnily enough, I actually think there is a consideration to even, like, open Harrowing and then pull a Deny. Because right now, like, that hand is very small, and, like, it's they've actually seen which cards they've been playing. It's unlikely that it's 2 denies, and now they've just revealed there's 1 card left in hand that is deny. So I think for like Poland, like obviously they've already gone down this line and it's whatever, and then both teams have played out their hands. But there is a possibility to like pull that deny out and be like, well, you don't know if this other card that I've been holding on to for this entire game, which by the way has been Chronicler, like, and they will know this information, Russia, that this could be ruination. And if you deny now, then we just ruinate and just end the game. So there is a consideration there. But I think this ends up being a considerably more consistent play here from Poland, though. But it may even be something they look for next turn.
And now 0 mana up for Team Poland. So no more worry for Team Russia. They just have to think about what the best sequence of attacking and blockers is, who to give barrier to. River Shaper can guarantee an attack on Nekis and a strike and a card draw because there are 4 Challenger units on the board for Team Russia with 2 Screeching Dragons, the Fleet Feather Tracker with the 5/1 temporary buff, and the Fiora as well. So Fiora getting her kill, keeping the barrier because she is the most valuable unit here, has the alternate win condition. Both Screeching Dragons, well, one of them surviving, one of them not. River Shaper having that easy attack onto the Nexus, and Shen also leveling up.
Yeah, the only other thing that you could have done there is maybe... No, because Fiora would always die to any attack if you don't barrier her. You could also keep like a Screeching Dragon alive or look potentially more damage on Nexus, but you're so far away at this point in time that can't really be the condition. And somehow Fiora in this matchup into these Niveas is getting a level up here. So she's actually 2 units away now. Keeping that unit will be relatively difficult to keep alive. And Vengeance off the top there from Poland.
And Concerted Strike from Team Russia. Fiora's currently 2 out of 4. She could kill one of the eggs here, which could be massive because there would be a big swing next turn because it would become an Anivia once again. You can kill that egg now and deal with that egg that way. That way, Fiora won't be dying to an open attack from both Anivias. It'll be only 1 hitting for 2 damage, and Fiora still survives. And you have the deny to stop a harrowing attack or a ruination from Poland next turn. So, and you can even get just the insta win with a single combat top deck next turn. So yeah, Concerted Strike being played here. Fiora gets the kill. No mana to respond from Poland is the biggest thing when you know there's no counterplay. A second Concerted Strike is drawn, and this could be a Fiora. Yeah, I mean, this is almost game, I think. Concerted Strike, Vengeance maybe is played an answer, and then you have Deny to back it up. So, yeah, and Second Combat does it, so...
Just to double check before we make a fool of ourselves, did Fiora get the proc right there? Because River Shaper drew the card, and the unit died before Fiora managed to get her attack off. So she should still be at 204, right? I'm fine to bust myself and put myself under the bus here. But
it might have been. I might have just seen the play as a guarantee to just get Fiora the kill and just be on 3 out of 4 and have the chance to win this. But maybe it's a safer play to just get more card draw with River Shaper. Yeah. I wasn't paying too much attention to the exact sequencing. You're right. And this was obviously a major thing in one of the games with Team Norway. So
I know.
If that's what you saw, then you are completely right. It could be 2 out of 4. Of course, we can't check ourselves as we're not spectating the game itself. But maybe Alan checks for us with his mouse. But the Navy comes in here. Damage is 2 on the entire board. A lot of spell mana up for Humble Opinion for Team Russia, and they have the chance to make any of these plays with Deny backup to stop a Vengeance possibility from Alan that he does have in hand as well. So we'll see how they navigate this. On this current attack here, Fiora and Shen both survive, but the River Shaper and the Screeching Dragon will be dying here. And you may be right. It might be Fiora's still on 2 counters. I'm not entirely sure.
Man, I hate how prevalent exactly Concerted Strike has been this tournament. It has messed up so many people, casters and players included. I'm pretty sure Fiora didn't get the extra proc there. Yeah, I think looking for... Oh, you could even slow play it. Yeah, I actually don't dislike that. Because you are 2 procs away and you theoretically have both abilities to level up the Fiora and just win the game in hand, you could just go slower.
Not just that, but this Anaja now becomes an egg. Well, no, never mind. It kills the Screeching Dragon with the 2 damage ping effect. So the Navy is still very much alive and still has 3 attack. Yeah, I think it's just fine from Russia. They don't have any. They want to be reactive, right? They want to wait for these engines to come in and then respond with Deny and then maybe almost step in for lethal. So Poland, again, they have a chance to come into it. It's going to be very slow with only 1 Anivia, and especially because they cannot push that crazy amount of damage with the harrowing, 2 turns from now because there's going to be that Deny there. And maybe a second Deny is drawn as well to have the chance to play around both Vengeance and then the harrowing as well. Because the Vengeance, like you said, could be a bait. You could play Vengeance, have it denied, and then play harrowing the turn after, and maybe win with a ton of Anivias.
Yeah, so I think it's just down to glimpse, right? Like, I think that Russia are looking at this and like, what if they have glimpse? And we can't use deny on it because we still need to be thinking about ruination. We still need to be thinking of harrowing. If they pull second deny, and unfortunately their river shaper is now dead, all the river shapers are gone. So they need to pull into that second deny, and that will end up being really important because you could pull into a turn where you could like double deny and still have single combat as an option, and then get Fury to 3. The other thing is that you need to be thinking about 2 turns from now when Anivia claps back and then is most likely clearing your Fiora anyway. So they are on a little bit of a timer here to pull an option or find some proactivity, even though they do want to play reactively.
And there it is. The Vengeance comes in, and this has to be a deny check from Team Poland. They know they have the mana to do it. They want to get it out of the way now. If there's a deny now, it has to be played. Or Concerted Strike is played to kill. Is she on 2 out of 4?
It's got to be, right?
There's only 1 mana up for Poland, so they have no counterplay in a Vile Fleece, for example. Fiora is currently at 1 HP, so she is very vulnerable, but Concerted Strike is being hovered here. I wouldn't see it. I mean,
don't they just win the game by Concerted striking 1 target and then single combating the... Oh no, she wouldn't have enough health.
Well, yeah, she would. Yeah, that's lethal. That's it. Even if at 2-4, so yeah, they have the chance to play both Concerted Strike and single combat fast speed. There's the... Well, no, you have to do things in a different order. You can't play both fast speed spells and resolve them, right?
No.
It's the same stack.
But also single combat would damage the Fiora anyway, right? Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, so the Vengeance has come through. I mean, there's
It is the final proc. It is the final proc. There we go. They actually just won the game. Okay. Oh okay, my god.
You debated.
Actually gets the condition. No, I did debate you. That was 100% on me. Wow, okay.
So Fiora was at 3/4. We couldn't see the counter ourselves as casters, but that is going to be the lethal there, and that is going to be Alan committing to the Vengeance, maybe obviously having the deny up to deny it, or like we saw there, Concerted Strike to play around that enough to win the game there with Fiora, an alternate win condition. And Poland was in a position where they had to, I think, pull a trigger there. They couldn't continue waiting because the more you wait, the more spells are drawn, the more mana is up for Fiora to counterplay you. And just the worst situation you're in when you can't really use Harrowing and Ruination to your advantage. And that is the game win there for Team Russia, taking it 2-1 in this series.
Man, I have so many things to say about like this set in particular, and I also that is something that like as I said, I was super happy to be like wrong there and be like the caster who just brings down the broadcast. But that is something that happens, right? Because it's strike first and then strike second, and then even though the target is dead theoretically from the River Shaper, the Fury still gets the proc, and that's what happened in that game. So 100% that how it happens. Obviously, we saw like Norway with their issues the other day. The other thing that happened was the same matchup. Like I am losing all track of time. Was happening today. When did the Phoenix play come in?
That was game 1 of this.
That was
series.
game 1.
That was the initial win for Russia. Game 2, they lost with the Undying.
Right? I knew it.
They lost the Undying, and this is the series win for Russia, 2-1 against Poland. Poland is still obviously in the tournament. They can still win tomorrow and secure their playoff spot. But that's going to be a 2 win for Russia. And
oh my God,
they have the chance not to make it out. Russia's currently 2 wins and 3 losses in their group. So they have the chance to still make it out tomorrow with a win and with the right tiebreakers. They would have liked to win 2-0 today, but instead it's going to be a 2-1 win over a favorite like Poland. I think they can be pretty happy with that result.
Dude, this has flipped this entire group on its head. Like, we remember, I had this conversation an hour ago talking about Group A, and now we're having the same conversation about Group B. So Austria, defeated Bulgaria. What did we have for the other matchup? We just had Russia-Poland, so it was Bulgaria. That's Group C.
We're going to be seeing France versus Italy coming
Portugal,
up now.
Latvia. Portugal-Latvia was Portugal 2-0 over Latvia. Okay, so that one is the only series that has gone expected today at all. And Poland and Russia was also another flip. Man, Poland losing back-to-back games is ridiculous. They were 3-0 and now they're 3-2. That's insane to me. And now basically any team can catch them.
And we'll be seeing a powerhouse match coming up, Italy versus France. So that's a big one. We already saw, I think, the other game in Group C, Austria and Bulgaria, almost finished while we were still on this match. So we're a bit behind on schedule with the on-stream matches due to the delay, but we're going to be seeing Italy versus France very soon. So we'll be coming back in a few minutes after this break with that action for you guys.
Baby wanna whip with the boy for the one time. Okay, maybe one time. Roll it up and hit it for me one time. Cruise around the city, duck it one time. Shorty wanna whip with the boy in a free time. Make a little weed time. I ain't worried, baby, we gon' be fine. Riding like we never heard a street sign. I'm a great catch, baby, better act right. Get the digits, hit it that night. And I shine like a star, he a flashlight. Keep my energy and cash right. I be turtlenecked up cause the ice on my collar got it freezing. It ain't even that season. You came with a lane, but you left with a winner, that's treason. But a good enough reason. Brand new denim, two-tone like I just went tanning. I know one that she examined. I'm at the steakhouse knowing well I only want salmon. She gon' spread it like famine. Maybe don't play with your time cause you can't get it back. You should spend it how you want to. Tell that lame that it's dead for his. And I bet you I never let him haunt you. Baby wanna whip with the boy for the one time. Okay, maybe one time. Roll it up and hit it for me one time. Cruise around the city, duck it one time. Shorty wanna whip with the boy in a free time. Make a little weed time. I ain't worried, baby, we gon' be fine. Riding like we never heard a street sign. Look, girlie wanna match on the vibe this evening and thinking about leaving with me. Told me she been throwing back shots since she need some back shots. That's a bet sound even to me. I've been going nuts like brand new briefs. Got brand new teeth from the jeweler, not the dentist. And I'm on some rare that you'll never see again. But I treat it like I got it on Pinterest. Let a player hit it like a cue ball, moving like a U-Haul. Shorty better act like she know how. I'm that same old that you knew from back then. They was acting brand new, but they know now. Put my pockets on protein lunch, tryna go green, looking like I came from the trainer. That's drumline status on it with the bands. Give a f about your mans, he a stranger. Baby wanna whip with the boy for the one time. Okay, maybe one time. Roll it up and hit it for me one time. Cruise around the city, duck it one time. Shorty wanna whip with the boy in a free time. Make a little weed time. I ain't worried, baby, we gon' be fine. Riding like we never heard a street sign. Shorty wanna whip with the boy cause I'm on now. They won't leave me alone now. See me on the TV in the hometown. I don't need them, get it on my own now. Baby wanna whip with the...
Hey guys, welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. I'm Pulse, this is still Panda, and we're going to go into our second half of the day and hopefully not mess up another big interaction, but I make no promises. We'll be heading into France and Italy for our next matchup. As we're just talking about off stream, Bulgaria and Austria already has played out. They've played all three games, in fact, and that was a 2-1 to Austria, and they'll be heading into Group D. We'll also be covering United Kingdom and Czechia as our final game of the day, so it will be Germany and Norway that will be unfolding as we cast this one. So again, we'll keep you updated, tell you what's happening. Obviously, every match counts. And heading into tomorrow now, man, I am a little bit envious of Max and Mogwai because they will, I think no group has decided yet because of how these matches have gone and how there have been so many upsets today, specifically on day 5. I thought we were going to go into day 6 and there were going to be half the games that won't matter. Complete opposite. Everything counts.
And Greg mentioned about the standings as well for this Group C that we just saw. Austria gets a win, which means they're now 3-2, not completely out of the group, not qualified yet to playoffs, but with a pretty good chance to make it through for sure tomorrow. Bulgaria is now 1-4, so I think mathematically eliminated at this point. They are completely out of the tournament. I think it's one of the first teams to be eliminated, I believe. I believe Belgium did get the win earlier today. I'm not sure, but 1-4 means you're pretty much out of the tournament. And now France and Italy are both fighting for the top spot. Potentially, France is currently 3-1. If they win here, they for sure made it out. Italy is 2-2, which means that they got to win here. They need to get a win here to really have a good chance of making it out tomorrow. When they do play against either Bulgaria or Austria, not sure who they're playing against.
Yeah, I'm done making statements today. Unless I have someone who's made it for me, and then I repeat what they say, I'm just not making any. It's cursed. Today is cursed. We'll be taking a look at rosters very shortly now for France and Italy. Italy, I don't think I've even casted yet. Italy, we didn't see at all in week one, but obviously a very strong team. Ended up coming out of the gate swinging, and France was the number one seed in this group. So I think this is going to be a super great matchup. I was going to start with France with Alex and Aoi and Flaxo. And then on the upside, we have Italy with Bulat, Broken Ball, and Meliador.
Yeah, France, obviously the first seed in the tournament, so they were one of the big favorites coming into it. They have proven, like we mentioned last week, the first seeds all ended up topping their groups. They were 3-1, so pretty good results from them. Italy, a bit of a slower start. They really came back last weekend, days 3 and 4 of this tournament. They were on stream finally for, I believe it was day 4. It was their first time, so a bit late, but they are going to make it into the spotlight for when it matters, I think. They're 2-2. Fighting for a chance to make it out, and they have some great players as well. Broken Ball, just a great ladder player and tournament player, very young at 20 years old. Meliadoro is a veteran of board games. He's won some world championships in a few different games, and he's at 31 years old, one of the oldest players in the tournament, bringing a lot of experience to this Italian team, and Bulat also at 19. And France also a team with a lot of experience, some older guys there as well. We have Ilix at 31 and Owi at 32, so definitely the most experienced team in terms of the age in the group, and definitely have a lot of experience, a lot of different card games as well, and strategy games.
Yeah, it is Meliador, right? Because I've seen him play before, and I was like, Meliador, wait a second, did he just drop the O?
He might have. Yeah. I think it's a possibility.
Yeah, okay. All right, we're heading into this matchup. Let's take a look at some of the decks. Anything weird heading out? I always like to look for the weird stuff first. Well, there's a Garen there from Italy, so that's pretty weird. Do we have anything else? We have Discord aggro from Italy as well, and Nightfall aggro, and we have Elise aggro, and they're still running Field of Rush. Okay, all right, Italy.
This is, a few weird things. The Garen Elite stack is definitely a curveball that Italy is bringing in. Broken Ball is a big proponent of. He's also a big proponent of Leona Aesol, and we're not seeing it here. So finally, maybe being convinced that it's not as good a deck as he thought it was. He's played it in many different tournaments, and I've seen him playing it on ladder a ton as well. So a comfort pick from him that he didn't bring this time around. The bans are maybe standard in the Ashe Nox, but in the Garen Elites, taking a ban there, the first Garen ban, I believe, in the tournament, or maybe there's been a few more, but definitely not a very likely ban.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at this weird Garen deck, you're just like, I just don't want to play against it. Everything else may be as just we've seen before, right? Like Discord aggro we've seen before, Nightfall aggro, yes, it's not many teams are so running it anymore, but everybody knows it's a known quantity. And then the same with Elise aggro is like also a known quantity, but who knows what the Garen deck's going to do. So get that one out of here. Fill the Rush as well, I think, again, way less teams are playing it, but also something that you just kind of don't want to deal with. And then Twisted Fate is the final ban towards France. So this is kind of a smattering across the board. Yeah, they're not targeting a specific archetype necessarily.
2 triple champion decks as well for France is not very common. We normally only see 2 champions, and also because a ban takes out 3 different champions, not just one, or takes out that deck at least. And it just isn't as consistent for most strategies. But we see there a Lux Leona Aesol deck, which has seen some tournament play. It's similar to the Leona Aesol as I was talking about for the Broken Ball has brought to many tournaments, but it has more of a Demacia splash, a bigger splash with Lux, and also with cards like Inserted Strike and Single Combat, and obviously no Allegiance anymore, no Mountain Scryers, for example, for the Invoke. And also the GP Twisted Fate Gangplank is a go hard list that kind of dips into the best of both worlds. You want the early game with the least with 2 copies, and probably going to be a single copy of GP to kind of have that small late game threat as well.
Wow, okay. Discord aggro to start off here immediately. Going into control, mid-range control, combo, mid-range. Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. I think like a lot of these matchups definitely are Discord aggro favored. I think you can high roll into a lot of wins into these decks, even some of the more mid-rangey stuff. So I think the only one you're really concerned about is Fiora Shen, but I think outside of that, you're pretty happy. And then we have Weimar from France, which can definitely compete with Discard aggro mid-game, but is heavily reliant on draws. As we saw earlier, you can mulligan super hard for an aggro game plan and just get nothing.
And the biggest thing is that Discard aggro is a deck that can really high roll the right combination of cards in the early game and just completely take over the board in an instant with their discard synergies and the basically free units you're able to play like the Flame Chompers, etc. So it can be tough for a deck like Heimer Vaya. It doesn't really have any clear-cut board clear. They don't have Withering Whales, they don't have Avalanches. They have removal, sure, but it's normally single target removal that's looking for slightly beefier units. The 3 to 4 mana units. That's what you want to remove on your invoke removal, especially. But no cheap kind of full board removal, and the fact that when they do find their invoke card to take down things like Draven or Jinx, they're slow speed. So that might be a problem off of the open attack possibilities from Italy.
Oh, did they just keep everything there from Discard Aggro? They did. They didn't mulligan a single thing. Interesting. So I was thinking that we would see Jinx potentially mulligan, but with that hand, I would generally keep it, and then I would maybe kick like House Spiders or either Urchin. But they're looking to keep the... Man, Discard Aggro is such a crazy deck. Like, it's an aggro deck, but you need a brain to play it. There's so many different things that you need to plan ahead of. They ended up keeping Urchin because they wanted to potentially pull into something that they could use as fodder. And if they ended up pulling, like, I don't know, like Scrap Dash or something like that, they would be able to immediately play it. That being said, I was surprised they kept both 1-drops, because typically you go for one option or the other, and then you keep the 2-drop and you play that. So they ended up keeping Saboteur there as well, and they get their turn 1, they get 3 damage, which obviously feels great, but I was a little surprised by that mulligan.
This is the problem with the Heimer Vi deck. It has a Mountain Go as a 2-drop. It's basically it's going to down trade to the House Spider or the Saboteur, so it's not really a great option. You have the 3-drops later on in the day 3, but there might be an open attack with the House Spider and the Saboteur next turn as well. And you have the Vision as well if you want to just develop first. If you find the right card next turn to develop and then play Zona Urchin into the Vision, it's all of a sudden a very threatening board on turn 3. So this is the thing that Discard Aggro does so well. They're able to go wide and use spells that usually are pretty bad, but with the right board state and with the right discard synergies, all of a sudden are extremely high tempo for free, and you can out tempo your opponent by an exponential margin already on turn 3.
It's the deck you can also get away with playing crowd favorite more than a one-of. You can usually have a 2 or even a full set of. I'm personally not a fan of putting more than one crowd favorite in a lot of decks that we're seeing, like the Darius Draven archetype. I saw so many people dropping 3s into it, like a full set, and it's so often that bricks out in that specific deck. Like, often you have like a 2 or 3 unit board and you just don't get to play it. However, in Discard Aggro, like, you're so often hitting 4 and then drawing into it and almost instantly playing on 4. So yeah, definitely be mindful of that, because they are already going wide here.
And we mentioned the importance of finding the right cards in the right order for Team Italy. And in this case, I don't think they have. I mean, they have a wide board, sure. Vision isn't as impactful as it could be with something like a Poro Cannon and the 2 1-mana elusive Poros being played. The double Get Excited is great for the late game and for just burning out your opponent at the very end and using all your resources to do so. But in this case, not so much. Your opponent's still at 17 HP. You want to develop your board first and then go for burn later on.
Yeah, this is rough. There's kind of only really one option here. Yeah, and we should just go for the Vision play. As you said, like, it would have been great. Imagine if they had like House Spiders here. It would have been absolutely a nutty swing. But now... yeah, they're hovering over it. Like, these 2 Get Excited back to back is kind of really rough. Especially even these Rummages. They would have even loved to have a Rummage earlier as well.
Looking at the standings there for Group B, which we have already seen today, and did finish with that surprise win from Russia against Poland. Poland still in the lead with a +2 differential, and Portugal now taking second place with 3 wins as well. But tomorrow we still have Latvia and Russia with 2 wins. That being said, Russia with a -3 differential, quite literally impossible for them to make it through at this point, I believe. Even if they win, they'll be at -1 differential, so the tiebreak with the second place team with Portugal would not be enough to make them pass. So I think Russia is actually out already. Might be wrong on that. We'll have to check out Max's, the walking rule book. He definitely knows for sure in the behind the scenes. But I'm pretty sure that Russia is indeed out.
Yeah, I believe there's a scenario where they may be able to contest the person above them if they get the win and they don't. But yeah, we need to double check with Rulebook Man. Okay, back to this game though. Yeah, I mean, obviously we knew this was happening. There's literally no other play in hand other than like going for a cheeky rummage and hoping you pull. I don't know what you could pull exactly. Scuttler maybe. But right here, this is just an easy develop on the 3/3. Get a very value block. You're letting through 7 here. Yeah, 7.
We talked about it. This isn't the high roll hand you would have hoped for in an ideal situation if you are Discard Aggro, but your opponent's still at 10 HP on turn 3. This deck still does what it does. It's a burn deck, and it's not ideal, but it's still pretty good, especially considering there are not any healing cards in hand right now for Team France. There's no Guiding Touch, and there's no Star Shaping.
Yeah, the other thing from Discard aggro is you do need to kind of be putting in the work right now. Like that was a good swing on 3, but now your board has just been reduced to a single unit, which is not great. Like you no longer have that white board. Imagine if they draw into like crowd favorite now, that would be awful. And so basically Jinx turns into your main engine. I think they just need to be playing around that now. Like develop the Jinx as fast as possible. Like now that Jinx also develops rockets on the same turn, like maybe you could potentially look for that. Next turn they'll be going to 4 mana +2. So depending on what this top deck is, if it's an easily disposable unit, it is actually Vision. No, this
We
hand is
talked
too
about
clunky,
it.
right, for the
You
immediate
need
level up.
the right cards in the right order. When you do draw them, you're almost unbeatable. Even against something like an Anivia or Tunnel Tryndamere that have Avalanche and Withering Whale, you're still extremely powerful as a discard player because you can just cycle into the right cards and create a really unbelievable amount of damage so early on. But you have the Rummage, you can cycle the Vision, but you have one unit on the board, like you mentioned. There's no more board for you to take advantage of, and a lot of your deck relies on cheap units going onto the board, flooding the board very quickly, and buffing them up with the discard synergy, like Vision, or the Axes even from Draven, or Battlecaster, for example. Not the case here. The last attack turn, like you mentioned, was maybe the last chance they had to push damage through combat, and the rest is now going to come either through alternate, paths like the burn, like the get excited, or the Jinx. But the Jinx is still very vulnerable. Level up is not looking too clear right now, and there's removal in hand for France. They have get excited and Mystic Shot.
Yeah, this is really rough. I think Italy are kind of pushed into playing a Get Excited. Yeah, because unfortunately these two Get Exciteds have just bricked the hand. Like this is the thing with Discard aggro is like it's a very fluid deck that often can be consistent because of the way that it's so self synergizing. Typically, synergy decks in card games just kind of suck because like if you don't get your exact synergies, then you just lose a game and it's a bad deck. But this has kind of transcended the amount of synergy you have in your deck, so everything synergizes with each other. However, you still do have those issues with synergy decks where you could just get like your two cards that you exactly don't want next to each other, and they just have to be stuck together like the two Get Excited, and then you're just like, oh great, well now I go into turn 4, I can't level up my Jinx, or I go into turn 3, I can't go wide, and it just completely messes your game plan, even though the cards by themselves are such high value cards.
And a play there, get excited onto the Spring Guardian. A 3/1 Spring Guardian is not a play you see very often from a discard aggro player. I think this kind of shows how awkward the hand is for Team Italy. I think Elix was quite surprised there seeing that happen. The second Spring Guardian come down, you can get excited it once again if you're thinking about open attacking with a Spider next turn, but there's a Mystic Shot to deny that anyway. So it's looking quite grim if you are Team Italy here. I mean, you don't have the Augmented Experimenter either to draw into more cards. Your Jinx might level up with the Rummage. You can do it next turn after playing her to maybe play around 3 damage from Get Excited. But even then, it is looking a bit dire. And the Star Shaping is drawn for Team France, so a very good draw there to heal up once the burn damage comes in later on.
Yeah, you have exactly one play here. Then it's play the Jinx and then burst speed Rummage. There's literally nothing else you can do. Yeah, the thing with Augmenter is you actually like the best situation for Augmenter is actually just drawing into Augmenter, never having it in hand, and then drawing it exactly when you need it. That's why a lot of players have actually dropped Augmenter to a 2 of, and some even dropped it to a 1 of. Even though it is such an incredible card on 6 and is something that you need. Yeah, I think leading here with Get Excited is the obvious play, and then they also happen to have a Mystic Shot in hand, so even off the level up, we'll be able to kill the Jinx. And now if you're Italy, you have to exactly high roll into 2 burst spells you can play with 4 mana.
And you play, obviously, the Rummage, hoping, thinking, okay, Jinx levels up. It's going to be at 4 HP now. It'll survive. They get excited. But then there is the devastating Mystic Shot in hand to follow up and to make sure that Jinx is dead. There's no rockets, and there's no, there's not that big threat on the board. And with a 4/2 Spider being there, you can just block it with Spring Guardian, and then you've survived. I mean, if you're Team France, you've survived. You've stabilized, essentially, and you have healing as well, just in case there's a surprise, Farron or some kind of surprise burst damage coming in. You have the 5 healing from Star Shaping as well.
All right, what do we pull? That ain't it. That is not it. Yeah. I feel for Italy right here.
The Zona Urchin can be played. You did get the 1/1, of course, to threaten some damage on board, but it's going to be 3 damage threatened. That's basically it, and then you're kind of out of fuel depending on what you draw from Zona Urchin. I think it has to be played in this case. You do have to push that extra 2 damage. It's very important, but it might not be enough. I think this is kind of, you go all in, and if your all in doesn't result in a win, you're going to end up losing, I think.
Yeah, they needed to pull like Pyro Cannon there, so they could at least get 1 rocket and push damage. I actually think that initial Like I understand the sentiment behind getting the get excited onto a unit, so you can potentially go wide and find another swing that you maybe should be able to get theoretically. And this right here, like is going to be one of them. I think that's a little risky. Then again, you do have star shaping in hand. But then I actually think that like get excited kind of had to go face there. Unfortunately, I think that you kind of have to race down your opponent and just assume they don't have they don't pull into guiding touch and they don't pull into star shaping.
This is a bit risky, but with the star shaping, then you're trying to play for the better chance of surviving not just this turn but the next turn as well, and it could be a house spider drawn and then it's battlecaster, and then all of a sudden you're in trouble again because, as we mentioned, Heimervai doesn't have the cleanest of board clears, but now you have a bit more. I mean, your hand's still awkward. You have heals, sure. The opponent has a chance to play both battlecaster and this crowd favorite, and it won't be ideal value, but it'll be pretty chunky, especially after having wasted your get excited and your mystic shot to kill the Jinx. Now you can't kill this crowd favorite. And your hand's awkward. You don't have any more units to play. You have Pill Cascade to cycle, but that's not the value you want for your mana right now. And you have the heals, that is true. And you can cycle here with Guiding Touch and hope for something better. But there's no guarantees. This is still pretty tricky now. Okay? You have all the heals in the world, apparently.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that unfortunately, like pulling into exactly guiding touch, and star shaping has given France a really good position to be in, and they also have to do cascades to cycle through their decks. So actually not in a terrible position. I actually do see this line now. I do agree with needing a unit on board because you have so many spells in hand that are able to do so and keep it alive and basically use this as your a buffer between you and death. This is not the most amazing develop in the world, but you kind of just have to go for it. It's a deck that runs out of steam very easily. Like so in the early game, you can pull into things like Rummage and then you can keep up your engines and it's fine. Or you get into mid game and then you drop your Jinx and then she gets going and it's fine. But if you lose both of those things, which is A, a hand state, and B, a Jinx, then you kind of stall out. And then you're at the whims of drawing exactly second Jinx or exactly Augmenter. And those are your two outs. And mathematically, that is a very small percentage of your deck. So it's, again, it goes back to the high roll kind of mantra we were talking about.
And these draws seem bad, the Battlecaster, which is a small board, but it's looking pretty good now. There's no real removal and there's no real units to be played here. You can continue stalling if you're Team France, and you're going to survive the next turn with a Star Shaping and a Guiding Touch, killing your Nexus. But at some point, you have to stabilize. This isn't a full stabilization yet. You're just stalling with the heals, but you're not really taking control of the board. There's still, okay, Vi is a stabilizer for the next turn possibly, and a good blocker for this turn. That changed my mind. She hasn't leveled. She doesn't have that much attack, but she doesn't really need it in this matchup. She's fine to just chump block and get the value trade with the toughness as well. But a 5-4 crowd favorite is scary.
Yeah. And isn't that interesting, the amount of times that we just flipped back and forth in the last 40 seconds of I think this deck is losing here, I think this deck is losing here, and it's just all on the whims of top decks. It really was just the entire game just flipped on its head off those top decks coming in with this Vi. That's a unit they really needed. This development right here looked really good, and then it looked slightly less good. A crowd favorite off the top. That is such a difficult decision. I think
and France is thinking, you have to. I mean, there's no punish for this. We mentioned that the most important thing in this matchup, past the initial onslaught of, and I thought Team Italy would run out of tempo and would run out of just fuel for the late game, but apparently not. They find the right draws in the exact right order they want. Battlecaster for a wide board, double crowd favorites back to back. And we can see the Mountain Goat come down. We can see the Star Shaping again. 5 mana to heal 5 is good, but not in this current board state, because you're not playing against Burn. You're still playing on the board, and there's 5-4 and a 6-5 with Overwhelm threatening you, and the Battlecaster buffing everything up by. This might be lethal right here.
I'm just saying, man. If you're Yugi, you absolutely play this deck. If you feel like you have good luck, if you've won the lottery before, you play discard aggro. Okay, how are they under? So that was 14 damage. They're at 5. Star Shaping doesn't do it.
You're fine with Star Shaping and Pale Cascade to block 1 damage on from the Overwhelm, so you're surviving on 1 HP, but this is the burn deck we're talking about. There's going to be a chance to get that 1 HP from a Mystic Shot or get excited, and there's no more healing in hand. You use all your healing, you use it to stall, you survive, sure, but, well, he does have it, no? You just have to put the Pale Cascade. Is it on 0 right now? Just
right? It should be in 0 right now, and then Pale Cascade puts him on 1, yeah.
There's nothing in hand for I'm just making sure I'm not calling. This seemed like very simple call there, but I'm like, wait, did I mess it up again?
Dude, I
That
do
was
not want our first cast together, Panda, to immediately be nailed as the poor math duo, right? Like that cannot be what we're named for the rest of the time. It can't.
the 1 HP survival here for Team France. But still, this board is still there. There's no more heal. There's a chance now to start developing a bigger board state. Flame Chomper, we mentioned the potential to just have a low roll or a high roll. We saw the great top decks, but now a terrible top deck. Having to play a Flame Chomper from hand for 2 mana. No impact on the board, really, aside from dragging a target. Vi can come down and challenge a unit as well to provide another blocker. Or we can see Heimer. I mean, there's not really that much spell synergy for Heimer, and then you still need to have a big unit to block the crowd favorite.
I think Heimer has got to be it, right? I mean, like it's definitely a toss-up. I think Dredge is maybe too slow. Yeah, it's either Vi or Heimer, and it's really just like what line do you want to go down. For the Discard aggro deck right now, there's only like 2 things that really like nut out. It's like you get Jinx exactly off the top, and then you rock it, or you get Mystic Shot, which very few decks run now. Like almost no one runs Mystic Shot. It's almost all Get Excited, and sometimes Get Excited are 2 of as well. So in terms of off the top burn options, it's very limited. And obviously, Get Excited can't do anything when it's by itself. So yeah, and even Augmented Experimenter can't go face either. So you're actually not that scared of top decks by themselves. It's the next turn you're scared, because if it then happens to be Get Excited, then you're in trouble.
This is so scary for Team France. I mean, you can kill the crowd favorite. You can Pale Cascade the Vi to make sure that, and Gem to make sure she survives. But I think you want to play a second blocker in the Sum Treasure, but then you're out of mana. All of a sudden, you're at 0 mana. You have these 2 blockers. Flame Chomper, which seemed like the worst play ever, can now drag this Vi out of the way on the open attack next turn. And again, you're at 1 HP. Any little poor scrap that, anything connecting is going to kill you. And there's no more heal left.
Yeah, it's not great. I'm trying to go down the other line of Heimerdinger. I mean, obviously, it doesn't matter so much now, but Heimerdinger would have been like Gem plus Gem, or Gem plus Cascade, and then you go wide and you block all the blockers, but then there's 0 for 1 damage coming in from Crowd Favorite. You could buff the Heimerdinger next turn, putting him to 4 health, but then that's still 1 Overwhelm next turn, so that still kills you. Going for Dredge here to see if they can find anything off the top, because they really need to kill this unit. Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough life at 1 HP.
And for 11 mana, maybe the least scary card that can ever be played is going to be the one that's going to be played. So France has that at least going for them. But the board state is already looking pretty grim with the Battlecaster. And already right now, even with this current board state, the open attack would kill them. They only have 2 blockers. They would have to draw into potentially, this may be the best choice. Get the Battlecaster out of the way. You have the block still with the Vi onto the crowd favorite, and potentially with Gem. Well, you can't play Gems this turn anymore, and they are slow, so you have to play them outside of combat. So it's still looking grim, even if they can get this kill on the Battlecaster here.
Yeah, this Scuttler, man. This one Scuttler is actually doing it. Yeah, they're thinking about it.
There can be a block here, of course, onto the Sum Treasure. Would not make sense from Team Italy, especially not with, they have nothing in their hand to kind of counterplay or help out with that. They go for the Flame Chomper now. The attack has come in, and it can't just be insta-killed. And this Flame Chomper can move the Vi out of the way, so the crowd favorite goes for lethal damage onto the Sum Treasure. Only needs to connect with 1 HP. Star Shaping is drawn, though, by Team France.
No.
Helix has gone from a frown
Not like
to
this.
a smile on his face. The frown has gone upside down, and all of a sudden, the House Spider is impactful, but without a Battlecaster, it's not as impactful as it could be. And you have the chance to play the Starry Priestess and the Star Shaping as well.
No.
And it's not lethal. I mean,
2 over 1. No, it's not.
It's not. I mean, it's far from it. Even without, on the open attack, it would be.
Develop a unit.
And if you're Italy, of course, we have full information. We obviously know that the Star Shaping that was top deck right now is crucial in helping France survive here, but Italy has no idea. Italy, they might go for it and just open attack and think, okay, if we have lethal right now, we have it. If they don't have any more heals, if they have a heal, maybe we lose the game. Get all these value trades lost. France finally stabilizes with his Vi helping out for the good trades, and then all of a sudden it's maybe game over the next few turns.
Yeah, you gotta go for that open, man. Like think about the cards that have been played already. It's been double Guiding Touch, Star Shaping. Like the chances of having second Star Shaping are lower mathematically, so you should go for the open here. But they just pulled it off the top. That's literally it.
I'm fairly certain Bulat just chained together 10 very bad words in Italian altogether. Once he saw that Star Shaping come down, it's of course a burst speed. No need to confirm it. You just see it happen, and then you weep and cry into your hands because that could have been game. That was, like we mentioned before so many times in this broadcast, you present lethal to your opponent. If they have an answer, okay, but if not, you just win the game. That's how it works. In this case, there was an answer from Team France, thinking what the best option here is. In most cases, probably these very high-impact, high-cost cards aren't going to be played because you want to just stabilize slowly and have mana open to react. But yeah, in this case, taking even less damage here with a Pale Cascade as well, knowing that every single point of damage here matters, and they're surviving even more. Why not just well, the Vi's fine. The Vi getting attacked by an O2 is fine. You don't need to put a Pale Cascade on her. Put it on the crowd favorite. No damage goes to another stage, but very healthy 5. And we'll see if once again Italy can redevelop and come back into the game. But this time I'm gonna have to actually say I don't think it's possible.
Wow, that stabilization. Yeah, I mean, France navigated it well. They also managed to pull 5 of their cycle cards. They got 3 Cascades and 2 Guiding Touches and pulled into 2 Star Shapings. That is an unholy amount of healing. And if you're Italy, you've actually pushed so much damage in this game, but your opponent's still at 5 because of all that healing. This is this game, man. Wow. Yeah,
this is what we talked about. When you run out of fuel, you have a Zonite Urge into a House Spider. You're kind of RNGing into whatever you can draw. That's maybe more impactful than a House Spider, but I don't think his list is running anything like a top end Farron or anything. Draven's a champion, great, but at this point in the game, he's not going to be impactful enough, I believe.
No, yeah, Italy needed exactly Jinx or exactly Augmented. They already used, usually a lot of these decks run 2 of Get Excited, some run 3, but the likelihood of drawing that is very low if you are running a 3rd. And I lean towards them running 2 actually because of how they played Chompers on that one turn. So yeah, and now I think it's got to be it, right? Like that, yeah, the Axe can't proc.
The life still comes in as well. I mean,
it's a 2-swing Golden Sister, yeah. Wow, that feels rough. Putting your opponent to 1.
There's a hill that you have to climb if you're France, but once you get to that peak, it's all smooth sailing after stabilizing. You're able to heal up past that initial burst of speed, the crucial turn, last turn. And once you make it past that bump, it's, again, smooth sailing. You're in complete control of the game. There's top decks coming in, but you can normally deal with them pretty easily. You're at a pretty healthy 5 attack, or 5 HP rather, which isn't, you're not going to get insta-killed in this case. And yeah, now at 10 HP, you're definitely very much in the clear. Very smooth seas for these Heimer Vi sailors in France. On the coast of France, just sailing along, and they should have this game in the bag.
Yeah, I think your metaphors are getting a bit messed up. They got to the top of the mountain, and then they're on the high seas now in France.
They have 4-wheel drive. They're in the sea, they're in the mountain, they're everywhere they want to go. They have the Jeep Ranger ready to go.
Oh, this poor Star Shaping. Oh, stop it. Yeah, I mean, as we said, like you're really just looking at these top decks, and yes, that was an amazing 3 top decks in the row from Discord, but you just gotta keep rolling high, and at the point where you stop, you just lose the game, and that's just how it is. Augmenter comes in about 5 turns too late, and yeah, I mean, maybe they can refresh right here, but I think that final Star Shaping is probably the final nail in the coffin, because it still has to be, again, exactly Jinx and exactly discarding your entire hand.
Yeah, and Heimer should come down this turn now. The pressure it has, it's not as much anymore now that you're at 10 HP. You have blockers. There's not that much mana up. Augmented is probably the best draw you can get if you are Italy, because you need to refuel your hand. And that's quite the way to do it with House Spiders and Jinx as well. We'll see if Jinx comes down. She is flipped already. That's something to keep in mind here. And there isn't going to be a direct card to deal with this in hand for France. They have a Star Shaping to heal, but they don't have any direct removal. And they also do not have the attack token for Vi to challenge this Jinx. So can this Jinx maybe bring in the impossible? It looks like Draven's coming down instead. Maybe, yeah, scared of the possible removal.
You've got to. If there is a tiny way that you win this game, it's got to be off of this Jinx. You cannot risk it, unfortunately. Like a random Thermo is just going to just ruin your day.
a Thermo or even the Invoke cards that we've seen played. We saw Solari Priestess. It could be a Meteor Shower that would kill the Jinx as well. And there was 5 mana up, so you had to play somewhat safe if you're Italy. Maybe too safe in this case. And we know there wasn't removal, but of course, the Italian players cannot know this. And the swing here comes in. Of course, very good trades across the board for this open swing.
Back heretic.
And also decent chump blockers here as well for Team France. They obviously don't want to take any damage here. Draven survives. The Augmented Experimenter will trade here with a 5-1 turret. But still, France completely in control of the game now.
It was a bit touch and go there for a second, and it was almost a glimmer of hope when I saw that Jinx. But again, it had to be like Jinx Pyro Cannon. And yeah, so now action passes back over. They're not just dead on arrival, so it's 5 plus 4. Yeah, so they're not just immediately dead, but there's a lot in hand. There's a bunch of different options. You could even progress stay here and just drop a T-Hex. Why not? Actually, yeah, no.
Because you're at 15 HP, you're no longer worried about committing, all your mana to one play and kind of going all in, especially considering that you don't know the deck list for discard aggro, but you have a pretty clear idea of what it looks like because it is a deck that's been played on ladder and in tournaments for months and months, and you know what cards are usually included. You can make a pretty good guesstimate. There's not really anything that can deal with the Scourge coming down at 11-10. Looking at the bottom there, we see Germany getting the win against Norway. It looks like a 2-1 there with 1-1 in that series. I believe it might be 2-1 there. I'll get some confirmation from production, but that is Germany getting a big win, and Norway still 0-5 in their group with another loss there. This is Group D, of course, so that is something we'll be seeing later on in the day. This is still Group C right now on stream, but a big 2-1 win for Germany that has been confirmed by production, so they are pretty much in a good spot to make it into groups. I think they're pretty much in playoffs already. 4-1 for them, with Norway being 0-5 right now. Yeah, Germany's through. That's congrats to them.
Yeah, they've got to be, right? Yeah, so we obviously have the other side of Group D later, and we'll talk more about that. But yeah, got to be looking at this very big swing right now from the Scourge.
Looking at this game, Lethal might be presented here, overwhelm on all of these units. There's a Whirling Death with the Jinx at 5 attack, but I think it's not going to do enough. There's 12, they can kill one of the units here. If they kill the Vi with Whirling Death, is it enough? I believe not. Yeah, it won't be enough, I believe, but I'm not going to call it. I'm just going to let it resolve. I don't want to get flamed anymore. And it is enough. So they survive at 3 HP, of course. No damage coming in from the Jinx anymore. She's being completely killed. The perfect math there. 5 attack Jinx on the 4 HP Vi. With the toughness, still makes it through and still gets killed. So 3 HP survival. And still, again, they're fighting to stay in this game. But the outcome, I think, is fairly clear for us. We're trying to hype it up.
Jinx? Nope.
Augmented, though, again, pretty good to refuel your hand. But again, the 15 HP is going to be maybe too much to deal with for this discard aggro so late in the game.
They're Jinxed? Come on, Augmented. Yeah, they're also just sitting on Get Excited, but we're going to ignore that.
Augmented does come down, gonna threaten the Scourge instead of the Heimer at 5 HP. Supernova gets deleted and Get Excited to face here. So the aggro burn player gets aggro burned down, gets some of its own medicine, and I think it's deserved. I lost a lot to discard aggro on ladder. It's a dangerous deck, and now it sees what it feels like, a big Get Excited to the face, and a win there for Team France in their first game. We mentioned it, able to stabilize early in the mid game, able to slowly get back into the game with their higher cost, more valuable cards, and take over in the late game where the discard aggro player in Italy had ran out of fuel already.
Yeah, really just brutal there. I still actually agree with the decision to go discard aggro there, and I actually think they're relatively well positioned in that matchup. It was just a series of really unfortunate draws on their side, and then on the opposing side drawing exactly what they needed, like 3 times in a row, and that just kind of ended the game out there. So yeah, they will lead the series 1 up there, France, and then we'll see what else Italy have. I do actually have confirmation that in Champion Select, in Picks and Bans, we had a error on the graphic, and we showed Gangplank Twist of Fate, but it's not Twist of Fate. It is, in fact, Gangplank Misfortune, which changes things significantly. So it is fixed for the next one. So obviously we'll see that. Again, it could be a bait deck. It could be just putting Gangplank Misfortune over a completely different shell. But it is worth mentioning that that is the case.
I'm gonna expect it will be the classic Pirate Burn deck that kind of has been phased out of the meta, but with Italy looking for a very aggressive lineup with Misfortune Gangplank, with at least Spiders possibly, with Discard Aggro, with the Nightfall as well, it could be one of the decks that they thought, okay, I'm gonna round out this aggro lineup by bringing in the other deck that maybe isn't as strong right now, but is still a very good aggressive list that some decks might have a hard time dealing with. Definitely not Heimervide though, with the
No.
the crazy top deck. And again, a crazy game. Discard Aggro had the chance to win it. They were winning it on paper once the turn ended and flipped to the open attack. But the one card they needed to top deck was the Star Shaping, and it was drawn by Team France, and they were able to survive in that game. So a crazy turn of events, and Team France takes that first win in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, very aggressive. Now with that change, this is a very aggressive lineup from Italy. I mean, this is, 4 accurate decks on a mid-range deck and a control deck. That's pretty whack, actually. Now looking at France, for their options, they could very easily go for like a control option. They could even go mid-range, and I actually think that like Ashadwani is very well positioned into basically everything here. Go mid-range themselves, I think, could potentially be risky. They could get blown out by an aggro deck, but generally Fiora, if you do draw into Fiora early, will eat a lot of these decks alive. So I think France have a lot of really great options. I personally would go like Ashadwani here. I think it's just kind of good against everything, and there's a possibility Italy say, you know what, yes, it is all aggro, but actually we still have Anivia. So I think you do want to be, you want to have a deck that still has game into that matchup. And then there's also consideration for deep. So I'm going to put my bet on Ashadwani or deep for France, and then for Italy, mid-range, they'll go Shan Fiora.
I've played a lot of deep, and even with Withering Whale and Battle Feast and Deadbloom Wander, it's usually a very hard time against some aggro lists that could just flood the board so quickly. If you don't draw into the right units, you don't draw into your Dreg Dredgers, you definitely can't play Slaughter Dogs because there's too big of a tempo loss. You can't play Maokai in most cases because it's just too slow. So It can be a tough matchup. And also the case with Leona Aesol, a very slow deck that's going to really suffer against aggro. So I definitely don't expect to see those two decks. I think, like you mentioned, Lee Sin can be okay if you draw Eye of the Dragon. If you don't, you're in a world of trouble because you won't have a 2-drop potentially if you don't draw Mountain Goat, and you don't have really that many heals in the deck compared to the
True.
You don't run any Star Shapings, for example, so it's much tougher. So yeah, I agree. I think Ash Nox or Fiora Shen are the possibilities here, and this Italian, never mind. Looks like it is going to be Aesol, Leona, Lux, maybe with a Demacia Splash and single combat and a bit more removal, you have a chance to take down some units quicker in the early game. But overall, I've always felt this is a very slow deck against some aggro lists.
Yeah, I was happy to like concede the deep point. I was like, if this is also one of the more greedy variants of deep, then absolutely not. It shouldn't be played here. I was still happy to throw down with Asnox and Fiora Shen, but wasn't expecting a much slower deck in form of like it's kind of like a weird hybrid of like control combo at a certain point as well. And then yes, you do have an early game, like the Daybreak package actually does get you through a lot of aggro matchups. So I actually think that's probably what France is looking for. Italy doubling down on discard aggro though was a bit of a surprise to me. I didn't think they would do that, but I respect it.
Out of their aggro list, I believe it is the most complete aggro deck because it has a game plan. Once you run out of fuel, it has a chance to redraw into cards. It has a chance that Jinx is obviously a very powerful champion as well. Whereas some other aggro lists like Pirate Burn and Elite Spiders, once you run out of fuel, you're not coming back into the game. It's almost impossible. So again, it is a bit of a high roll discard aggro. You have to draw the right cards in the right order. But when you do, it can produce incredible results. And maybe this is what Team Italy is looking for. Kind of a small miracle here and a first win in this best of 3 series. And yeah, this hand is just full mulligan if you're France. You need to find, like you said, the Daybreak package, and that is not it. Lux and Remembrance, very slow. No units to play until turn 3. That is the problem we talked about with this list. It can be so slow at times.
Yeah, and we had close to a full mulligan as well coming in from Italy. They kept, obviously, the Saboteur, which is a fantastic 1-drop. And they may not even swing out immediately, may even look for Urchin right here as well. And you're totally right. On the side of France, not what you want to see. I think that the open attack right here does make sense just in case they do have, Solari Super Soldier, or they do end up having a Shield Bearer. So I think it probably just makes sense to just get your 3 damage when you can. And without a board, there's basically nothing that this deck does to you. So you're pretty happy just getting your 3 damage.
And again, like I mentioned with Heimer Vi, no real board clears, so it becomes much more difficult to deal with a lot of very cheap units that are going to swarm the board incredibly quickly and very mana efficiently for the discard aggro player, plus the crowd favorite to kind of seal the deal later on. The biggest thing that France is probably looking for, and the thing that maybe is for almost for sure included in the deck list with the inclusion of Lux and a bigger Demacia splash, is the Radiant Guardian. We'll see if the curve here for discard aggro is so low to the floor that the Radiant Guardian isn't able to come out in time. It could also come out from Remembrance. So if we see a Solaria Priestess played next turn, it dies on the turn 4 attack from discard aggro, and then Remembrance is played, it can summon a Radiant Guardian with the lifesteal effect procced. But that is, of course, a kind of a miracle play. You can't guarantee it.
Yeah, this is the rough draw. They have a bit of cycle, but unfortunately, discard aggro, when it rolls even like normally too good, it will kind of just outpace your cycle cards. Solari Soldier is very nice here, but a little late. I think now you may even be forced into looking at like Priestess and hoping for like a Meteor Shower. Like somehow Meteor Shower has just gone significantly up in value.
Yeah, Solari Priestess and Solari Soldier will do the same here because Solari Soldier can attack for 3, sure, and it won't be blocked. Fantastic, but that's not really the game plan for France. And next turn, it'll be just serve as a blocker that won't be too impactful. Whereas, and again, you're kind of wasting mana. Maybe you want to save that Solari Soldier for next turn. With the spell mana banked, you should be able to play both Solari Soldier if there isn't an open attack, and then Remembrance after that, and have the guaranteed kill pretty much on one of your units.
Yeah, still thinking about it. Yeah, I think it pretty much just has to be Priestess here and see what you get.
It could be Soldier into single combat. That's also a possibility here. You clear out the board a little bit, and you still don't waste any mana, basically.
True. It also threatens a Draven on 3, which can end up being really important. So what we go for.
Draven does come down. We could see single combat. We could see just first an attack just to see if there's any blocks here. You're going to take, for sure, it's just free 3 damage. And then the single combat. Pale Cascade could be used to try and save the soldier, but there's going to be an axe in hand, so maybe not the exact thought process that France will be going through.
Yeah, also having Pale Cascade backup is quite nice. There's a potential to, like, if this isn't blocked at all, then you potentially kill the Draven and still have a blocker on board following single combat. And maybe even force up the axe here as well, which would be interesting. They're playing around axe. Okay.
Not just that, but the 2-for-1 makes more sense. The axe can come down now, but now you have the reactivity to play Pale Cascade after, and your opponent's wasted in quotations, wasted a card by discarding it with the axe as well. So I think Italy is well aware of this. They know not to play into Pale Cascade like that. They want to use those axes as discard fodder instead with Zana Urchin next turn. And again, it was a good draw. The soldier plus single combat was able to stabilize a bit. The star shaping is definitely a good draw. Again, to heal the burn, but maybe not so much to play for board right now. I think maybe Remembrance is going to be the play that France wants to go for.
Yeah, even just chipping away at the board a little bit there was super good because it makes this crowd favorite significantly less good. There's also potential to scuttle and steal crowd favorite here. A +3 crowd favorite isn't bad at all. With that open. That's also another consideration why even going wide there on last turn with Urchin was a potential, or even with Pyro Cannon as well, and then go for a really big crowd favorite. Often developing Draven on 3 is just so good for discard aggro though. And there we go. Yeah.
We could see, I think Solari Priestess comes down here. Once there isn't an open attack, then you do play Priestess. You can't play so passively and just wait for the Remembrance coming in later. You're going to try and get that later on. Golden Sister, another nuts invoke from Team France, finding the lifesteal unit and the 2-for-1 blockers as well for the later in the game. So big pull there from France. And they found the units to stabilize a bit here with the Solari Soldier and the Priestess. They have the chance still to find the Radiant Guardian from the Remembrance as well later in the game. So we'll see what they end up going for here.
Behind ya.
Here comes a swing. Yeah, as expected, crowd favorite comes down. And it certainly becomes a little bit awkward. You can obviously get the kill onto the crowd favorite if you wanted it with Soldier. And then you could probably trade Priestess. You could either go for value or just straight up kill the Saboteur, which I think at this point is generating a little too much value. Getting 2 swings off of Saboteur is so nice. Wow, it might even be a 3-swing Saboteur at this point.
Going down to 7, though, we're talking about it. It looks like it's not that big of a board state, but discard aggro on their 3rd or 4th attack turn every single time, no matter what. You're going to be down to nearly 10 HP, so it gets quite difficult. The blocks here coming in are quite different. I think Pale Cascade going to be used on maybe both of these 2 units to try and save them for potential blockers later on. Not sure if I mean, this is a tough puzzle here for France. I'm not sure what they're going for. If they do try and save either of these units, the axe can be used to kill them anyway. Taking a lot of damage here with the star shaping, maybe feeling a bit more safe, but this is a big hit from both Draven and the crowd favorite, and they're both surviving as well to live another day, and they're going to be here again on the next attack turn.
Yeah, so the obvious play there is to cascade both, and then you block underneath the crowd favorite, looking to kill the crowd favorite, and then you also keep the priestess alive by blocking the
and here it is. Oh, okay, so not Radiant Guardian. Screeching Dragon is good, but not ideal. I think because the axe was up and you wouldn't really save both units, or I think, this is you take more damage, but you have the better value into the late game of being able to play Remembrance that turn. The 2-turn discount, obviously, with both units dying, goes on to 4 HP, and if you would have used Pill Cascade, you wouldn't have that mana available. I was thinking for maybe a more safe play, trying to kill the crowd favorite this turn and going to Remembrance later on. But with the current hand for France, because they don't have any cheap units to guarantee a death, it's much harder to find the value from Remembrance. You can play it empty on a board for 6 mana, but it's not ideal. So I think they decided that was the best line of play there. They can still kill the crowd favorite with the Screeching Dragon here and survive with Pill Cascade.
Yeah, it's you're really walking the tightrope. It's really difficult because you're looking for simultaneous value and also not dying when you're in matchups like this, when you're in such a heavy control. So the other thing is, like, when you're playing this Discard aggro deck, I was also thinking from the perspective of, like, if France are looking at Italy and they're like, do they have vision, right? So if it could be a 0 mana like axe onto vision, and then does the situation get way worse? Theoretically, yes, because then your priestess dies on top of that, and then you get none of it, and you just completely lose out, and you just took more damage. Whereas the play that they went for by holding the 4 mana, yes, you can go for this play, or you can reactively use Pale Cascade in combat. So I think from both of those angles, in fact, France made the right play.
And here is the kill onto the Draven, the safer play here. You can guarantee your Screeching Dragon survives, gets that Fury effect off as well, which gives it some extra HP to block next turn and try and kill this crowd favorite. And there's still 5 mana up for you to be reactive if you're Team France. The star shaping looks like it's going to come in here. It's a tricky one. Golden Sister, if there isn't an open attack next turn, will instantly come down and be a huge play for Team France. Star shaping now means you're healing HP, sure, but you could kind of do that fast speed if there is an open attack anyway and find value out of it that way. And you're not playing for board here at all. So if you start shaping, you heal to 12 or to 13, but your opponent's going to develop a lot of units, and it could get potentially tricky for you next turn.
It's actually really frustrating playing into Discard aggro in this situation, because even at 3 mana, it's like so many other decks, you'd be like, oh, they're just going to develop like 1 unit and maybe 2 at the absolute maximum. But Discard aggro could actually just straight fill the board right here very, very easily and super reasonably. So deciding to pass right there, burning the 2 mana, and now going into 4 mana. It does obviously force Italy to develop here. Like, there's no way they can ever pass. So they need to take some type of action. They could still take like a small action. They could even like Pyro Cannon off of like a Scuffler, for example, and then pass. But
this is massive. There's going to be a Flame Chomper dragging this Screeching Dragon out of the way. Damage will be pushed here. A single combat can come in response from to kill the crowd favorite, and there's Get Excited in hand for Team Italy to kill this. I guess there's Spell Cascades to save it, so we'll see how this ends up playing out. But both players have a lot of interactivity in both hands, and there's going to be a lot of mind games here for both players.
So this is 10 damage plus Get Excited, so 13. And then Axe in hand as well, which is 14.
Single combat comes in. You're currently at 3. You can Get Excited the Dragon, or you can Get Excited Face. You're playing around either direct healing to Nexus, which France has, or Pale Cascade, which France has. So there's whatever answer you go for. If you are Italy with the Get Excited on Face or onto the Screeching Dragon, there's still going to be a counterplay, and a great counterplay at that, with Team France. Wow. Pale Cascade is played. Open. The Get Excited won't kill the dragon. And if it's paid to face it, go for lethal, there's a star shaping to heal up 5. So France has a chance here to survive this turn.
Yeah, it's really just a question of like in general terms, what makes the most sense. I think it just ends up being way too risky to go for Dragon with this much mana available, and the opponent hasn't showed a single like
Yeah.
heal spell, and they haven't showed like any Pale Cascade. So yeah, I think you just let this resolve, hit face, see what they do, because there's a possibility they just play all their mana, right? Like
Yeah,
if they don't
that's-
have like a heal hand.
Precisely it. There's no rush now from Italy. If Golden Sister was played, for example, all of a sudden France is at 1 mana. They can't play Guiding Touch or a heal effect, and they get excited kills to the face. So France is thinking, how much do they want to risk here? I think they can't risk. I think they have to play still. They're thinking about it. The moment they drag this goal, yeah, they have to do this. They can't play that riskily, or they end up. We're being teased here, Pulse. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Dude, I saw that mouse cursor go towards the pass button, and I'm like, I don't know about that one. Yeah,
Again,
I'm about to go for the star shaping.
Any of the plays drawn here are usually too high mana to really be considered in the next few turns, because you can't, like we mentioned, you can't just waste all your mana and be open to get excited when you're at 3 HP. Now at 8 HP, maybe a bit safer. Cosmic Inspiration is a bit slow, especially without any units on the board. Probably not going to be played anytime soon, if at all. But you survive this turn, sure, but you're still looking at a board with 4 units with 2 more Elusive Portals coming down, possibly, and the chance for a Battlecaster Revision to wreak havoc the next turn.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, because it can be risky, because obviously from France's perspective, you can see basically the entire hand. They have an axe and they have 3 Daring Porrows, and if that last card happens to be Jinx, then you actually get the Jinx level up on that turn. So it is a little risky to do nothing right there. But now, it's actually frustrating having the immediate action, because you need to make a play, and all your plays are really clunky because they're really high mana. It certainly cannot be the Lux. Leona, unfortunately, like the border's too wide for Leona to get a ton of value, so it has to be Golden Sister. And now you're down to 3 mana.
This is massive. Get Excited would kill the Golden Sister. If Pale Cascade is played, you get the attack benefit from the lifesteal if it hits the Nexus and survives, but there's going to be a second Get Excited to answer it. So Italy finds the top deck to again, France is thinking, I'm on top of the world. I play around to Get Excited. I get 6 heal now, but all of a sudden, the second Get Excited is going to be played here from Italy. They pretty much know there's no way now that this, with 1 mana, France can't do anything about this. They kill this Golden Sister, 1 less blocker next turn, no heals coming in, and still 1 mana to play this Elusive Poro. So it could be a big swing coming in next turn, and possibly a top deck war for both teams once again.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's down to like a bunch of weenies. So you have 3 attack, 5 attack on board, and then an elusive blocker, and then obviously you pull the elusive out of the way. So you are connecting 5. So you need. Okay, we've had how many Get Excited? Yeah, they're actually looking at how many Get Excited have been played this game. So I think that's probably both Get Exciteds they had.
You can find a vision,
right?
You can find a Battlecaster, which even if you're playing into it and not open attacking, I think you're going to be, fine developing and having 1 unit being played by Team France. That draws a vision.
Oh my god! Are you kidding me?
This is equality being shown to us. First, the top deck last game was Star Shaping. Okay, France, take the win. And now the top deck for the Vision player. Okay, Italy, take the win. The Hush comes in. I think it won't still be enough. That's the only fast speed interaction here. The Pale Cascade can draw 1 more card. Let's not call it too soon. It is a burst speed effect from the Hush.
Is this Star Shaping?
Okay.
It's not it. It's not
never,
it. Okay.
Never punish. That's going to be a lethal representative from Italy, and this will be a 1-1 tie in this best of 2 series. Both teams, both countries getting away with a crazy perfect top deck in games 1 and 2. So justice is restored, equality is restored for both teams. Yeah, and now we're going to go into a game 3 that hopefully doesn't include any RNG top deck. It's going to be a fair fought battle from both teams to see who gets the win in this best of 3 series.
Oh my dude, my heart can't take it. Today has been the most bizarre day of games I think I've ever seen, back to back. We had that weird Phoenix play earlier today. We had the Concerted Strike fiasco. We just had back to back top decks to win games. Like I don't even know if it can go on anymore. We have another game in this best of 3. That's going to be a 3rd game. Hopefully, no more shenanigans on that front. And then we have another game at the end of the day, which will be United Kingdom versus Czechia, which could literally go either way and complete through that group also into chaos. So, I don't even know how to approach today anymore. We can take a look at the standings out of Group B right here. Apparently, there were some issues. We did list Latvia and Russia at a -3 differential, and that was incorrect. So we can take a look at the now updated standings.
This is not correct, and this guarantees that Portugal and Poland have made it through. They're in the playoffs. Tomorrow they will be playing each other for the top seed in Group B, but they have both gone through, and both of the bottom teams there are both eliminated. So Portugal and Poland make it through. Portugal getting the first seed as well. Not what a lot of players expected. A lot of people, I think, watching this tournament did not expect that. Portugal, I believe, going into day 3, they were maybe last in the group even. And they pulled off, I'm pretty certain they were tied with Russia, pretty close to the bottom of the group. They pulled off a crazy amount of wins in the last three days of group stage and able to take maybe the top seed tomorrow. If they win, we'll see that tomorrow. But guaranteed, Latvia and Russia are both out of the tournament.
Yes, listen to what Panda just said. Completely ignore what I just said and listen to what Panda just said. Yes, Latvia and Russia were at the -3 differential. What we showed before was wrong. There we go. Perfect. Done. Great. We're going on to our third and final game of this matchup now. And okay, so we have, luckily, because now both of those decks have now won, we won't see them again and hopefully we won't see any more random top decks. So we don't have the high rolly craziness of the Discord aggro deck. We don't have the Weimar deck before just randomly getting their healing off the top. So now we get to see something entirely different from both these two teams.
Well, not entirely different, because Team Italy has brought a very aggressive lineup here, and you have one aggro deck out of the way, they're going to probably bring out another one, and just that's going to be their game plan. This looks like a very clear strategy, bringing decks that are normally considered maybe not ideal, definitely haven't been brought before at all. For this day 5, I think both Pirate Burn and Elite Spiders was never brought yet to the tournament, so decks that no one considered a top 9 deck in the game. But because Italy has a very clear game plan of bringing, I guess, the maximum amount of aggro decks they're possibly able to bring, and probably banning out more control-y archetypes like Trundle, like Scouts that has some, has a very good time fighting for board early on with aggro decks as well, and like Go Hard TF that has TF for board clears, has Withering Wail in some cases, Go Hard with the Drain effect as well, and the Doom Beasts. They're probably going to pick an aggro deck, to be honest, either Elite Spiders, Pirate Burn, or maybe even Nightfall.
Yeah, I think the thing is, in this case, my heart can take it because all of these decks make way more sense to me. Like, they're way more consistent in how they run. Sometimes you can kind of get like screwed in your draw with Misfortune Gangplank, but almost always it draws in a very similar way because they're so weighted on their 1, 2, and 3 drops. Same for aggro Spiders, to be honest. And Nightfall is more of a wild card. It's somewhere in between discard aggro and somewhere in between the more aggressive decks, but it's still very similar. And sometimes it has random over the top with like, I just pulled Cygnus off of my Unspeakable Horror and I won the game. Sometimes it has those situations, but it's way more consistent. They're just going in. They're going right into it. Okay, fair enough.
So I believe actually the Nightfall list is actually, we're not sure, of course, this is closed deck list. We might have seen the deck list before, but we don't want to confirm anything to players or anything. So we're not entirely sure what these lists are for each country. We can just see the champions and the regions like viewers at home. I believe this could be probably a fearsome list as well, because if it was Nightfall, he was running Diana over Callista, right? So maybe, again,
it could even be
Nightfall.
Misrates.
Yeah, it could be Misrate, it could be Nightfall, it could be... We've been bamboozled a lot. It could really be anything. You could be running one copy of Nocturne and one copy of Callista, and this could be something completely different. But we do see the Pirate Burn locked in. This maybe isn't Pirate Burn. Again, making an assumption from these champion combinations. It would make sense to me that it was Pirate Burn. And we see Fiora Shen locked in for France, which could really have a very easy feast on these very small units like Jacket Butcher, like Saboteur, Precious Pet, etc. if it is Pirate Burn. But Pirate Burn is again, it was nerfed with Make It Rain, but it's still a very competent deck that can really rush you down as quickly as discard aggro as well. Turns 4, 5, and 6 with GP and Jack the Winner, for example, and Zap Sprayfin too. It could get tricky for Fiora.
No, it absolutely could. This matchup in particular has definitely highlights my love-hate relationship with this format. But yeah, no, for sure. Fiora coming out can definitely come out with a game where you just kind of win on 5. You just farm the small weenie units and then you just kind of win the game, and it's just based off of the spells that you get off the top. And as long as you get cheap spells and you keep investing in Fiora, stonks. And there's very few ways to really deal with that. A lot of these decks could either make it rain or even dropped it to a 2 or even a 1 of, and then increased other burn spells. Fervor is always a mainstay, so probably going to be a keep here. I think that Italy really need this to punch through that Fiora. win condition. And then for the rest of the boards, you just kind of want to go hard. You want to make sure that you have those 1s and 2 drops. You could really aggressively mulligan and look for 3 1 drops, or you could keep the 2 drop and go for a 1 and 2 and mulligan the second 1 drop. They just drew 3 gangplanks, and
ouch. We talked about hopefully not having any weird top decks and bad RNG or good RNG for any team, but that is certainly bad RNG. 3 gangplanks in your opening hand is not what a burn player wants to see. They want to play on curve, they want to play aggressive, maybe even under curve, having 2 plays per turn when we go to turn 3 and 4. But in this case, they find 3 gangplanks when, that's going to be a tough one. Zap's Brave been not helping out either, having to open attack turn 2, already losing out on value there. And the 1 drop found for France as well, so an easy block there, only taking 1 damage, and it finds that it's a second 1 drop as well to just flood the board with some cheap units, able to have some block in the next few turns. And Jagged Butcher does have the plunder effect activated thanks to the Saboteur's damage ping, but not the start Italy wanted.
Yeah, it's real unfortunate. I mean, in different card games like, poker, 3 of kind, not bad. But in this case, drawing your 3/5 drops, plus Zap, plus Decimate. This is one of the unicorn games where you just draw all of your top ends and you just cry. And then on the opposite side, drawing exactly into Fiora and Shen and curving out as well into your 5 and 6 turns, and you have deny as well to deny any combat tricks like a fervor, and to maybe even deny Decimate at the end of the game. This is not great, folks.
The hand is so bad for Italy that they had to pass there, and France was like, wait a minute, how are they passing on turn 3? Should I pass as well? They were kind of almost dumbfounded because this is not a situation you normally run into when you're playing against any kind of aggressive list. They have a very low curve, and they're able to flood the board very quickly. In this case, I think they might think this pass is a bait. There might be a Noxian Fervor trying to kill the Fiora, for example. So they just take the pass there. They don't want to risk it. They want to keep Fiora alive. And again, any turn that's being passed that the unit mana isn't being used for Team Italy is a good turn for France, because that means they can take control of the board. They right now have unit advantage, which is not normally the case playing against aggro. And yeah, very unfortunate for Italy. One of the worst hands they could have ever expected. Thankfully, though, they have the Fervor into Fiora now. Shen is played. It can be killed to kill Fiora, but you want to usually play your own game plan and use that Fervor to hit face and not to control your opponent's game plan.
Yeah, at the point where you're starting to use Fervor on enemy units, you've pretty much always lost the game. I think there are a few exceptions, and I think Fiora definitely can be one of them. So I think maybe even playing out Bird right here, this is what France are considering, right? They're just we could play out Bird and potentially deny Fervor, or based on how that last turn went, we could just straight up just play Shen.
It has to be played now, though. If Shen is played and Shen attacks and gives Fiora the barrier, then it cannot be played anymore. And that's when you most would want to play it, to obviously save the units that's dying anyway. You can Fervor it, kill it. It was going to die regardless, and then kill a Fiora, but you would have barrier at that point. So instead, the Fleet Feather Tracker comes down. There's deny available. Not much to deny in this matchup aside from the Decimate. So that's going to be the best trade-off for Team France. And can play the River Shaper as well this turn. With double Challenger, it can go face uncontested unless the Fervor's played.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly playing around Fervor right here for France, 100%, because here comes a swing, and then now, you could just block damage right here. I mean, this isn't really a game plan. You're not trying to go wide right here. You're not trying to beat down these units, and especially with the hand that you have, you're not really looking for that either. Ooh, now playing River Shaper is interesting, because going for the initial Bird and then keeping up mana for deny, playing around Resolve, I guess, here for Italy, and also understanding that they just need to push more damage to face. So this sounds like working out fine for them. And now with that information, France will probably just develop Shen here.
And this is the situation I was talking about. Right now, you know that Fiora's going to kill a unit for free because of the barrier from Shen. And if you want to use Fervor, now's the time to do it. It's just sometimes too slow, though. In some matchups, when your Fiora dies and you don't protect it, if you're the Fiora Shen player, it's doomed. That was kind of your win condition. Not in this case. In this case, you have a full board, 4 units against 2 for the burn player, and you're not at any threat right now to take control of the board.
So I go.
This should be a it's just too late now with the Fiora getting the barrier. You can't kill the Fiora now.
Unfortunately, you are kind of locked into that Gangplank play. You do need to get value out of these Gangplanks because you have 3 of them in hand, so you need to be playing them now so you can get them on 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8. The swing comes out. And then, yeah, obviously the Zap doesn't challenge. And now thinking about the River Shaper, but I mean, you don't even need to. You're not like on a clock necessarily. Like this aggro deck hasn't moved very fast against you.
There's no reason not to use it for unless you're really thinking that you need to go later on. Just the barrel and Zap and the barrel are going to die for free. No value there in losing them. So you can just use the barrel to get more damage on Nexus. But I think it's not really that the mind state you're in. If you're Italy, your opponent's still at 17 HP, dealing 4 damage now and not really affecting the board is not going to do much for you. I'm not sure if they might think, okay, this is going to be a very awkward game, having to start using our burn spells from 17 HP to 0. But it might be their only out, and they're on a clock now. Fiora's here. Fiora's going to have spells and mana to protect her, like Concerted Strike, and it's going to be tricky to survive this. And the deny is there as well for Decimate. So
it's not impossible, and the reason why it's not impossible is because you have the Gangplank already on board, and because you actually have double Gangplank in the back, you can actually start pinging on each of these turns, right? So that was a further going face on the turn that they weren't on their attack turn. So that's an extra Gangplank charge, and literally Gangplank level up may end up turning into a condition. And given that Brothers Bond was just pulled there, which is actually not a horrible draw with this board, is also a possibility. Like you could even open with Brothers Bond or react. That's what they're going to do. They're going to end up reacting here. So yeah, I mean, I think that you do actually have to stop burning, especially with a double Decimate hand.
And all of a sudden, the Brothers Bond is not a card you normally see in Pirate Burn. It's I think maybe found a spot after the Make It Rain nerfs, and it's going to be a big card here. No deny to stop this. Going to be, the damage from the Zap Spray Fin and the overwhelm as well from the Gangplank. If Shen is played, then Shen's also going to die because of the Brothers Bond. And maybe I was wrong. Quite a bit of damage coming in here through the Elusive and the overwhelm on Gangplank. So even with the 4-unit board for France, that can't really utilize it to great effect. No Sharp Sight to block the Zap Spray Fin. They're already at 6 damage right now. It's maybe closer than I thought. Decimate is still going to be answered by Deny, but that means that France has to leave mana open. They were hovering there. If they were to play Genevieve, they would only have 3 mana. They couldn't play Deny as well, and I think they have to go for the safer route and play this Screeching Dragon instead.
Yeah, you don't know this because you're not a dirty aggro gremlin like I am, but I look at this and I'm like, 7 HP? That's burn territory, baby. I can 100% make this work. On the opposite side, unfortunately, like this is a really strong open swing, and you have backup of Concerted Strike and Deny, and you're only really scared of like those fast speed spells like Fervor. So, you know, Italy definitely still on the back foot, but it's possible at this point, right? You probably will be training Deny for Decimate at this point. You kind of have to.
That's the second counter on Fiora. She should be leveling up, or am I incorrect once again? Well, the Fervor was used last turn, so I am incorrect. She's on 1 counter now. The Fervor was used last turn, I believe, on Zap Spray Fin to deny the Fiora kill, of course. So she is currently on 1 counter, has not leveled up just yet. So still pretty far away from that win condition. Gangplank can come down, will be answered probably by a Concerted Strike. If France is scared of another Fervor, I'm not sure they can do this. Well, they do have a mana to back it up, actually. They have exactly 9, so they can play both Concerted Strike and Deny.
Yeah, it was also Relentless off the top, by the way. So there's a potential for like Concerted Strike and even just Relentless and just immediately clap back.
Or Genevieve into Relentless.
Into Relentless, yeah.
This opens you up to decimate this turn. You're suddenly down to 5 because the barrel also blows up. Or down to 1 rather. You take 5 damage, and there wouldn't be any stop.
It would be next turn.
And do you actually have the kill potential using Relentless Pursuit with Genevieve? I think this is a safer play. I think if you can't get lethal this turn, you have to go for this play instead. And you can kill a barrel. You can get the Fiora to challenge the Gangplank as well. I think it's maybe the safer play to start slowly dismantling your opponent's game plan and not playing too riskily, not playing into your opponent's what they want you to do. You know, their outs basically.
Yeah, so now you basically just have to go, I think, Demolitionist. You've got to do something. You either need to play Demolitionist or you need to play Gangplank's Parlay. And this can be countered by Concerted Strike here as well, which I think may even happen. I just need to double check that Italy aren't just dead if Genevieve comes down.
It might be. If they pop the barrel now.
Fiora pause, Genevieve 5,
For the
8,
Empire.
11. It's close. Yeah,
And
I
the
don't think
barrel,
it's-
the barrel is one less blocker. Of course, you can block by itself, but usually the if you want to stop the aggro game plan, you want to stop the barrel. Correct to target the barrel here, because if they would have targeted Gangplank, Gangplank would have died to Concerted Strike, and that would have been a big problem because you missed out on the 2 damage, and Gangplank suddenly evaporates from your board. It's gonna happen anyway, so wrong
right.
target, but still gonna hit the Gangplank.
Get the
here with
ordering
Fiora.
right.
He's hovering. He's making sure. Looks like it's the barrel instead. So again, going for the slowest game plan possible, trying to stop any and all. Never mind. All right, I'm not going to say anything. Once it happens, then we'll talk about it. Because
Don't mess with concerns, right, man? We've had, like, as I said, today's cursed. Let's just.
I'll be back in
see
2
what we
minutes.
do,
Once,
and then
once this play's forgotten, I'll be back. I'm going to get some water pulse.
Yeah, we'll talk about this retroactively. Okay, all right. Targeting the Gangplank, stopping the level up. This will still go
What
face.
form will the waters take?
The draw comes in from River Shaper.
2. They take 3.
The Empire proud.
The single combat is drawn as well, no mana to play it, and now suddenly the barrel damage just come through because of course they targeted Gangplank instead. So they took the risk there to go for the more aggressive game plan. They have the deny to stop at least one burn spell from coming in, and there isn't a unit in play. That's the biggest thing. If there was a unit in play, then a Decimate Fervor would be a possibility next turn, and there's only one deny. Although the single combat could stop the Fervor from coming in, so I think it would be fine anyway. Now the Fiora levels up. Thank you for this animation game. Now I know. She's on 2 out of 4 counters, and she's 2 away from lethal. You got that, Pulse?
Yeah, that's the thing that confused me when I was confused the other game because it didn't show the animation, right? Like Concerted Strike came down and then we were confused over whether she had 3 or 4 because maybe it did and I'm literally blind, but I didn't see it. But yes, I do know now. I do know what's happening in this game. Okay, so this is a very interesting develop here from Italy because they could theoretically drop the Gangplank and then look for that swing, but they need to be playing around things like single combat and not a Concerted Strike. If they go for an immediate Decimate, then obviously you have way less mana to go for your develop, and it could be denied there as well, and they still have a bunch of mana for combat tricks. So it does kind of feel like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. I think unit development has to be it, though.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is maybe playing Genevieve because you also get a 5 attack unit. I think Gangplank is not leveled up yet, and he can't be anytime soon, which means that the biggest thing to think about here is Decimate and Fervor. Decimate can be stopped
not
like
again.
I have my
Not again,
orders.
Panda. I think Gangplank is leveled, right? Because he was
He might
going
be,
to level.
but again, I think it's not very
barrel.
consequential. I think at this point, the biggest thing here is that there's both deny to stop Decimate and single combat to stop any kind of Fervor play in reaction, right? You just kill the unit and then it fizzles. So I think there's France is fine just passing here. They're not threatened by this. It's just only 1 HP here.
I think it could be consequential because Gangplank is now a 6/6. So you need to burn both Sharp Sight and single combat to try and knock out the Gangplank before he swings.
And then
his
you still have
attack
deny.
will do one to the Nexus for Gangplank's ability, you mean?
If Gangplank comes down, initially, like right away before the attack can happen, France gets priority and they can play Sharp Sight, single combat, and then they have deny backup still. They have the mana to play all 3 spells. So at this point, I think France has the tools and the mana available to disrupt anything that Italy wants to do. On the board, they're currently in a very favorable state. They're going to continue passing until a proactive play is made by Italy. And once that proactive play is made, I believe with his current hand state, we'll see if that is the case. They have the tools to answer any possibility of damage. I'm pretty certain. Decimate comes out, they have deny, that's next, go next. You have 3 mana now. You have a Fervor, we have single combat, go next. Like they have all the tools to stop any kind of push from this aggro deck.
Yeah, I was thinking about these over-the-top abilities, right? Like Gangplank will be a 6/6, meaning that when on the open swing with the barrel that he summons on his own summon, that will be 2 damage to everything plus face, and then depending on ordering, which you can't necessarily control, Saboteur will also have 1 over the top, which will be 3, which is theoretically unstoppable outside of the deny, which will be able to block one of them, but because of the barrel, will end up doing an extra point of damage. However, they also still have the single combat, and then they also have the Sharp Sight to potentially deal with that. But if they wanted to deal with the Gangplank, then they would have to sacrifice the Fiora, and if they had to go for the barrel, then the Gangplank would survive and still swing face. So that's the line I was thinking of. So I was just on a parallel dimension from you, but they didn't end up going for it, so it didn't end up mattering.
And people say aggro decks should just go face, and that's it. there's some complexity here, but I think we can prove it in this game. There's some things to think about. There's definitely a lot of different lines of play and sequencing. And the biggest thing to note here is that we obviously have the superpower that is caster vision. We can see all the possibilities, all the cards, what order they can be played on, the 10 different lines of play for both teams. But Team Italy is in the dark. They have maybe one eye to see. They can't see their opponent's cards, that's for sure. So they don't have the mathematical answer to like, oh, this is the optimal line of play. It's an objective response. They don't have that. They have to play on, if they're counting like what cards are being drawn when, what cards they can put their opponent on, what cards are expected in a closed deck list format for these archetypes, etc. But there's no clear answer. So it's infinitely more complex to have the right line of thought all the time.
Yeah, it's all ratios, it's all percentages, and sometimes it's also just gut feeling.
Sometimes just top deck a star shaping or top deck a vision and win a game.
Sometimes it is that. Because even now, look at France. Like, they're going through the deck and like, okay, what have they played? What could they have? What is possible for them to, play through? Is it another fervor?
What we just mentioned, you don't have open deck lists, but you have the chance to look back through all your opponent's plays. If there's 3 copies played of Get Excited, there can't be any more Get Excited, for example, et cetera, for all these different cards. And they're, of course, counting. You can see what order the card come into the hand, what order they're drawn into, and kind of count and see which cards are played from where in the hand, and you can get information that way as well. It's a very high level mechanic, obviously, that only the best of the best players that are 100% focused on everything that's happening can pull off. But it is valuable in knowing what to play around and knowing what the best. It's not a guarantee ever, but you have better chances of playing around certain cards that way. This is going to be the 3rd kill on Fiora. Thank you, Elix, for hovering over. You're a god among men, finally helping out the poor casters. We don't have the information.
We need.
We're lacking the critical information, but now we have it. 2 out of 4 for Fiora, and the kill here with a barrier onto the Saboteur. And double single combat and sharp sight in hand, and a poor little spider waiting to get pummeled by Fiora after this resolves. There's a brothers, it's not going to be anything that can be done here. There's no Noxian Fervor to stop it. And even if there was, there's 2 single combats as well. The Shen levels up as well. Yeah, this is going to be, I think, game for France. They have full control.
I'm so nervous about calling things now. I think you're right.
Heads up play. The spider dying is a heads up play, but you still have single combat now in response. Fast speed, of course.
What Bond?
It's irrelevant. I mean, there's a barrier here as well. And once Fiora gets the last kill, it doesn't matter if she would die in combat. She still gets that final kill, let's say. So
she's on 3 or 4.
Yeah.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Okay. Don't doubt myself. It's fine. Yeah. Because if she wasn't on 3 or 4, then this would theoretically fill Fiora, but they also have sharp sight, which
comes
I
in.
even mentioned. And then there's even a second single combat on top of that as well. So
all the tools were there. They were present for Team France. We saw it last game. When I saw the hand, I knew they had all the interactivity they needed to guarantee the lethal with Fiora and to guarantee not dying because they're at 3 HP still. But this will be Team France taking game 3. Italy came in with a risky, an aggressive, and just a very aggressive aggro lineup with a ton of aggro decks we haven't even seen before in the tournament. It almost worked out. They had one game they lost to a very detrimental star shaping top deck from Team France. The next game they got that karma back. They were able to win from a vision top deck. But this game 3, Fiora dismantled them little by little with those spells and those just complete control of the game at the end there.
Yeah, I will say it was partially on the fact they just triple drew Gangplank and then drew true Decimates. So that was kind of not the best. And then they obviously drew into all their low end afterwards. So it was unfortunate. I think there were maybe ways to optimize even that play. Perhaps they could have led with the Gangplank when we were talking about that really extended turn. There was maybe the potential for that, and then force them to use Deny on one of those abilities, and then force your opponent to kill you on the next swing and then potentially Decimate. There was definitely a lot of different lines that could have happened there. But in the end, France managed to come out with a 2-1 victory. So that is, again, another quote-unquote expected win with the first seed beating 10th, even though Italy have done very well this tournament so far. We are going to take a quick break, but when we get back, we will have our final game of the day, and our final game that is even being played today, that's United Kingdom versus Czechia. So hopefully no more shenanigans. Of course it's going to happen. It doesn't matter. Why do I even say it? We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you then.
When you say you feel low,
Welcome back to day 5 of this group stage for the Masters Europe tournament. I am Panda, joined once again by Pulse. To round out the day, we have Czechia, fan favorite, tournament favorite after seeing the developments of the past few group stage days, and UK, another big team that's hoping to make it out of the group of death. Germany has, I'm pretty sure, already guaranteed a spot in the playoffs, having the win today against Norway. Norway being 0-5 in this case now. And UK and Czechia both fighting for a spot. Czechia currently 3-1, and UK 2, I believe, 2-2, I believe. I'm not sure. Third place, let's say. So it's gonna be a close one. Whoever wins here still has a chance to make it out tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. This is, I mean, obviously, this is a crucial game for UK to win. I think the Czechia, as we were talking about, they picked up so many early wins just based off of preparation that it was very difficult to catch them. The fact that Germany just kind of like sailed past them was testament to how good they are as a team. But UK right here definitely have the chance to upset. And I think that Czechia, I'm not going to say have scaled off, but teams have caught up, I think is the best way to say it. Like teams have been better at adapting, better at looking towards like what the decks they're bringing. So take a look at Czechia. Obviously, Pokravac, as Mogwai likes to say, Pokravac and friends, but his friends are Tomasal, which I believe is just Thomas because the OW stands for Overwatch, so Thomas and Bajatak. And then on the UK side, we have Fly, Spikes, and we have Matthew Fox.
And Pokravac, of course, being a renowned player in Runeterra for being the first master ever in the game in the beta season, and the first master in the game in season 1 of the Runeterra ladder. So already an impressive ladder showing, coming into this tournament, proving that he also has the skills to come into a tournament where there's a lot more tournament prep, matchup prep, bans, picks, etc., and still prove that they've been really putting in the work. They are all in the same kind of gaming house, and they had a boot camp as well. So in my opinion, by far the most prepared team. Maybe not the best, maybe that's still a dispute. By far, I think objectively the most prepared team coming to the tournament, and the results have shown in that case. They had some, like you mentioned, great showings in the first few days, and they've been off stream the past, I think, 2 days, which is why we haven't seen too much of them, which is why we don't really know how they've been kind of preparing for the next few weekends after that first one. But we're going to see them here to not close out the group stage, but almost do so in day 5.
Yeah, so exactly. My estimate that they're scaling off could be entirely wrong, but they did end up losing one of those games while they were off stream. So, yeah, we'll see how this one works out. Czechia, just getting some updates from production right here. Yeah, Czechia are 3-1 and UK are 2-2. So, yep, definitely need to see if they can pick up this game. We can take a look at some of the decks, though, because we're talking so much about their preparation. It seems pretty standard. This is probably the most standard I've seen Czechia. They have a Misfortune mono with Shadow Isles, so obviously that is somewhat questionable. But everything else is pretty on the line.
Yeah, I saw a comment from actually Team UK that they're bringing the same exact decks as Poland, so kind of taking the same approach. I think there was one deck difference, which may be, I believe it is the Fearsome list, possibly, the potential Fearsome list with the least Kalista that has been banned. I'm not entirely sure, but the rest of the decks are identical to Team Poland, so a very similar approach there. And Czechia, like always, a few surprises.
Yeah, and I'm not even confident calling any of these decks anymore because the TF Gangplank could be something entirely different. It could literally still be their Undying list from week 1. We don't know. We have Elise Kalista, and again, their Elise Kalista list, I believe last time was a Bamboozle and wasn't even Endure. So it could be Mistrace. It might not even be Mistrace, and it might go cycle back all the way to being Endure again. It looks like it is being it is with Targon. So unless they've just somehow bamboozled the regions, I don't know. But so it should be the deck we're thinking of. As for bans, we have Lee Sin, Kalista, and Tam Kench from Czechia. And then from United Kingdom, banning away the Twisted Fate deck. That makes sense. And Nivea and the Karma deck. Okay.
So the interesting deck here, I think, is the Misfortune list with Shadow Isles. I'm going to go on a whim and say if it has Bilgewater and it has Shadow Isles, I think they're pulling off the triple reverse maneuver and bringing Undying again with Misfortune as a bait instead, because unfortunately to have a good Bamboozle, the deck you're bamboozling with has to actually be a meta deck, and Misfortune, Bilgewater, Shadow Isles is not a meta deck, so I'm going to assume that might be Undying again. And they are locking it in, so we're going to find out very soon. Thank you, Czechia, for satisfying our curiosity. The deck has been locked in, and it will be up against Ashe Nox. So Ashe Frostbite with Sejuani from Team UK. I believe you are muted there, Pulse, but I will take over until that is resolved. Or you're good. You're resolved. All right, keep going.
We're back. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, apologies. I am streaming from Australia, so there is a couple of technical things that literally is just out of the power of my self-production to solve. Yeah, yay, having to cast from home. Yes, so I'm glad they went with this deck. I'll see how they pilot this one. I think the only reason you would leave off Ash Nox is if you're specifically wanting to play your very weird deck into it, and you absolutely call it Panda. It does appear to be the Undying list once again. Does Undying do? I feel like Undying would do pretty well into Ash Sejuani, because your wipes and your clears can only work for so long before you get ground down by Undying.
It works especially well when you have the actual Undying in hand coming into the start of the game. So surprise, Czechia, you got us. No one expected Undying to come in here. Your bamboozle worked. Well done. I think that was the most expected bamboozle of the tournament. It was the same. The day one, the actual team that brought Undying, so there's no bamboozle there. Bringing a deck that is clearly not meta, I think it had to be Undying. I'm going to assume a single copy of Misfortune. I don't see too much of a synergy outside of that. There is a rally effect from the Citrus Courier, so a little bit of a synergy there, but not much more. Bark Beast comes down. An awkward hand from Team UK, no Trapper. And no attack expected here from the Bark Beast by itself. I mean, an open attack possibly, but no other Curse Keeper synergies with the Butcher, for example. So, yeah, maybe a slow hand to pass here instead from Czechia, trying to bait something out potentially from UK. If UK passes, then that's just 1 HP or 1 damage on the Nexus thrown away by Team Czechia.
Yeah, I think it's totally worth the potential loss right there. Yeah, there's very few hands in which the UK look at that with Ash Nox and it's just like, hell yeah, we'll play something on 2. Like, you were literally looking at like Glory Seeker and, as you can see, like the Icevale Archer in hand. So playing that on 2 into Bark Beast makes 0 sense. But yeah, I mean, I totally, see what Czechia are looking for right there. And at the same time, like, you're basically good from turn 3 onwards. So why not just bank for 2 mana and then potentially have like, Stalking Shadows and the potential to react with Glimpse Beyond as well. So yeah, Czechia are definitely not in a terrible position by any means.
And the Archer can come down here to maybe stop the damage from the Undying, for example, but there's a Rabid Butcher, so it's just going to eat it up, activate the Bark Beast as well. Or, okay, this is, well, I'm not sure how the Frostbite effect works here, actually. If it heals, if it, let's say, gives the buff past the Frostbite, or...
No, it should be a +2 right here.
Yeah.
So it acts differently from Troll Chant. Troll Chant is the one that you're thinking of, where like it can go into negative values.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Doesn't show it, but
drops it to 0 at the time. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
It should show it. It definitely should show it. Because that's yeah, it's super unintuitive, but you can drop it into negative values. Yeah, thinking about this next play here. Do you ever swing out? I think you never swing out, because like you could theoretically think about Troll Chant, but you could definitely play a little bit slower right here. Interesting. Then Czechia have to think about what they could have in 4 mana, and it's mainly Troll Chant.
I think they don't want to block here because they have, like, they're hovering there. The Blighted Caretaker is going to be, an easy cleanup onto the Icevale Archer, and they have a chance to swing for that, extra damage as well with the second hit. And the turn pass comes in there, and all of a sudden this board is looking pretty scary on the turn 4 attack token for Czechia. Not enough, like we mentioned, just not really development you want to see from Ash Nox. No Trapper, turn 3. You can play an Icevale Archer in response to the open attack here, but they're going to be a development instead. The Blighted Caretaker comes down, like we mentioned, and there's still a chance to, swing for a whole lot of damage with 2 of those saplings coming in for the ephemeral challenging units.
Yeah, this has been a pretty nice early curve, apart from that turn 2. But even then, I think there's a lot of situations where even if you can play something on 2, like Curse Keeper, you're still banking. So, yeah. And right here on 4, looking for your attack on evens, this is almost as good as it gets. There are very other few hands that make it even better here. So quite hard for the UK to do much. Like, developing Ash feels pretty bad just in case they have some weird over the top. Like, after all, this is Czechia. Maybe they are literally running Black Spear, so you don't want to mess with that. So then you're probably just looking at maybe like a second Icevale Archer here and then following with Troll Chant.
The Ash comes out instead. You have a Troll Chant to protect, so the Ash is safe, but that's a big commitment for a single unit and no Archer to stop some of the damage coming through. So the aggressive plan here from Czechia working out. Troll Chant can not only keep the Ashe healthy, but also take away some of the attack power from the units hitting the Nexus. So I expect it will be the play that would probably happen here. We could also see a glimpse beyond coming in onto maybe the sapling that's attacking Ashe, but I think it's not worth it. I think you still hit for at least 1 damage, bringing out 2, so it's still worth to attack there.
Yeah, I think you're fine with just slapping, because you always want to put damage onto the Ashe, and then it's on your opponent to play a Troll Chant, and then that's still just burning resources from them by simply doing nothing. So I think you're generally feeling pretty okay, and you want to be countering things like Culling Strike, and you want to be countering things like Reckoning. So yeah, it seems pretty okay to me. Goes for the preemptive Troll Chant here to actually save. Yeah, okay.
It saves both units.
Yeah,
and keeps both units healthy.
Units.
So at this point, Glimpse Beyond is obviously the consideration here. There's no punish, I believe, for it onto the sapling here. You have the spell mana to do it. If you want to keep your spell mana for later, it may be a consideration. If you want to play Stalking Shadows next turn, that's, the Harbor's happening there. I think this is how I want to cast with a team that we're casting, just showing us what they're going to do, showing us their train of thought. It's so much easier. So as I mentioned, they want to keep that spell mana available for this Stalking Shadows to be able to be played without dipping into the unit mana and being able to play any unit they do draw here with the Shadows.
I'll tell you what, Panda, Group D is my safe space. Yes, it's the group of death, but I always feel safe calling plays from these guys. Like, it always feels like
there's no misplays to confuse us.
No misplays.
There's no wrong sequencing.
No concerted strike.
We have enough of a hard time making sure to continue casting and speaking for hours on end while also playing. I mean, essentially, a caster for card game is essentially playing the game at the highest level possible, because you have to be calling the lines that the pro players are making. And when the pro players are making misplays, you start second doubting everything you're thinking about, because you think, is this correct? Is there a reason for this? So it is tough. But yes, Germany and Czechia and UK are pretty clean teams in how they play. So it's always a great chance to cast over their games.
I have such a conversation with Post-show, by the way, but we'll get into that later. So we're going into Stalking Shadows right here. I think Caretaker pretty much has to be it. It's a great enabler for your Undying. There's going to be multiple times that you can get value out of it. The 2-1 body almost always just doesn't matter. So yeah, Blighted Caretaker is actually an incredible draw off of Stalking Shadows. And they also have double glimpse in hand as well. Like, I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like Czechia basically set. I think from the UK side, that having to ramp immediately, and I actually love the Half God on 5 and just no hesitation, because you need to be ramping like immediately, and you also have Assessor in hand. So this is actually a fairly comfy hand if you're from the UK as well. So I actually think both teams, like, neither of them have terrible draws. We're going to have like a nice above the belt game.
And of course, this is the Undyings cannot block. You see that little X with a shield on the unit. That is a keyword that they cannot block. They cannot come into the stack here. So it's going to have to be the Bloody Caretaker potentially taking the hit here. Of course, we see double Caretakers coming in maybe next turn as well to kill the Undyings and provide a lot of, just straight swinging, be able to use ephemeral units to drag units aside and then swing in with your almost a full board here. And already Ashe knocked at 12 HP. They don't run Tavern Keepers. They don't have heals. They don't have any kind of healing mechanic outside of that. So once you go down, you can go back up on your health. And once you go low enough, well, you lose the game. So we'll see if Czechia can push that much that quick. That's a statement I can make, right? If you lose all your Nexus health, you lose the game. I think that's a safe statement to make. I won't be afraid for that one.
That's what we've resorted to. We just have to call basic mechanics of the game to be correct anymore. Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. Ooh, Remitter off the top there as well. There's definitely not a consideration. I was looking at the Aristocrat, but you need actual board space so you can play Caretaker at this point. And there's the one misfortune, which I imagine it's a one-off, because I don't see why you would have 1-1.
Could be more with, like I mentioned, with a Citrus Courier rally effect. All of a sudden, you can get 2 attacks in and maybe level her up in some alternate universe. Probably has never happened in all the playtesting that Team Czechia has done. But we mentioned the Caretaker here, a big play. Everything's ephemeral, but you don't really mind when you're just going for the big swing here and kind of the burst damage onto the Nexus. We'll see what can be the response here. Assessor is pretty big, getting, I believe, 2 draws if Assessor hasn't been buffed herself. I believe she hasn't. Iceville Archer can come in as well for a attack reduction on one of the units for Czechia. We also have Harsh Winds, but that would be using up all of your mana for the Harsh Winds. And these units there's not really 2 big units attacking. It's not like Trundle and Tryndamere attacking you with Overwhelm. It's more a lot of very cheap stuff. So I think Harsh Wind is not really the option here.
Yeah, there's definitely a consideration for Assessor right now, just in case your units get removed. But the fact that these are 2 attack units and you weren't scared of necessarily additional damage before, like, you know, a random Mark of the Isles, then maybe it isn't Assessor and you just use them up now. You do need to be thinking about like the amount of damage you're going to be taking now. So you need to be looking at either Ice Veil or Bird, I reckon. Ice Veil, I think, probably makes the most sense because you're disabling one attacker and you're also simultaneously gaining a unit. And you can, yeah, exactly, you can go onto something like a Sapling here. So that makes the most sense. And then you can then follow up with, you know, Bird to end out the turn. And right now, oh, really?
This is huge.
Yeah,
there's a lot of one health units on the side of the Team UK, and all of a sudden Misfortune, we were laughing, she's going to put in a lot of work here. It makes sense. You have the challengers. I mean, it's why it works so well with scouts when you have the Blinding Assault and you have the Fleet Feather Tracker. In this case, the saplings coming in, even a 0 attack sapling can kill off a unit that is at 1 HP. So this is big. This is a, you know, a big play here. She might not level up, okay, but it will be big here. I think you do maybe have to attack with Misfortune if you're looking to burn down. I mean, it's not a win condition, so it's just another 3-drop. Yeah, I think you have to. This makes sense. Kind of like when you're playing Pirate Burn. Misfortune isn't the centerpiece of your strategy, so you're fine with just giving her away if you're able to chip in more damage. Troll Chant can come in to help Ash or to help the Nexus out a bit because it does need some help, but a lot of damage being threatened here.
Yeah, you pretty much always got to see Misfortune as just a very good 3-drop. But there was a second there where Czechia were holding it back and like, uh-oh, is Misfortune turned into the linchpin of your strategy? Do you know something I don't? But yeah, they will be swinging with the Misfortune here. Makes the most sense. Because the thing is, like, they need to be blocking these attackers anyway. Like, 3 damage is no joke at this point in the game when you're at 12 HP. Like, that's the danger zone really for you into an aggro deck like this. And when your Undyings are getting this large and this big, and then on the next swing they're going to be even bigger, like, that's just, you can't afford it. So right now, yeah, it's so difficult because you're essentially giving up this 3-1 and this 1-1 for free because you're almost certainly using Troll Chant on your Ash, so you just get removed automatically also for free. So this is a tough turn from the UK.
Yeah, they see the importance of keeping their units alive instead, saving both the Hearthguard and the Ash, but taking that full damage to face. I didn't see the hover there, how much it was, but yeah, you have to block the 4-4, I believe. And now they're a bit safer. It'll be 5 HP, I believe. Yeah. So still okay. I don't think there's any like exactly burn spells to expect from this deck from Czechia. So I guess Atrocity actually is a thing. So there's nothing at 5 just yet. The Undyings will be if they're killed this turn and come back next turn. Of course, the Undyings once again cannot block. That's a key thing here. So you need to find some blockage after your Ephemerals died last turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, UK are kind of in a point where they're being pressured so hard they can't play around everything. So if it is a Atrocity hand, then unlucky we lost the game, but we have to play around the things that we can play around. So looking at this hand, Assessor, like, you do really need the card draw, but it may end up being a little too slow. Reckoning, as we are talking about at the start of the game, kind of sucks into exactly these double... Why am I having such a hard time with this? Undying. With these Undying cards, because it will only buff them. It does technically remove the possibility for them to develop on top of it with, like, Remitter or with Butcher. But, yeah, I think you just have to pull and just hope that you pull more freezes, which is what they end up doing.
The problem with that hand for Team UK is that they have 4 mana that they cannot use. All their hand is all top end, and they drew into more top end with the Assessor. So all of a sudden, they can only make 1 play this turn. That was basically it. They cannot utilize this extra mana here. Whereas Czechia has a lot more options. They have interactivity with Glimpse Beyond, for example. They can even just Ravenous Butcher onto the Undying as well. They drew into an elusive 4/4 to attack next turn. That's pretty massive here. I think we should highlight this. That's a pretty good draw when they need to burn down the opponent's Nexus. It's a harsh win to respond, possibly next turn, or Sejuani if there isn't an open attack, but a fairly decent draw, I think, from the Ethereal Emitter.
Fairly decent. That's probably like got to be on the up end of cards right there for like value, right? Surely.
And
yeah, one of my favorite
here
cards that doesn't see a lot of play.
Not drawn, so no Atrocity. The biggest thing here is that the elusive unit can threaten damage to Nexus. If Harsh Winds is used in response, then an Atrocity can be used on to maybe one of the Undyings that's going to be at 5 attack if it is drawn. Currently not in hand. There is a second Glimpse possibility that maybe Czechia wants to go for. It would be a big risk, obviously, right now. I think there's no need to do it just yet, but Atrocity might be the way they win this game. It is risky though. I mean, you need to have no mana up for Ash Nox because this is Frostbite after all.
Yeah, they could be relatively confident they're going to be burning a lot of mana though, because they're really just burning a lot of mana to stay alive at this point in time. This UK team. So on the next turn, like the open attack is already threatening enough where you're forcing them to at the very least burn harsh winds. And then what you're at? It's turn 8, so you'll have 8 plus 3, which is 11. So you'll have remaining 5 mana, which is not enough to really do a whole lot.
I like this full attack, open attack, of course, to play around things like Sejuani and Iceveil Archer. And now, again, we mentioned it. This is the one of the players presenting lethal, and they need a response from Fly. They can only block 4 units at the moment. They can't block an elusive unit, which is dealing not exactly lethal, but it's 4 damage. It's definitely risky, taking that 4 damage there. And if they use Harsh Wind now, they don't have that for later. They don't have that to play around Atrocity later on, so it could still be an issue.
Ooh, they are thinking about going down to 1 here and preserving the Ash and looking for a counter swing.
The thing is that 1 HP and 5 HP doesn't really matter in this matchup. As long as you survive, as long as there isn't, if there's any kind of, if there's a Mark of the Isles for some reason in this deck, they just lost the game. So this is an incredibly risky play. They're taking only 3 now. Mark of the Isles would still kill him here. There's a few other things in this color combination that would possibly kill him, but they took the risk, and they're going to stay at 2 HP, which is the same as 5. Atrocity kills you either way, and there's not going to be another attack turn before this Ash levels up, probably. So,
yeah, and you don't die to like unspeakable horror or something weird like that. So, yeah, at the very least, 2 and 5. I think 1 and 5 there is a difference. 2 and 5 there is not. So, I think this probably makes the most sense right here.
This is going to be the glimpse beyond, though. Especially now with no mana up for Team UK, they just said, "All right, do whatever you want with me. I'm at your mercy." 10 mana to go for now for Team Czechia. They can glimpse beyond into the Undying. There's still 1 Undying with 5 attack. It could be lethal off an Atrocity. Gonna look for maybe to thin out first with Stalking Shadows to draw a unit, and then potentially draw the Atrocity instead.
A lot of good options here. I think 2 is kind of like all the Undyings you need. Yeah, so I think he goes something else. Hired Gun, yeah, makes sense. I
mean, you're pulling a unit that's one less card you can pull with Glimpse Beyond, right? It makes sense. You have the mana to play both Stalking Shadow, Glimpse, and Atrocity now if you draw it. So this is what they were looking for. They're looking for the best chances to draw Atrocity here and end the game. Do they find it?
That's 1.
They do not.
2. Oh, okay.
Undying and the 3rd Hired Gun in hand. So lots of units, no spells, and especially not the Atrocity I'm going to assume they must have in the deck, especially if they're playing the way they played this round. And it's going to be a tough one. They can still draw into it next turn, but next turn all of a sudden there's going to be a Flash Freeze there that was drawn by the Assessor. So there was the chance there to end the game, and now they have to see if they can survive this next turn from Ash, and if she can level up and combo off with Flash Freeze and Sejuani, it might not be enough.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, because next turn, Ash must be relatively close to a level up now, and you get an extra charge off of her attack. You also have a Sejuani in hand, and you have the extra freeze coming in from Flash Freeze. So there's a potential this is a level up, and you have 2 units on board that can't block. So if they have enough damage, I think with the Sejuani that's 7. So you're at 11 plus 7, which is 18. So yeah, it is enough damage.
That being said, there's a Ruination in hand for Czechia, a card you may not think about when you're playing against an Undying list. Well, it does make a lot of sense, so never mind. But a card that maybe you don't play around as much as if you're playing against Anivia, for example. But
yeah, it's not
the moment that Team UK develops too far into this round, because, like you mentioned, they're under pressure. They're currently at 2 HP. The next attack swing from Czechia will probably destroy them. They might draw an Atrocity regardless as well. I think they have to take the risk and try and develop here and try and level up Ash and go for a big swing this turn. Or like a Reckoning, for example, but now all of a sudden, there can be a Ruination. They'll trade 2 Undyings, which are going to come back next turn anyway on an open attack, into 2 of these units, and this might be GG. I mean, you can play the Trapper after, or the Omen Hawk after, but you can even play the Hapless Aristocrat and just chill for now, just pass priority, check out what your opponent's going to try and do, and if they develop a 3rd and final unit for 3 mana here, you pull the Ruination, and you get the double Undyings next turn, and the Spider from the Hapless Aristocrat to go for open attack.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Yeah, they have so many easy just pass options, but they're also thinking just like, literally, what can these guys do at 3 mana?
Or what can they do if this Ash and the Assessor attack me now? Sure, I can't block, but it's not lethal damage, it's still far from it, and in the same way that the Undying List doesn't have too much burn, Ashe has no burn at all. They have to win on combat, basically. There's no spells that can deal damage outside of combat, but this is maybe the safer play. They go for the Ruination here, kill Ashe and the Assessor. Only 3 mana now for UK to try and defend next turn. They have the Flash Freeze, though, as a fast speed, or burst speed spell, rather, to stop one of the Undyings next turn. But there can still be a third Undying developed here, or the Aristocrat into the Butcher as well.
Yeah, even at 0 mana. Yeah, I mean, from Czechia's perspective, they just need to think about, like, what are the strange plays that we could potentially lose to right here? Like, is it triple bird, who happen to be absolutely jacked from that previous, half guard? No. We're absolutely fine, and we can develop with 1 mana and at 0 mana, and we can look for Hired Gun here.
Yeah, and Hired Gun,
top of that,
they can challenge this 4/4 with the Spider. They're going to have 2. Yeah, it's lethal. I mean, maybe the right amount of Flash Freezes might do it, and Brittle Steals, but definitely not just 1 Flash Freeze. Yeah. That's going to be lethal here. Spider drags the 4/4 aside, and Czechia attacks with a full Undying army and takes this game 1 of this best-of-3 series against Team UK. Even with the bamboozle or lack of bamboozle, this Undying List maybe should be given a bit more respect now. 1 win, okay, could be, some luck can factor into the surprise factor, but 2 wins, especially when the bamboozle was so thinly veiled this time around, I think gives the list a lot of credit as well.
Yeah, very clean play going out from Czechia. Really good stuff. They developed exactly when they needed to. They just made the right plays when they needed to. Yeah, it's Czechia. They've just been really solid through this entire tournament. From the UK, I mean, I don't know, man. I still feel like Ashe Sejuani was the right call right there. I called it in Champion Select, but unfortunately, they played exactly into the Random Misfortune Undying List. So maybe there had to be a consideration of is this the Undying List again? And if we're going for this, then do we play it? Because it was literally, you have activated my trap card. Here's my Undying List into Ashe Sejuani, into your nice meta deck, and we've just won the game. So Czechia with this 1-0 lead here. It's not looking pretty for the UK, because the UK were trying to in week 2 compete with Germany to get the second seed out of their group, but that's no longer an option. So now they're competing with Czechia, and if Czechia win this game, then they're just straight up done.
Yeah, this is game point. If Czechia is able to win this best-of-3 series, the UK would be at 2 wins, and Czechia and Germany both at 4. So it would be a very lopsided, the most lopsided group actually in this day 5. So the day's not even over. There's another day tomorrow, but this would be already a group that has finished with both Czechia and Germany, who has already gotten a win against Norway, advancing to playoffs. So big match for both teams. Czechia seals the deal here if they win, and the UK fights for survival, fights to maybe take it to a game 3 and potentially claw back into this.
Okay, now from the UK's perspective, they have Ashe Sejuani actually does go up in value here, because now you're no longer playing into the Undying List. Your other matchups are not that bad. They've already locked it in. So Callista Elise.
It's going to be a fearsome variant with Target. I'm going to assume the triple Pale Cascade version of fearsome.
That would be my assumption. But we don't know yet. We'll double check when we get into game. And it's going to be the Inniva list from the UK. Okay.
Which is a very good matchup. I mean, you have Avalanche, you have Withering Whale, of course, as well. The biggest thing is the miss rates are normally, there's not really that many 1 attack or 1 HP units. It's more 2 HP. So the biggest card here is going to be Avalanche for Anivia. And the fact you also have Grasp, etc. The fact that it's paired with Targon, if it is the fearsome miss rates list, is massive, because Pale Cascade is one of the combat spells that does so well into that matchup against Avalanche, because you can not only save a unit against Avalanche or Grasp, but if that unit is currently on the attack token and attacking right now on the in combat, basically, you can save the unit and get the extra +2 attack and potentially burn down your opponent very quickly. So yeah, this looks like a very good hand for Team Czechia with the miss rates.
Yeah, the only thing you would potentially want is the Risen Missile later on to the game, because usually that's one of your finisher buttons, which is you just burst, develop a miss rate, and then you go for the open attack. But even so, 2 early miss rates is super nice, and getting the Elise as well, in this early curve, and then potentially getting into your Wraith Callers on 4. So yeah, I think your Czechia are pretty happy with your draw. Maybe you wanted something like Stalking Shadows on top of that, but beggars can't be choosers. And on the opposite side, yeah, a very simple mulligan, and they actually get some early draws they can let you play. So from both sides, actually a pretty decent mulligan.
Yeah, Tavern Keeper, a great 3/3 blocker that also heals your Nexus, so a pretty good play. The problem is that, some damage will come in this turn, so they won't be overhealing. Grasp and Whale, also great options. No Avalanche yet, though. We mentioned Whale being good, maybe in combination with the Vile Feast as well to combo into a 2 health unit, but Avalanche is, I think, the key card in this matchup.
I don't bite.
Yeah, pretty easily a lead right here. And then on the opposite side, there's kind of a potential to do nothing. You could wait, potentially kill the spider with Vile Feast.
Yeah, the thing is, the Elise here has Fearsome, so there are very few, or not really that many units on turn 2 that can block her effectively. Mountain Goat works well, Arachnid Horror in some of the mirror matchups, but overall, it is quite difficult on turn 2. We see the Sentry here not capable to do so. He can kill a spider, but that spider's going to die eventually to Withering Wail anyway, so I think it's fine. And this way you're taking 3 damage, but you can heal that up perfectly back to 20 with Tavern Keeper next turn, so I think it's an okay line here to wait out with the Sentry.
Yeah, often just doing nothing is a pretty fine play in this situation. I don't even hate just like literally passing here, banking the 3, playing Tavern Keeper next turn, and then keeping mana for the following turn to look for like a super value whale or even look for the Grasping and Dying. So yeah, you get thinking about it. They're thinking whether they do actually need to develop the Sentry, because really like Sentry doesn't do a whole bunch in this matchup other than just kind of like cycle himself, because you're looking at like so many fearsomes, so he just doesn't interact. And the other threats on board is like maybe you can tank a hit from like Wraithcaller, but even then you're not killing the units, so that's why they're thinking so hard about it. And yeah, I think they arrived at the plan that we're thinking of.
Tavern Keeper should probably come down this turn. Crumble, not great in this matchup because these units are not, there's not just this one big unit you want to take down no matter what. There's going to be a lot of very small units that end up not being so small later on once the miss rates grow. But using 5 mana to kill 1 unit and having to utilize one of your own units as well to do so is not ideal for Team UK. So Crumble, not the best of draws.
Warm hearts and hot soup.
Yeah, they were hoping when they mulliganed it away in their opening mulligan that it would go far, far deep into their deck to never be seen again. But, well, it's here. It's here on turn 3, unfortunately. Tavern Keeper, as we're talking about, is a super money draw. Blocks into all these fearsomes. I mean, it is even a consideration to swing out here, but the spider right there, you don't want to put yourself in range of the rest of the units. Yeah, I mean, Tavern Keeper super solid here. And that's on check here.
There's going to be the pass here from Czechia, and now the mind games begin. This is where the game actually starts. Do you play this Mistwraith and play into an Avalanche, which was just top decked by Team UK? So we're back to the top deck situation. I was about to say there's no Avalanche in hand. I look up, I see the Avalanche. I'm like, all right, it is there actually. It was just top decked. Yeah. And if you develop now with the Mistwraiths, 2 of them will be dying. But if Team UK plays it slow and thinks, okay, they're going to play another card after this, and they don't immediately play the slow speed spell, then a Risen Mist can be played at burst speed, and they're going to be an open attack without Avalanche having a chance to be played. It has to be played now if it's played at all.
There's also got to be consideration for Power Cascade, because remember, that's why you take the region combination for Targon. So the UK might be looking at this and be like, oh, okay, they just immediately developed Mistwraith with the knowledge that we could be playing Avalanche into this open swing, so surely they must have Pale, and now they need to consider their options of like, how good is our Avalanche following a Pale? Well, actually not that bad, because they do also have the Vile Feast on top of it, so they will be able to overcome at least 1 Pale.
So Team UK really thinking out here, this is one of the most crucial turns in the game. This is the turn that you can push in a whole ton of damage or get shut down completely, depending on how patient both teams are. And, you know, the mind games, really, both teams obviously trying to threaten different things. The pass comes in. Risen Mist can come in from Team Czechia using up all their mana. 7 mana still up for Team UK, means that Vengeance is a possibility, but more likely is going to be the Vile Feast plus the possible Withering Wail, I believe, to stop some damage, but still a lot of damage coming through.
Probably has to be Grasp, right? Like you block 1 fearsome with the Tavern Keeper, and then you Grasp, and then just hope for the best. But I think this is
a lot of damage.
Best case scenario. There's a lot of damage. This is almost best case scenario coming in from Czechia.
I mentioned the importance of the Avalanche being played immediately after. It wasn't. UK decided to be more patient than they maybe could have. And this will be a big swing coming in. Whale can take down 2 spiders, and 1 Vile Feast will stop one of these fearsomes as well, with the Tavern Keeper getting a good block on Elise as well and surviving. Still 8 damage coming through, and the heals would be overhealing as well. So, because you're already at 20 HP, so you're not getting that heal effect from the Vile Feast or the Whale.
So this is 14 damage presented, which you literally like feels so bad. You could maybe cop it and just be like, okay, we can at least get 6 back with Grasp and Whale. So, okay, we block maximum amount of damage. So that's now 8, 9, 10, 12. and they can recoup half of that back, bringing themselves to 14.
Yeah, the Avalanche comes in now, so they take it slow. I think because those heals would be wasted, and there was no, potential to heal back up some of the HP because they were already at 20 HP. There was no point in using Whale there, even though it did eliminate some units. It is a riskier play because all of a sudden you're at 8 HP already, and that's pretty gruesome if you are Team UK. The good thing here for the fearsome list is the fact that even if you're able to, or your opponent is able to stop your game plan and shut you down in the mid game, you have the harrowing top end to kind of go crazy in the late game with the huge miss rates and go for a potential lethal swing.
I'll spot him.
Okay, we're back.
And now we have the Whale and the Feast possibility. There's no second Avalanche though, so all of a sudden you can develop these, the 3 health Wraithcaller and the 2 health miss rate, and you're kind of fine in doing so. Elise would be dying though to the Withering Whale if it is played. I think you'll be waiting a bit to play it if you're Team UK.
Yeah, so obviously that was like a ton of damage going to face right there. But I think you're gradually getting to the point where you can stabilize. Like, this grass is going to be huge. You're going to be removing this Mist Wraith. And I think now if you're Czechia, you're trying to pull combo tools so you can go over the top with like an Atrocity. You're trying to keep them at around like 11, around like 10 health. And then you're trying to get to the point where you can just go over the top. And that's your best bet. And luckily, it's still turn 5. It feels like this game has gone on longer than it has, but they actually have like a good amount of time. So they're not in like a huge amount of rush. They do have Stalking Shadows as well. They have a bunch of ways, and they just pull Glimpse. So they actually have a lot of ways of transitioning into this late game. So, I mean, this is actually why I really love this Mist Wraith list. But they have one option, because they can, they have so many ways of maintaining steam, right? Like, I think that a lot of aggro lists and a lot of mid-range lists at a certain point just kind of run out of steam. But you can kind of just like have 2 extremely good top decks back to back. You can have like Wraithcaller straight into a Trusty, and that's you winning the game. And so few decks in the aggro category really do that.
So Stalking Shadows there into the pass from Team Czechia. Obviously, they don't want the round to end, but if you're able to play a burst speed spell, you can then have a chance to pass to your opponent. If he passes back, you have a chance still to react. The round doesn't end. So minor mechanical thing that the Czech is obviously very aware of, hoping their opponent would play something and commit mana before they actually commit their big play, which is the Wraithcaller there. And mana up for Whale. Whale will take down the Elise, the Mist Wraith, and the Spider. Blocks coming in to almost perfectly clear the entire board here for Czechia, and there's no Pill Cascade in hand or the mana available to use it, so you can't counterplay this Whale here. And all of a sudden, Team UK back to 15 HP, and the board has been cleared a second time.
And then it goes back to what the previous play we were talking about, right? Like, yes, you're taking a lot of damage early on, but you can recoup a lot of that from those 2 spells alone. Like, the Grasp was huge and the Whale was huge.
A very interesting hand, though, from Team UK. Double Glimpse, no units. They just drew into that Tavern Keeper there, which is a fine play, but only a single unit played there, where all of a sudden we're going to see the board flooded by maybe a second Elise and another Wraithcaller coming in as well. So 7 mana up. I mean, you can play Elise, Arachnid Horror, and Doom Beast as well here. So it's going to be another big attack next turn, and you can stop one wave every turn, but the next attack turn, all of a sudden the huge threat reassembles, and you're dealing with the same thing all over again.
It's just astonishing how fast this deck can refuel and just keep coming at you. Like, this is, yeah, you're right. This is a 3rd massive swing coming back to back. And it felt like from the UK's perspective, you're like, okay, that's a sweep. That's an Avalanche and sweep the board. That's a Whale. We swept the board. And now we're going into a 3rd turn. It's like, do you have anything else? Yes, it will be Ruination next turn, but they don't have a whole lot against an open attack apart from Vengeance. And that doesn't help when they go so wide. Yeah, you could look at Wraithcaller. Unfortunately, it is ephemeral, so I think going Horror and going Doom Beast makes the most sense here, unfortunately. And then from the perspective of Czechia, you have to be looking at like, okay, do we play into Ruination here? Do we develop the Wraithcaller, or do we just go for our swing?
And if they had something like a Harrowing already in hand, I think they would be a bit more fine with playing into Ruination, because that's one of the answers to it. If it gets played this turn, then maybe they don't have the next one for the next turn, so you're fine. Again, they're scared of Avalanche, and this is a card that's not in hand for Team UK. They simply don't have any more cards to play for 4 mana, but these are mind games coming into play that obviously Czechia is not aware of this. They don't have the information. If they play Doom Beast now, it plays into Avalanche and everything dies except for the Elise, but in this case, there's no Avalanche, so never punished for the development here. Sometimes we mentioned it. Czech is very good at respecting their opponents, but not respecting them too much. You have to, at some point, make these risky plays, and this is one of them. They could have played into Avalanche. It's not there. They're extremely happy to see this end round button, and they can now, I think, full swing here for a pretty big hit. And there's a harrowing draw as well, and the Avalanche.
And there's the Avalanche. Yeah, I think Pokravac, especially out of this Czechia lineup, is so good at making these like percentage plays in his head. Because if you take a look at the decks that he ran to try and get worlds first, they are really, really aggressive. Like he was running like multiple different allegiance procs decks, and he was always going for like at least from 6 to 9 cards outside of the region combination, and he was always looking to high roll. So this is the type of guy who is so good at thinking about those ratios and being like, okay, it makes the most sense here. Even if they do have Avalanche, it makes the most sense that they don't, and then he will go for that develop. And we see this time and time and time again.
We might see a glimpse beyond here onto the Tavern Keeper. Would be, yeah, not too odd because the Avalanche kills everything anyway. It's going to be played this turn, just to save the Ruination for later on when there's a bigger threat. So I believe the Tavern Keeper will be glimpse beyond it here to get the card draw, and then you just kill off the Wraith Color anyway with the Avalanche. If that's the case then, and once the Avalanche does come down, Czech is going to have 2 glimpse beyonds to completely refuel their entire hand for all these units that are going to die anyway.
Ooh, looking for the
Let's talk
value?
about your tab.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at
Third-
Avalanche most likely.
Yeah, there's the killings beyond the Tavern Keeper. They were thinking about maybe killing the Elise, taking more damage, but the Avalanche would clear the actual entire board. But I think this is maybe the safer play. In the end, they're still taking a whole ton of damage. There's no Withering Whale here. Avalanche's slow speed cannot be played once combat has been initiated. That's the reason for the open attack here from Team Czechia. And yeah, we're going to see once Avalanche is confirmed from UK after this sequence, going to be a double glimpse beyond and a complete refuel of the hand for Czechia.
Preempting. Yeah, they're preempting a potential slow play, I guess, coming in from the UK, and maybe even pulling into a useful card right now instead of waiting for the sweep to come through. I'm trying to think.
And they're
what card
also
they're taking for.
playing around Battle Feast to some extent, because if Battle Feast is used now to stop this glimpse beyond, then the spider dies to the Avalanche as well. So I mean, maybe a minor nitpick kind of, but it's a possibility that they were thinking about that as well. And the Battle Feast is drawn, so it could have been a possibility. A lot of damage comes in. We're back to 7. We came, from 20 to 8, back to 15. We're back to 7. The HP is all over the place. We'll see if it ever reaches 1 or not. But a very just big aggressive threat every single attack token turn from Team Czechia.
You're running out of healing though. That was a lot of healing used very early on, and there's not that many other healing cards in the deck. Like generally you do like run often full packages of Whale and Grass, but it's usually like two of one and 3 of the other, that type of thing. Looking for the first spell here, slow playing. Okay, so now Czechia look at this and like, okay, we don't need to be thinking about Ruination anymore, but we still need to be thinking about Avalanche and Whale. And this Vile Feast is definitely telegraphing the Avalanche.
There's a consideration that they maybe play, if they want to develop something, I'm not sure how correct it would be to play the Wraith Color. The Ephemeral dies anyway, so I think you're kind of fine playing it into the Avalanche. The Mist Wraith gets 1 extra attack, which might be crucial in the Harrowing turn to get a full kill. But yeah, maybe just the Glimpse Beyond here is better. And because Ruination hasn't been played yet, it's kind of the answer to Harrowing, so you don't want to go all in on thinking only about the Harrowing attack turn.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about a potential Callista here. If this is a potential telegraph for Avalanche, it would level up the Callista immediately. And then because that was a Vile Feast committed, yes, it could be, given how they were throwing away the Vile Feast, they could have a second one. So that would be the reason not to play the Callista. But if they were just throwing out the Vile Feast and that's the only one they have, again, ratios, then the Callista could be a fine develop here.
If I'm not mistaken, this list from UK isn't a Nivea list, correct? Because we haven't seen we haven't seen a single Nivea.
I think it is.
So I'm starting to second doubt myself.
We haven't seen a Rekindler, we haven't seen a Nivea, we haven't seen a Chronicler.
Exactly. We're missing all the pieces that kind of give it away. And I'm like, wait a minute, what are we
This
watching
could be
here?
any type of control deck. This could be
Is
literally
this Feel the
anything.
Rush?
It honestly looks like Feel the Rush right now.
I'm fairly certain that the champion was an Nivea. Just been some pretty unfortunate draws, and maybe actually quite fortunate, because I think you want to make sure to your biggest game plan for UK is not your own game plan, but stopping your opponents. And your opponent is proposing a whole lot of things, and you have to have the answers for them as the mid game ends here and we move into the late game.
Yeah, there might be a couple of people watching this right now and it's just like, what? That's the craziest vengeance I've ever seen. But right now they need to be attacking the hand and they need to make sure that they can't refill again for those crazy swings. So therefore, you have to take away that glimpse beyond. So from my perspective, it makes perfect sense from the UK. It's not that you need to sweep the board because you're now going into your attack turn. It's you need to stop your opponent from going wide. And now I think there's a very strong consideration just to straight up... you actually can't pass.
This is so awkward for Team UK. I mean, Rekindler is drawn there, so there is a clue, but it's a dead Rekindler, and maybe it hasn't been found yet. Harrowing, the dead card. Avalanche levels up Callista, and you use up 4 mana. You don't have anything else to play other than Crumble. You don't have a unit for Crumble. You can't play Crumble. You don't have a unit for Glimpse Beyond. You can't play Glimpse Beyond. This is terrible for Team UK. If you play Ruination now, then you don't have
lose the game.
This is terrible. This is honestly a pathetic hand. There's nothing they can do here.
Yep.
And these are all cards that, in the right situation, can all single-handedly win games and be fantastic and be a pivotal play in any game. But in this current board state and situation, this is not great. Czechia's like, what are they doing? They just played a Ruination. We have 9 mana to redevelop, and there aren't any. I mean, Withering Wail is the only thing that can be drawn next turn, but Callista and the Skitter can be played. The Mistwraith, I believe, will be a higher attack than the Skitter, so I think you can. Harry, I believe it's not the play. I mean, the Wraith colors that are dead do bring in Mistwraiths, right?
Exactly.
So those
they
would
would
stay on the
get
board.
permanent Mistwraiths.
And we have seen quite a few Wraith colors. So
how many have we seen? 2, 3, 2.
We're counting Go Hard, Fiora counters, Wraith color counters.
Show us, Czechia. Show us what it looks like. Look at the eye. Give us the eye. Go for the pass. Because now they're looking to just like open harrowing, I guess. Ooh, now they're looking at open harrowing.
I'm not sure how I feel about a pass though. You had all that mana to use. Why not play Skitter and Callista and at least threaten down? I mean, maybe you want to go for the
wide board as possible. They want the most value out of what is this? I just said it 5 seconds ago.
Harrowing. I
Harrowing.
think because
they want value out of harrowing.
Because a Ruination was played last turn, they maybe don't expect a second one this turn. The only response here would be a Harrowing from the Team UK to provide also some amount of blockers, but those blockers, thinking about what has died this game, it's been 2 Tavern Keepers and a Sentry, which can't block fearsome units. And these Mistwraiths are at 7 attack already, so one of them hitting 8 actually. One of them hitting board will be huge here. And you still have, if you need the fearsome attacker specifically, you can play still the Skitter and the Stygian Onlooker to overwrite both the Doom Beast and one of the Wraith Callers and go for a full swing here. So Avalanche, of course, is also an option here, though. But then if you Avalanche, you have nothing else to do. You can't Harshwind, you have to entreat first. So I think it's going to be GG here.
Like, what does that? The Harrowing must be terrible, surely.
Even if it isn't, there's 2 Tavern Keepers possibly, but the Skitter disables both of them, and that's all your mana for Team UK. Yep. This is going to be game here for Czechia. They've piloted it perfectly, and Team UK, commendations to them for surviving this long because it was an onslaught turn after turn, but they made it to turn 10, and then we'll be dying here. Avalanche comes down, kills off 3 units, but Callista and both Wraith Callers still survive. Czechia doesn't know their hand though. It could be a Withering Wail, and it would kill off all these units. Well, not Callista anymore, but the 2 Wraith Callers at least. and the Onlooker if it's played as well, so...
I think you just swing, right? Because Callista summons a unit, which is, I guess, Wraithcaller? Has anything stronger than Wraithcaller died?
At 6 mana, there's no punish for developing the Wraithcaller, I believe, the ephemeral one in hand, and going for the swing then. The Whale can still come in, the Harshwind can still come in, there's no Ruination to punish anything. I think all 3 Avalanches have been played already, so they couldn't... there might be a third Avalanche. The third Avalanche could still be played if it hasn't been played already, and that would actually shut down everything here for Czechia, so maybe you're right, maybe the open attack is, again, because they don't know the hands, it becomes such a game of cat and mouse and of what can be the right play at this point in time.
I mean, it's just so important, right? Because like to us, we're looking at this and like this is obviously so free. This is
There's nothing. This is a free win. There's literally nothing. There's no card that can be played here for Team UK. They can entreat into an Anivia that's 6 mana. It's not going to be harsh winds either. They can't glimpse anything or crumble anything. UK is laughing, thinking maybe they'll just pass and all these ephemeral units will die, but
yeah.
it's going to be lethal.
It
But
literally happened yesterday to them, right? Like the last week, they literally had a game where that happened to them. They were like, "Oh, well, I guess we lost the game." And they played it out and ends up winning. So I think you always play out these games now of the UK. Czechia, they're really running it down, and they're just making sure they don't have any strange like brain fart moments that just end up losing them the game. Because when you're in this pressure situation, it's just like there's really no reason not to use the time that you have and just make sure that you do the right thing.
Don't click the end round. Okay, click the attack button. There we go. And that's going to be the win coming in for Team Czechia, getting the clean 2-0 against Team UK, crushing their dreams and winning, getting to 4 wins here in Group D, which means that Germany and Czechia are through to the playoffs. And UK, with only 2 wins right now, cannot make it through.
And look at that. Look at the Czechia team. They nailed the high five. Last week when they won, absolutely biffed it. But this time, absolutely nailed the high five, nailed the game, nailed the series. Yeah, I mean, this is the Czechia that we wanted to see, back on form. They lost, 1 game in between when we saw them last week 1. And then obviously they just came back swinging. I'm torn over this game because obviously my team, the UK, have just ended up getting essentially knocked out of this tournament, and it should be Germany and Czechia now moving on to knockouts and playoffs next week. So very exciting. The group of death kind of went the way we were expecting, but it was still spicy right up until the end.
Yeah, there was some hiccups along the way. Obviously, Team UK coming into this weekend, they had the chance to potentially upset Czechia now, and Norway could prove a huge upset tomorrow and get the final win that could maybe play spoiler and screw up some of the standings for these teams. But in the end, pretty clear cut. Germany and Czechia, 2 of the strongest teams in the tournament, in the same group, both able to make it out, holding hands with a 4-1 record coming after this day 5. And tomorrow we'll be seeing kind of the games that will be played out, but won't be very consequential for this group. But Group A is still undecided, and Group C is still undecided. So, and the seeding order for Groups B and D are also, I believe, still undecided, of course. So there is still a lot to look out for tomorrow and a lot to stay tuned for.
100%. We are going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll actually be breaking down all of this so you know what to be looking out for the following day. And hopefully we'll be able to take a look at what games we'll be streaming as well, because we were leaving it to the last possible moment so we could get the games that will actually end up mattering so we can broadcast the best public games. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We'll see you in a bit.
So good inside. When I hear that music, it gets me on my feet. Makes me wanna dance all night. Don't make me remember
Hey guys, welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. This is just a post-show wrap-up. There's no more games, so if you're just looking for games, go home. If you want to see more of our ugly mugs, then you absolutely are welcome to stay while we just talk shop. We do have a couple of things. Obviously, we'll be looking at the matchups for today, how they went, standings, obviously, standing implications, and also tomorrow's games. We are just currently cycling through them. So from our admin side, we're just trying to get all that sorted. And once they have an answer for us, we'll let you know as soon as we know. And we also have a bit of time for off-topic things. What do you want to start with, Panda? What are you feeling? We have a menu to choose from.
Is this the continuation to the podcast we started halfway through the day?
It is. It is.
I can just edit those things together and I'll upload it to YouTube. We're good to go, Pulse. But look at the Group C standings here. Something we haven't really touched upon just yet. France, obviously 4 wins, 1 loss already through, basically. It's very rare with 4 wins for you not to make it through. Worst case scenario, you're being a tiebreaker with the other teams. But once the 4th team in the group has 1 win, like we see there with Bulgaria, then that possibility of a 3-way 4-win tie is impossible. So France is through 100%. I think I'm gonna go with that confirmed statement, but I'm pretty sure about that.
All right, I'm with you.
And looking at the rest of the group, Italy is on 2 wins and 3 losses with a 0 game differential. So they've won and lost the same amount of games in each series when they add it all together. Whereas I believe it is Austria in that Group C has 3 wins and 2 losses, and they're currently on a -1 game differential. Somehow they're ahead. They're ahead in wins, but they're down. This is some weird stuff, the math. But this means that if tomorrow Italy wins, they're through, right? Because even if Austria wins 2-0, they'd be at +1. Well, there could be a tiebreaker then. Okay, so for sure, if Italy wins tomorrow, Austria has to win 2-0 to make it through. If they don't, if they win 2-1, because they've done 3 wins already. So never mind. I'm done with this. So if Italy wins and if Austria loses, then Italy is through. So that whoever wins of those two is going to be basically the second seed in this group.
Exactly.
Is that a safe enough statement to make? Where's Max? Where's Max when you need him? He knows everything about this. Pulse, you're not helping me out.
I am in no position to criticize. I am in no place to criticize. I'm just going to say yes, and I'm going to support my co-caster. That sounds good to me. Yes. Let us go ahead and take a look at how the matches went today. Let's bring up the games that we had today and the wins and losses. We had a lot of back and forth matches. We had a lot of 2-1s, I think. And because that was a total difference from last week. Because last week we had like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and this week it was all super, super close matchups. So
it might be that this week the teams read the actual rule book, they read the rule set, and they're like, "Oh wait, tiebreaker is by games. We should start winning games 2-0, or 2-1," and the teams got more competitive in that sense, possibly. But seeing Group D here, the standings, this is one where I can't mess up. I already said it before. Germany and Czechia are both through. They're on +5 game differentials, so they're through the roof here. If there was tiebreakers with anyone else in the whole tournament, they would both make it through. That's a pretty crazy thing to see, +5 on both of them. And yeah, Norway 0-5. Not a great showing from them. Unfortunately, they lost their game today, so they still have a chance tomorrow to maybe play spoil. Well, not play spoil because the group's decided, but they can redeem their country's honor at least. I imagine a lot of Norwegian fans are very sad because this is the only team that has not found a win yet in this group stage.
Yeah, I would even go as far to say as Norway was the biggest shock out of this entire tournament, right? Like we were just talking about Marcus being such a knockout player for the longest time and is still an amazing player even today. So I think the fact that Norway has even yet to pick up a game is surprising. That being said, as we've said, it is Group D, it's the group of death. This is a tough group to be in. If you were to go into any group. So definitely makes sense when you break it down like that. Let's take a look at the games we had earlier today. 1 and 2 Romania for Spain. Only a final game went to 2 games. Poland and Russia, that was a 2-1 to Russia. Poland actually losing consecutive series back-to-back. France 2-1 Italy, and then Czechia, of course, got the 2-0 over UK just now.
And yeah, off stream, also important, Portugal and Portugal sealing the deal and getting the pass with that 2-0 win on Latvia. Austria making it a decider match tomorrow. And another just quick recap here. Austria is playing Italy. So literally whoever wins that game makes it through because they're playing each other, not playing other teams basically. So that's going to be a decider match between Austria and Italy. Austria enabling that possibility because they got a win today against Bulgaria, and Bulgaria is already out. And we mentioned as well Germany, of course, being a good favorite, a big favorite in this whole tournament, and winning 2-1 against Norway today as well.
Yeah, so tomorrow we will have those games that will matter a ton, and it will literally, as you said, decide certain teams making it into playoffs or not. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, as we've already seen a couple throughout the day, but now we can see them all together. Group D, super easy, already mentioned it. Group C, France at 4-1 have done super well. One of the only teams outside of Group D to actually have done so. Looking at Group B, of course, Portugal actually tied up with Poland, actually have the better win-loss delta, so actually ahead of Poland in that one. Again, huge surprise for the tournament. Poland definitely assumed just to be 5-0 right now. Spain on their side were a team that had a very weak start to the tournament, but have bounced back incredibly well. Have been picking up series after series, and I think that's basically everything.
Yeah, Group D is the most clear-cut group. I mean, you don't have to be a mathematician to understand that when there's one game left to be played, 2 + 1 can only equal 3, and that is not more than 4. So that's an easy one. The rest of the groups, you have game differentials, you have all these equations spinning around in your head, kind of the meme with the lady and the equations. Group D, very simple stuff, very clear-cut math.
All right, awesome. Okay, we can go to tomorrow's games, actually. We have those all sorted out, so let's go ahead and take a look. And obviously, we're just taking a little bit of time with this one just to make sure that we could see all of the games that actually make sense to watch, because some of them obviously don't matter. Germany versus UK, as we said, Group D is decided, but personally, that is definitely a matchup I want to see. Max and I will definitely be looking at that one. Spain versus Belgium, obviously Spain definitely looking for the win. Poland versus Portugal, and Italy versus Austria, as we already mentioned, important matchup.
Yeah, a quick just rundown of the importance of all of these matches. Germany versus UK, like you said, inconsequential. Germany is, of course, fighting for the top seed, as is Czechia, but that's basically it. Spain versus Belgium, both teams fighting to make it out of the group. So that is, and Romania and Croatia as well. All 4 of these teams, I believe, can still make it out. So that entire Group A is going to be very hectic and very exciting all throughout. Poland versus Portugal, only fighting for the top seed. Both have already qualified, with Russia and Latvia both being out. And Italy and Austria fighting for their way out of the groups, trying to find that second spot in Group C, I believe it is, to make it to playoffs. France has already made it, and Bulgaria has also already lost.
Yep, that was a perfect summary. I have nothing to add. That's perfect.
Just just do that. Don't do anything else.
Go next. Yeah, so tomorrow that will be Mogwai and Max taking that series, taking that entire day. So make sure to tune in for that one. That's a pairing we haven't seen yet. Obviously, this is Pan and I's first cast, and it was absolutely perfect. Nothing went wrong. It was 100% correct all the way through. And to add on to that point, so I know we had so many shenanigans with Concerted Strike, and we definitely got messed up by the early one that happened in the day. Then the next one that we called correctly and then gaslit ourselves and convinced ourselves that we were wrong. We were in fact right. There was a missequencing on the River Shape and the Fiora play that was made earlier in the day. And Fiora was in fact not 3 out of 4. She was 2 out of 4 and then ended up winning because they had the double synchro combat. So we were right. We should have committed to our guns, but we didn't.
Yeah, it's hard to doubt yourself, especially when you're seeing the best players in the world. Also, being human, making mistakes where you think they're not. If they're doing something wrong, you think this must be for a reason. They can't just be making this misplay. They're perfect robots of card game playing, but they are also human. They can make mistakes, as can we. So it is always difficult sometimes. Today had some rough spots, but overall, I think it was a joy to cast with you. Very fun cast. Some great games, of course. Some very exciting games that had a big consequence to see who ends up making it out of this group stage and who makes it to the playoffs next week. And I think the big finale for this tournament. And yeah, overall, just an exciting day, a day full of all kinds of surprises. And tomorrow, another great day with Max and Mogwai casting that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure, man. And sometimes these things just happen in broadcasting. You just got to roll the punches and just laugh at yourself, right? There's really nothing else you can do. So hopefully you guys had fun watching this our descent into madness. That's basically what the stream was. Once again, thank you for watching. We'll catch you the week after for playoffs. But tomorrow, as you mentioned, Mogwai and Max will be taking our final day of groups. We'll see you then.